Chapter 328. Li Wangyu took out a folding fan. A few days ago, when he was looking at a beautiful woman enjoying the cool air in his backyard, he suddenly thought of this item. He drew a rough outline of the folding fan and handed it to Carpenter Lu and his family to figure it out. Carpenter Lu was indeed skillful. In less than 2 days, he made the folding fan that Li Wangyu wanted out of bamboo. Moreover, the bamboo was processed by Carpenter Lu and his family. After polishing, painting, and carving, the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand was actually golden yellow in color and felt as smooth as jade. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He did not expect Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. His beautiful superior also liked it when she saw it and asked Carpenter Lu to make her a few more folding fans for women. After the fan ribs were made, the fan needed to be framed. His beautiful superior's folding fan for women was simple. She just needed to choose silk with beautiful patterns. It was beautiful and convenient. However, the paper fan that Li Wangyu wanted still took him a bit of effort. In the end, with the help of owner's son, he found a skilled framer from Chang and City. He used thin rice paper to frame 7 layers of the fan before it was completed. Li Wangyu excitedly ran to find Yan Liben to draw a fan for him after he had finished pasting the face of the fan. In the end, Yan Liben also loved this fan so much that he asked Li Wangyu, his teacher, to give him one. When Ma Zhou found out, he did not show any weakness. He rode to Dingzhou village and begged for the folding fan. Sure enough, folding fans were the best tool for scholars to show off. When Li Wangyu saw Yan Liben and Ma Zhou's reaction, he could not help but feel a little smug. Anything that I produce must be of high quality. Today, Li Wangyu shook out his folding fan again at the side of the polo field. He pretended to be cool and relaxed as he waved the fan lightly. His actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Pai Lupi. They all looked at the fan in his hand. "Zio, what's that?" Fang Yai immediately came over and stared at the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand. Li Wangyu smiled faintly and pretended to be pretentious. He waved the fan in his hand a few times and folded it back. With a snap, the white fan disappeared and was folded back into the handle. This item is called a folding fan. It's just a new toy that I've made recently. Li Wangyu's smug look made Ching Chumo and the others' teeth itch. His attitude was purely to tease the silk pants. He wanted to use the folding fan in his hand to toy with them. He didn't believe that these silk pants wouldn't be interested in a folding fan that could be opened and closed at will. Li Wangyu's guess was right. The fops were naturally interested in the folding fan in his hand, but Li Wangyu had underestimated the shamelessness of the fops. Before he could continue to tease the fops, he felt his hands suddenly empty. The folding fan in his hand had been snatched away by Ching Chumo. "Zio, you're not being kind. If you had such a fun toy, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Ching Chumo was fiddling with the stolen goods he snatched while scolding Li Wangyu. He almost angered him to death. Seeing the fops fighting over his folding fan and clumsily opening and closing it, Li Wangyu almost cursed out loud. Motherf *cur, these shameless bastards. He had overestimated their moral bottom line. And this was in front of Pai Lupi. They were robbing in broad daylight. Where was the law? Pai Lupi, are you going to do something about it? Do you still want the law and moral construction of the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, opened it with a swish, and continued to fan it. Fortunately, this lord had great foresight and had already calculated the shamelessness of these fops. Wahahaha. Li Wangyu was secretly pleased. He had more than one folding fan on him. However, this folding fan didn't last long in his hand. Fang Yai snatched it away again. *CK. A group of bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, but this time, before he could open it, his hand was empty. Blinking his eyes, Li Wangyu was speechless as he looked at his empty hands. Beside him, a pack of hungry wolves was still eyeing him covetously, wanting to see if he could still take out the folding fan from his bosom. Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard someone coughing. Li Wangyu looked over and saw Pai Lupi staring at him and pretending to cough. It was another person who was eyeing his folding fan. However, this person still wanted to save face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he couldn't just snatch it like the other fops. Li Wangyu obviously understood Pai Lupi's meaning. He obediently took out another folding fan and respectfully handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. "Uncle, this is a folding fan that I had someone make when I was bored. Please have a look." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the folding fan without any hesitation. However, he still scolded Li Wangyu, "Zio, you're using your talent in this kind of place. Using an object to play tricks on others is a waste of your spirit. Don't do it again in the future. Motherf ***, aren't you wicked? You took my things, yet you still want to lecture me with false intentions." Li Wangyu was so angry at Pai Lupi's words that he almost vomited blood and died. If it weren't for the fact that Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he would have snatched the folding fan back. After Pai Lupi finished lecturing him, he leisurely played with the folding fan in his hand. Just like the other fops, he kept opening and closing the fan. Before Li Wangyu turned around and left, he keenly felt several scorching gazes on him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked up and saw Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots. Their gazes were constantly shifting between the folding fans in the hands of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Their meaning was self-evident. Li Wangyu faced the aggressive gazes of these big shots. How could he pretend that he didn't see it? He could only helplessly take out the folding fan from his chest again and respectfully give it to the big shots. He even had to politely ask them to accept it. He was prepared to show off this folding fan today. He was quite well prepared. Fortunately, the robes of the Tang dynasty were big enough. He had more than 10 folding fans in his chest, and now he had given them all away. However, on this wooden stage, there were too many monks and too little gruel. How could these fans be enough? The 3 folding fans that the fops snatched were confiscated by his father before they could even warm up. The empty-handed fops once again surrounded Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, how can you be so stingy? You prepared too few folding fans. How can it be enough to share?" "That's right. It's all Ziyu's fault. Your actions really make me disappointed." Qing Chumo beat his chest and stomped his feet, lamenting his incompetence. This made Li Wangyu want to bite someone. ***CKU, do I owe you anything? This group of bastards. Li Wangyu wanted to roll his eyes and spread his hands to show that he didn't have any either. However, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. "Wahahaha, there's actually such an interesting fan. Kid, where's my fan? Quickly give it to me." Li Wangyu silently looked at Qing Chumo. I still misunderstood Brother Chumo. I shouldn't have scolded him in my heart just now." Compared to this old bastard Qing Yaojin, Qing Chumo was already very civilized. Qing Yaojin was too shameless. He directly opened his mouth and asked for his fan. "Pay! I despise this kind of old hooligan who doesn't want his fan." Chapter 329. Li Wangyu was already very experienced in dealing with old hooligans like Qing Yaojin. That was to not resist and just admit defeat. Anyway, no matter how you resisted, you couldn't beat the shamelessness of the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Qing Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu turned around and ran down the wooden stage. He wasn't scared off by Qing Yaojin, but he was going to get a fan. Li Wangyu wasn't a robot cat after all. so he couldn't carry so many folding fans in his pocket. Carrying around 10 was already his limit. The rest of the folding fans were carried by Niu Wu. After Carpenter Lu's family made the folding fans, Li Wangyu let them continue making them. Now, they had made nearly 100 of them. Today, the foppish sons dragged him to watch the polo match. They said that many big shots in the imperial court, including their father, were going to watch the match. Since Li Wangyu was going to take out the folding fans to show off, he naturally had to be well prepared. Thus, he ordered Niu Wu to bring all the folding fans he had made. This little thing was suitable to be used as a gift. It was exquisite and didn't cost much. He also thought of finding craftsmen to make them in large quantities and sell them in Chang'an. He would definitely make a profit. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about this small amount of money. Moreover, the folding fan's craftsmanship was very simple. Once it appeared, it would definitely be copied in large quantities. Thus, he didn't want to waste the effort. After asking Niu Wu to bring a large bag of folding fans to the wooden stage, Li Wangyu respectfully presented the folding fans to the big shots who came to watch the polo match. Sure enough, everyone was quite satisfied with this gift. Some of them politely nodded to Li Wangyu and thanked him repeatedly before accepting the gift. Some of them weren't polite, such as Qing Yaojin. After accepting the fan, they complained that Li Wangyu's gift was too little. Moreover, there was no painting on the fan and it was too plain. As for the latter, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Apart from the few that were snatched away by the foppish sons, the rest of the fans he gave out didn't have any painting on them. Firstly, he was too lazy to find someone to draw so many fan faces. If Yan Liben were to draw more than 100 fan faces, he would probably vomit blood from exhaustion. Secondly, apart from Qing Yaojin and the other generals, these big shots of the imperial court were all skilled in calligraphy and painting. It would be more appropriate to give them a blank fan and let them draw the fan themselves. For a moment, the wooden stands of Noda beside the polo field were filled with the sound of rustling. Everyone was constantly opening and closing their folding fans. It was very lively. Li Wangyu slightly flapped the butterfly wings of history. The folding fan could be considered to have been invented more than 100 years earlier. It had become a necessary artifact for Chinese scholars to flirt with girls. While everyone was playing with their folding fans in high spirits, they heard the sound of Kyuka-style drum music coming from the side of the polo field. It was the drummers of the Guys department of the musical house of the Tang dynasty. They began to beat the drums, and the polo match was about to begin. The leaders of the Northern Yamen 6 armies and the Southern Yamen 16 guards came to invite Pai Lupi to kick off. This was also the ceremony of the polo match. Pai Lupi happily mounted the horse, took the stick, and galloped to the center of the field. Before the official kickoff, Pai Lupi had to give a lecture. He talked a lot of nonsense to the 20 polo players of both sides. He talked about friendship first, competition second, unity and progress to contribute to the harmonious society of the Tang dynasty, and so on. Of course, these were all imagined by Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi symbolically hit the red, fist-sized ball, he galloped back to the stands on the side of the field. Li Wangyu felt it was quite interesting. It was the same as the World Cup games in the modern world, where celebrities were invited to kick off. In fact, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the polo rules of the Tang dynasty were very similar to the rules of football in the modern world. Except that the field was larger and the horses running on the field were strong, they were very similar in many other aspects. For example, there were also 2 10-foot-high goal gates at both ends of the polo field. You could score points by hitting the ball into them. On the polo field, there were 10 batters on each side, wearing narrow-sleeved robes of different colors. Moreover, there was a goalkeeper on the field and a referee, Zhou Wei, on the field. It seemed that except for the lack of red and yellow cards and offside rules, everything else was very similar to modern football. This discovery made Li Wangyu interested. His favorite sports in the modern world were football and basketball. In football, Li Wangyu had won countless World Cups. Of course, that was in the game of live football. He was originally not interested in polo, but after the referee blew the copper whistle, he suddenly became interested. Compared to the football of the later generations, horses were the ones running on the field in polo, which brought about an unprecedented visual impact. When the horses, which weighed nearly a ton, ran at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the feeling of power and impact was incomparably shocking. On the field, the batters spurred their horses, galloping and leaping, hitting the ball in the air. The red polo ball danced in the air as fast as a meteor. These batters' horsemanship was superb, and their ball control skills were adept. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded and gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi and the others on the wooden stands also occasionally applauded the batters for hitting the ball well. Those big shots still had their own statuses, so they did not have too much of a bias. However, the group of playboys did not have such concerns. Every time the batters of the 16 guards of the southern yamen took control of the ball, they would whistle and cheer endlessly. On the other hand, when the 6 guards of the northern yamen took control of the ball, this group of people would jump and curse loudly. This made Li Wangyu have an illusion. Did he transmigrate back to the modern world? Was he sitting on the stands, surrounded by fanatical fans watching the game? As the game progressed, Li Wangyu also began to immerse himself in it. Along with the cheers and curses of the playboys on the field, from time to time, a batter would roll off the back of the horse after being hit by the horse. Every time, it would cause the crowd to cry out in alarm. When the batter got up and indicated that he was fine, the side of the field would erupt into loud cheers. The sound of the horse's hooves was like stepping on Li Wangyu's heart, causing his heart to beat along with it. He dared to touch his chest and swear that he had really fallen in love with this blood-boiling sport. Exciting, it was too exciting. The intensity and observability of polo had far surpassed the football games of the modern world. It was faster and more powerful. This made him completely fall in love with polo. When he thought about how polo disappeared from China in the modern world, Li Wangyu felt deeply regretful. Fortunately, he was now in the flourishing Tang dynasty, so he could personally witness the charm of this sport. The rules of polo were similar to basketball in the modern world. There were 3 breaks in the middle, and there were a total of 4 periods. Each period lasted for an incense stick, which was roughly half an hour in the modern world. An official polo match used 2 hours, which was 2 hours in the modern world. The break in the middle was used to change horses. Horses that were running at high speed did not have enough stamina to complete the entire game. At the end of the first period, Li Wangyu felt that his throat was a little sore. Obviously, he had been too engrossed in the game and used too much strength to shout, so he had hurt his vocal cords. However, he did not care. He reached out to take the wine that Niu Wu handed over and drank it. Awesome! Brothers, today was the right day to come. Ha, awesome, awesome. Ha, I told you that Zio would like it. Come, everyone, let's drink. Now that the 16 guards of the southern yamen were in the lead, Qing Chimo and the others were in a good mood. While everyone was in a lively mood, Wei Shuyu seemed to have seen something terrifying. Her pupils violently contracted, and then she dodged and hid behind Fatty Cho Kun. Chapter 330. There was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who could scare Wei Shuyu to this extent. He was the minister of the left, the imperial censor, and the Duke of Jing. Wei Jing, Wei Shuyu's father. This famous minister in history was able to make Pai Lupi fly into a rage, but he could not do anything about it. Wei Jing could be considered as a name card of the great Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi loved to play with eagles, so when someone offered him a sparrow hawk, Pai Lupi loved it so much that he could not put it down. One day, when Pai Lupi was playing with the hawk, Wei Jing asked for an audience. Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang's nagging, so he hid the sparrow hawk in his arms. However, Wei Zhang was not a good person either. After seeing through the clues, he deliberately talked nonsense. By the time Wei Zhang finally retreated, the sparrow hawk had already been choked to death in Lier's arms. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang's nagging, let alone Wei Shuyu's son. When he saw his father, he was even more afraid than a mouse seeing a cat. Wei Zhang did not like polo, so Wei Shuyu did not expect to meet his father today. When he saw Wei Zhang suddenly appear, Wei Shuyu subconsciously trembled and hid behind Fatty Cho Kun. However, Wei Zhang did not seem to see his son. Instead, he went straight to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Pai Lupi was happily watching polo today, so when he saw Wei Zhang, he could not help but feel a headache. Although Pai Lupi later ordered people to put up the portraits of the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion and put Wei Zhang forth, it did not mean that Pai Lupi would be happy to see Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang's lifetime of admonitions amounted to tens of thousands of words. The number of times he spoke, the intensity of his words, and the firmness of his attitude made him the leader of all the ministers in the court. Although Pai Lupi could not leave him, he still felt a headache. This was also human nature. No one could stand someone nagging in their ears every day. No matter how accurate the words were, they couldn't stand it. Pai Lupi even gave Wei Zhang a nickname, Goat-Nosed Duke. This was also the only nickname that Pai Lupi had given to anyone in his life. It meant that the old man with the goat nose was as aggressive as a goat. Stubborn and unyielding. As for Wei Zhang, Pai Lupi hated him, but at the same time, he couldn't leave him. It was very distressing. Seeing that Wei Zhang had something to say again, he couldn't help but frown. He reached out and rubbed his temples. "Duke Wei, if you have something to say, can we talk about it after this match?" "Your Majesty, you mustn't. I came here to ask you to stop this match." Wei Zhang didn't give Pai Lupi any face and directly retorted. Pai Lupi was taken aback. "Stop hitting. Why is that?" "Because of horses." "Horses?" Pai Lupi was confused by Wei Zhang's words. The conversation between the monarch and his minister naturally reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone present was also baffled by Wei Zhang's words. Why did this ball strike provoke the goat-nosed duke out of the blue? "Your Majesty, do you know how much it cost to buy 2 Jue-dun horses in the Tang dynasty?" Wei Zhang asked with a straight face. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, between 50 to 100 strings of coins per horse. "That's right. Last year, the Tang dynasty bought 3,000 horses from various countries in the western regions. The total cost was more than 200,000 strings of coins, which was more than 35,000 taels of gold. Does your Majesty know how many Tujua horses were eliminated last year?" Wei Zhang continued to ask. This. Pai Lupi seemed to know what Wei Zhang was going to say. His face became a bit ugly. Wei Zhang didn't wait for Pai Lupi to answer. He continued, "Last year, more than 4,600 horses were eliminated because their hooves were damaged and they couldn't bear weight." He pointed to the polo field and continued, "Your Majesty, Tujua horses are precious. How can they be used for playing? It's not easy to buy and train war horses. How can they be used so recklessly? I ask your Majesty to quickly issue an edict to ban hitting in the military." After Wei Zhang finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other generals who were originally very dissatisfied with his words fell silent. They had to admit that this goat-nosed duke was right. The Tang dynasty didn't lack horses, but not all horses could be used as war horses. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the most powerful army. Therefore, the source and breeding of war horses was very important. Most of the horses in the Central Plains were relatively short and not suitable to be used as war horses. The best war horses were Tujua horses. After the Li Tang dynasty established the country, Pai Lupi personally ordered the selection of 2,000 Tujua horses and 3,000 surplus horses from the Sui dynasty's official horse farm to be used for grazing in Longyu. The purpose was to breed excellent warhorses. Even so, the Tang dynasty still needed to buy a large number of Tujua horses from the western regions every year to make up for the shortage of warhorses. The horses used for the races on the racecourse were the best horses that had been carefully selected. Wei Jing naturally couldn't bear to see Pai Lupi and the nobles of the Tang dynasty use these precious warhorses to play polo. This would only increase the number of horses that were damaged. This was simply a wasteful behavior. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, and the generals of the northern Yamen 6 armies and the southern Yamen 16 guards all fell silent. Even Qing Yao Jin, who was always noisy, shut his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. Wei Jing, the goat-nosed duke, was naturally right. However, whether it was Pai Lupi or these generals, they were unwilling to let Pai Lupi issue an edict forbidding polo. The scene became quite awkward for a while. Li Wangyu heard the conversation clearly from the side, but he was somewhat confused. In his opinion, polo was a very good sport. Although it required the horses to run, it shouldn't be as serious as Wei Jing said, right? How could the warhorses become useless after a few more matches of polo? This wasn't a joke, was it? However, looking at the serious faces of the people around him, he was somewhat uncertain. Was there some secret that he didn't know? Li Wangyu moved closer to Fang Yai's ear and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yai, why did Duke Wei say that polo would hurt the horses? What could happen if the horses run more?" His question made Fang Yai look at him strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. "Zio, don't you know that horses' hooves can't withstand wear and tear?" Duke Wei meant that if the warhorses were to use the polo, it would be a loss if the horses' hooves were worn out. Wear out the horses' hooves. What did that mean? Li Wangyu blinked and still didn't understand. Fang Yai could only continue to explain to him that the horses' hooves were similar to a human's fingernails. As the warhorses needed to run a long distance, it was very easy for them to bump or step on stones or other things. The horny layer on the horses' hooves could easily split open. Once the horses' hooves split open or were severely worn out, the warhorse would be useless and would no longer be able to run at a high speed. It could only be withdrawn from the army and used as a draw horse. This was also the reason why Wei Jing wanted to stop the polo competition. After hearing Fang Yai's words, Li Wangyu sighed deeply. So it was like this. He had just started to like this sport. If it was to be banned because of Wei Zheng's words, that would be too regretful. However, after thinking about it, there seemed to be something wrong with this matter. He couldn't help but think of an English folk song that he saw on the internet in his future life. Losing a nail meant losing a horseshoe. Losing a horseshoe meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a warhorse. Losing a warhorse meant losing a country, a horseshoe. Chapter 331. That's right, it was a horseshoe. Li Wangyu could not help but pat his head. How could he have forgotten about this transmigration benefit? A horseshoe was also called a horseshoe. This item was extremely simple. It was a U-shaped piece of metal about the size of a horse's hoof. Using a nail to nail the horse's hoof, it could protect the horse's hoof. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels, and this horseshoe was a godly item for showing off and slapping people's faces. In the future, Li Wangyu was so bored that he argued with people on the internet about when horseshoes appeared in China. Although there was a saying in the future that horseshoes appeared before the Sui dynasty, the evidence was a mural in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos that depicted a horseshoe. However, Li Wangyu had seen that mural on the internet, and he could not tell that it was a horseshoe. Moreover, there were no horseshoes, and it looked more like it was a treatment for the horse's hoof. Moreover, there was a clear record in the history books. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Gao Juhui, a diplomat from the Jin dynasty, was sent to the western region's Yutian kingdom, where he saw horseshoe technology from the Uyghur people. However, China did use bamboo, rattan, and leather to make simple shoes to protect the horse's hoof. However, they were more of a decoration than actual protection, and these things would be easily damaged when the horse ran at high speeds. In history, Wei Qing and Hua Zubing led an army to attack the Xiongnu people. When they set out, they had 140,000 horses, but when they returned, they only had 30,000 left. Most of the horses that were worn out were because they did not have horseshoes. After running for such a long distance, they had no choice but to give up. Li Wangyu thought about how such a simple U-shaped piece of metal could solve the problem, but it caused Wei Zhang and Pai Lupi to confront each other, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His laugh was not a big deal, but it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, on the wooden stage, Wei Zhang, Pai Lupi, and the other big shots were at each other. Everyone stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Li Wangyu laughed out loud, and Wei Zhang could not help but stare at him. "Huxian man, why are you laughing? Is what this old man said funny?" Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, Wei Gong, you're right." Wei Zhang glanced at him, then turned to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, hitting the ball will hurt the horse. You must not continue. Your Majesty, please grant this official's request to cease the practice of batting." Pai Lupi was forced into a corner by Wei Zhang's words. He could neither agree nor disagree. This goat-nosed duke was so stubborn that it made people uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hesitated for a moment, but still braced himself and stood up. "Your Majesty, eunuch Wei, there is actually a way to satisfy both sides. You don't have to stop batting, and you can also protect the horses." Pai Lupi's eyes lit up, but before he could say anything, Wei Zhang began to glare at him again. His words were quite rude. "Huxian man, don't mess around. This matter concerns the integrity of the country. How can it be treated as a joke? This old man sees that you are young and have gained the trust of His Majesty. You should be careful with your words and actions. Don't be like those traitorous officials and act recklessly." Wei Zhang actually didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's water wheel, saline alkali soil management, and four-wheeled carriage were all good tools that benefited the country and the people. Wei Zhang greatly admired them. The old man was also a fan of the Three Kingdoms. When he had nothing to do, he would hold the romance of the Three Kingdoms and carefully study it. Wei Zhang loved Li Wangyu, no matter if it was his poems or essays, he loved them to the extreme. Wei Zhang also knew that his son, Wei Shuyu, had a close relationship with this Huxian man. The old man became more and more impolite. He completely treated Li Wangyu as his own nephew and taught him a lesson. In the old man's opinion, his son and you are brothers, so he should control you and prevent you from being arrogant and unrestrained. Wei Zhang's words had good intentions, but it was hard to listen to. Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. "What do you mean by child's play? What do you mean by acting recklessly?" When Wei Zhang said this, his stubborn donkey temper came out. He straightened his neck and said, "This matter is unnecessary trouble. If the war horse's hooves are worn out, then think of a way to protect the horse's hooves. Who would stop the war horse from running just to protect the horse's hooves? Do our Tang cavalry have to be careful when fighting and not let the war horse run? What nonsense are you spouting? How can these two be compared? This is a matter of the country. Huxian man, don't treat it as child's play." When the goat-nosed elder heard Li Wangyu's words, he also lost his temper. Li Wangyu was choked by the old man's words. He simply ignored him and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out when running. It is very simple. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Wei Jing refuted, "Nonsense. Who has heard of horses running without wearing out their hooves? Which ancient book has such a record? Bo Lu Sutra of Horse Identification, Essential Techniques of Chi People, Simu Anji Collection. I have read these books several times. How can there be a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the old man. "If Wei Gong doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" When he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet, Wei Zheng's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. "Hu Xian man, don't make trouble. This matter concerns the horse administration of the Tang dynasty. How can you use a bet as child's play?" Li Wangyu simply looked at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, do you believe what I said just now?" This. Pai Lupi didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu often exceeded his expectations, but he didn't believe that he could make the horse's hooves not wear out. As the horse emperor, Pai Lupi's understanding of horses was no less than those who raised horses. He naturally knew the nature of horses very well. In his opinion, it was natural for horses to wear out their hooves when they ran. What if it could be reversed by human power? But in the face of Wei Zheng's aggressiveness, Pai Lupi couldn't say that he didn't believe him. Wouldn't he have to let the sheep-nosed duke force him to issue an edict forbidding polo? As a fanatical polo enthusiast, it was too difficult for him to issue an edict. However, Pai Lupi also knew that Wei Zheng was right. Nowadays, among the nobles of the Tang dynasty, playing polo was a trend. In Chang'an, almost every noble had a group of polo players. 1 or 2 games of polo didn't wear out the horses much, but over time, the number of horses lost every year was considerable. Seeing Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu was a little depressed. He simply raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "Your Majesty, please build a large polo field in Chang'an. Pile up soil slopes around the field and set up benches to accommodate tens of thousands of people in Chang'an to watch the game. Playing polo can train the military's horsemanship, and also let the people of Chang'an and the vassal states know the military power of the Tang dynasty and the national prestige of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please make a decision." Li Wangyu's words were simply going against the old man, Wei Jing. Not only were Li Er and the other big shots dumbfounded, but even the foppish young masters were dumbfounded. Wei Shuyu, who was hiding behind Cho Kuan, couldn't help but poke her head out. She wanted to see if Li Wangyu was crazy. Where did he get the courage to challenge her father? Chapter 332. Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone to the point of being tongue-tied, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. When he was watching the polo game, he was wondering why the Tang dynasty didn't promote polo to the common people since there was such a lack of entertainment. Even if not everyone would be able to play polo, at least they would be able to watch polo. For example, today's game between the 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army only had less than 100 spectators. It was really a waste. Since the rules of polo were similar to football in the future, why not set up a polo league in the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't it be faster? Originally, this was just a fantasy in his heart. But now that he was rebuked by old man Wei Jing, he didn't care anymore. He poured out all his immature thoughts cleanly and neatly. Your Majesty, I would like to present a memorial to ask Your Majesty to set up a royal polo league in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Wei Zheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a traitor. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't help but ask, what is a league? The 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army can form their own teams. A total of 22 teams can compete against each other. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point each, and the loser gets no points. The team with the highest points will be the champion and will be rewarded by Your Majesty. Li Wangyu directly copied the rules of the Football League in the future, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and Qin Yaojin lit up. What kind of league is this? It sounds very interesting. Bravery will lead to the champion, and power will shock the enemy. The champion will be ranked at the top of the army. Good. Good. Pai Lupi was very happy and clapped his hands. His words made Wei Zhang's face even darker. If his eyes could kill, Li Wangyu would have been riddled with holes by now. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Huxianen's words are full of evil intentions. He wants to ruin the horse policy of the Tang dynasty. In the long run, the army's excellent horses will be exhausted. Don't tell me that we are going to let the generals and soldiers ride horses to kill the enemy. Wei Zhang then pointed at Li Wangyu. His eyes were about to spit fire. Huxian man, I only thought you were a mischievous youth. I didn't expect you to come up with such a disastrous idea for His Majesty just to please His Majesty. You are truly a sycophantic minister. I'll beat you to death, you filthy bastard. After saying that, Wei Zhang grabbed the imperial sword from the waist of the guard behind Pai Lupi and pulled it out. He raised the shining imperial sword and began to chase after Li Wangyu. The old man's action scared Li Wangyu so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This goat-nosed old man was too scary. He couldn't win in a verbal argument, so he drew his sword and slashed at him. He was already so old, yet he was so agitated. Wasn't he afraid of a heart attack? Li Wangyu was so scared that he ran away. He jumped off the wooden stands and ran into the polo field. Behind him, Wei Zhang was still panting as he chased after him. In reality, Li Wangyu didn't know that the imperial sword hanging from the waist of Pai Lupi's imperial guard was only a ceremonial sword. It wasn't sharpened at all, but it looked bright and scary. Most of the imperial guards by the emperor's side carried weapons like this. This sudden turn of events stunned Pai Lupi and the other leaders. When they saw Li Wangyu being chased by the old man, Wei Zhang, they couldn't help but laugh. After Pai Lupi laughed a few times, he finally remembered his identity. He couldn't help but cough a few times to suppress his laughter. He ordered the imperial guards behind him, who were also unable to hold back their laughter. Why aren't you going to stop them? What kind of scandal is this? After Pai Lupi's words, the imperial guards finally reacted. They ran out in a hubbub, stopped the panting Wei Zhang, and took back the imperial sword. Li Wangyu was also covered in sweat from running. Seeing that there was no danger, he walked back to the wooden stands. Zio, hurry up and apologize to eunuch Wei. Look at how angry he is. Pai Lupi held back his laughter and began to smooth things over. He wanted to give Wei Zhang, this stubborn old man, a way out. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, felt that he had been wronged. What did this have to do with him? It was clearly the goat-nosed old man who was being unreasonable. Why did he want him to apologize? However, Pai Lupi winked at him, indicating that he should hurry up and apologize. Li Wangyu could only bow to Wei Zhang helplessly. Eunuch Wei, it was all my fault. Please forgive me. Humph. The stubborn old man still ignored him. He let out a cold snort and turned his head to the side, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Wei Shuyu. He was thinking about how to get revenge on Wei Shuyu when he returned. You bastard, I can't deal with your parents, but you think I can't deal with you? Wei Shuyu naturally didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the farce just now. When he saw Li Wangyu's threatening gaze, he repeatedly made a gesture of begging for mercy. As for Qing Chumo and the others, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. This group of bastards, not a single one of them came to help him stop the stubborn old man. They just watched as he was chased down. How hateful. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and asked Li Wangyu again, Zio, you said that there is a way to not damage the horse's hooves. Is this true? Of course. This matter is very simple. If we are barefoot, we will not be able to walk. It is the same for horses. If we put shoes on the horse, won't the problem be solved? Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi shake his head. Wei Jing once again snorted coldly. Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Xiao, you finally showed your weakness. These horse shoes have been around since ancient times. They are made of bamboo, rattan, and leather. It is not a novel thing. But it is not practical. Once the horse runs, it will be damaged. Qing Yaojin laughed as he explained to him. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Wangyu's so-called method was just nonsense. Uncle Qing, how do you know that my method won't work? Do you want to bet? Li Wangyu was annoyed by Qing Yaojin and the others' laughter. He simply didn't tell them the truth about the U-shaped horseshoe. He straightened his neck and asked loudly. Little bastard, are you itching for a beating? I will slap you to death. The old hooligan didn't respond to Li Wangyu's words. He directly raised his large palm and threatened. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of people were these? If they didn't want to pull out a knife and cut someone, they would want to hit someone. Rude. Barbaric. Despising them. Pai Lupi shook his head. Xiao, this matter is not child's play. Don't mention it again. He turned his head and said to Wei Jing, we will consider Duke Wei's words. We will discuss this matter another day. How about it? No. Just as he finished speaking, Li Wangyu and Wei Jing spoke at the same time to dissuade him. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't say anything to Wei Jing, but he wasn't so polite to Li Wangyu. He glared at him. Xiao, if you say any more, we will have someone kick you out. Li Wangyu's temper also flared up. He ignored Pai Lupi's threat and loudly said, since your majesty does not believe me, how about we have a match in 3 days to verify my words? Your majesty, please allow it. Before Pai Lupi could speak, he heard someone say, Your majesty, I am willing to have a match with Wuxian man in 3 days. Chapter 333. At this time, someone actually jumped out to support Li Wangyu. Was he not afraid of being spat to death by Wei Jing? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. What did Zhang Liang mean by this? Including Pai Lupi, no one understood. Only Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other, as if they had guessed what the Duke of Chongping was thinking. Today, they had a conflict with his wife and adopted son at the gate of the northern Yamen. Could it be that the Duke of Chongping wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge? Li Wangyu's guess was correct. Zhang Liang had been urged by Li Wangyu to use this game of polo to give the wastrels and Li Wangyu a little bit of trouble, so as to vent his anger for his wife, Li Wangyu. Originally, Zhang Liang had been struggling to find an opportunity to speak. Now that Li Wangyu had taken the initiative to suggest that they play in 3 days, he did not care about Wei Zheng's anger and hurriedly interjected, expressing his willingness to play with Li Wangyu. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would not allow it, so he took the initiative to explain, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to play polo with Wuxian man in 3 days. Today, Wuxian man and my wife had a misunderstanding at the northern Yamen gate. This subject wishes to use this opportunity to play polo with Wuxian man to resolve the misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please allow it. Zhang Liang's words might seem absurd and laughable to the people of the future. However, in the Tang dynasty, this was a common method to resolve conflicts between nobles. Before Pai Lupi ascended the throne, when Li Yuan was on the throne, there were conflicts between nobles in the Tang dynasty. Occasionally, there would be large-scale private fights between troops. When words could not convince the other party, they would use their swords to resolve the problem. This was also one of the reasons why nobles had their own troops. Ever since Pai Lupi ascended the throne after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he had decreed that nobles were forbidden from using troops to fight. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Under the suppression of Pai Lupi's imperial power, private fights were suppressed. However, when nobles had conflicts, there had to be a way to resolve them. Therefore, it became an unspoken rule among the nobles of the Tang dynasty to solve conflicts by hitting the ball. The reason why Zhang Liang did not mention Qing Chumo and the other debauches, and only mentioned Li Wangyu, was because this fellow also bullied the weak and feared the strong. From his point of view, although Li Wangyu was loved by Pai Lupi, he was, after all, the lowest-ranked county official who founded the country. He did not hold an official position in the court and had no power or influence. But behind Qing Chumo and the others were Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and other military bigwigs, so he did not want to offend them. Therefore, even when Hou Junji urged him to find trouble with Qing Chumo and the other dandy, he was very smart to bypass them and only mentioned that he had some misunderstanding with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't think much of Zhang Liang's words, but the group of silk pants became anxious and waved their hands at Li Wangyu. Qing Yaojin and Fang Xianling also spoke. Zhang Gonggong, it's just a misunderstanding. Why do you have to do this? Son of a bitch, isn't it just a little conflict with your wife? You want to hit the ball with my nephew for such a trivial matter, don't you feel embarrassed? Pai Lupi also glared at Zhang Liang. His dissatisfaction was obvious. Zhang Liang did not expect that Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others would defend Li Wangyu like this. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Li Wangyu felt a little confused. Wasn't it just hitting the ball? How big of a deal was it? Was it necessary? Anyway, he wanted to show Pai Lupi and the stubborn old man Wei Jing 3 days later. What difference did it make who he played with? He did not pay attention to the dissuading eyes of the silk pants and nodded his head casually. Mr. Zhang, if His Majesty agrees, then you and I will hit the ball 3 days later. After he said this, the wooden platform suddenly became silent. Even Wei Jing, who had been glaring at him, looked at him like he was a fool. The silk pants were even more speechless. They covered their faces with their sleeves and did not want to look at him. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Ziyu, you really want to hit the ball with Mr. Zhang? Li Wangyu saw everyone's reaction and finally began to realize that there seemed to be something that he did not know. He asked weakly, Your Majesty, if I say no now, is it too late? Pai Lupi did not speak, but Qing Yaojin scolded, Nonsense, how can a man's words not count? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Old hooligan, it's okay for others to say this, but King owe me copper coins for playing mahjong before saying this. Li Wangyu knew that there must be something wrong with everyone's reaction. He quickly asked the silk pants in a low voice. The answer he received made him break out in a cold sweat. F***ck, what kind of stupid rule was this? As long as he agreed to Zhang Liang's suggestion, Li Wangyu, as the head of the family, had to play the game. Zhang Liang naturally had to play as well, but could he compete with Zhang Liang? Although Zhang Liang did not have any great skills, he was still a veteran of the battlefield. Playing polo was a piece of cake for him. However, Li Wangyu had only learned how to ride a horse for 2 months. He barely knew how to ride a horse, so how could he be considered skillful? With his thin and weak body, if he really fell off the horse, wouldn't his head bleed and even break his bones? Playing polo in the Tang dynasty was really too dangerous. In today's polo, the players did not have any protective measures and were very easy to get injured. Han Yu said in the second book of Shang Zhang Pu Shi, small injuries to the face, large injuries to the body. During the Tang dynasty, there were many examples of people getting injured or even dying from playing polo. During the Tang dynasty, Li Hing fell off the horse and died from a stroke. During the Tang dynasty, General Zhou Bao was blinded in one eye. At the end of the Tang dynasty, General Zhu Quanzhong's son played polo with Tang Xiaozong. Unfortunately, he fell to the ground and died on the spot, in short, it was a very dangerous sport. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How was it possible for him to play polo? Before he could change his mind, he heard Pai Lupi stand up and announce, since Chongping County Duke and Huxian County Duke have agreed to this, then 3 days later, we will have a match at Taiji Palace's Wuda Hall to test Huxian County Duke's words. Were they really going to play? It was as if Li Wangyu could already see himself rolling off the horse's back, his flesh lacerated and his flesh mangled. His back was soaked in cold sweat. In the face of the pressure of survival, Li Wangyu's thoughts were as fast as lightning. He came up with an idea. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. "Speak." "Since 3 days later, you want to test whether my method of protecting the horse's hooves is feasible, then I will be responsible for setting up the polo field. Is that okay?" Zhang Liang didn't have any objections to this. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The matter was settled. Even the stubborn old man Wei Jing didn't say anything. Everything would be decided in 3 days' time. After Wei Zhang's disturbance, today's polo match couldn't continue. Pai Lupi directly stopped the match and prepared to return to the palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran after him. Pai Lupi turned his head in confusion. "Zio, is there something else?" Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. "Uncle, hee, there is something else." What is it?" "Borrow a horse." Chapter 334. In the Tang dynasty, 10 people were required to play in a regular cricket match. Li Wangyu currently had neither men nor horses, so he naturally had to ask Pai Lupi for them. Horses were easy to get. Pai Lupi might not have anything else, but he had plenty of fine horses in the palace. Among them, there were 10 Turkic horses, which were named by Pai Lupi as the 10G horses. They were all first-class horses. Pai Lupi was naturally reluctant to lend the 10G horses to Li Wangyu to play polo, but he could choose the other horses. In a polo match, the horses had to be changed 3 times. 30 horses were enough. After solving the problem of horses, Li Wangyu still wanted to borrow people. His Li family was small in number, so he couldn't drag the old housekeeper Li Heng, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the 4 maidservants into the match, right? However, Pai Lupi shook his head and refused. "Zio, the cricket match in 3 days is between you and Zhang Liang. It's not convenient for me to lend you a batter from the palace." Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's meaning. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to be impartial. Although Li Wangyu was now his nephew, he still couldn't be biased. If he lent a batter, it would show his bias, and it would easily cause the court to criticize him. After sending off Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu began to think hard about where he could find a batter. Niu Wu and the other old soldiers were all skilled in archery and horse riding, but how could they know how to play polo? Just as he was feeling distressed, a group of playboys gathered around. "Zio, if you don't bring us brothers to the cricket match in 3 days, we'll cut ties with you." Ching Chimo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said. "That's right, us brothers also want to play." The Yuchi twins also expressed their stance. Fong Yai cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, "Heh, how can you not count me in for this kind of thing?" Even Niu Jingping, whose leg was inconvenient, was the same. "I'm lame, but I have no problem hitting the ball." "Zio, don't forget about your brother." After beating up the young one today, I'll teach the old one a lesson in 3 days. What's there to be afraid of? Ziyu, there's no need to worry. We beat him up together. If the prefectural Duke Chongping is unhappy, we brothers will take it on together. Yes. 3 days later, I'll kill that old bastard Zhang Liang. The silk pants words made Li Wangyu's nose tingle. These bastards were really interesting. This was something that he couldn't avoid, but this group of silk pants actually wanted to step in personally. He had to remember this favor. And he would forgive Wei Shuyu and this group of bastards for not saving him when he was in danger. Li Wangyu nodded gratefully at the foppish young masters and sat down in a circle. Brothers, many thanks. Cho Kuan stood to the side and said sadly, Ziyu, this whole thing happened because of me. If there's anything I can do, I won't refuse. Of those who wanted to hit the ball, only Fatty Cho Kuan didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that with his size, it was too difficult to find a horse that could carry him. Li Wangyu laughed and patted his belly, which looked like it was 4 months pregnant. Stop talking nonsense. If you continue to be so pretentious, I'll beat you up. The silk pants also laughed and stepped forward to trample on Fatty Cho Kuan's body of fat, laughing and joking. This made Cho Kuan feel less guilty. Ching Chumo laughed. Ziyu, you still don't know how to hit the ball, right? Let's go, brother will take you to practice. The silk pants also became interested. Knowing that Li Wangyu had borrowed a horse from Pai Lupi, they all clamored to ride the palace's imperial horses. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, please wait. There's no hurry to hit the ball. The most important thing right now is to make the horse's shoes. Have you all forgotten the reason why I'm hitting the ball with the prefectural duke chomping in 3 days? What's a horse's shoe? Ziyu, do you really have a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves? Horse shoes aren't reliable. I think Ziyu can definitely do it. Ever since Li Wangyu's amazing performance at the Zhe Temple, Fang Yai had 100% trust in Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu also nodded. I think my family's lord is going to fall this time. Ha, Ziyu, you must win. Yes, if there's really a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves, that would be great. The tournament that Ziyu mentioned just now sounded very exciting. Not to mention the baseball field that can seat tens of thousands of people. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ziyu, what method do you have? Hurry up and tell us. We brothers will help you plan it out. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously. Hee, I'll keep it a secret for now. You all follow me. Oh right, does anyone know a good blacksmith? I need to make a batch of things. Fatty Cho Kuan hurriedly said, I know. Xie Ji blacksmith shop in the east. My family's rice business needs ironware and they make it there. Let's go quickly. Li Wangyu pushed Fatty Cho Kuan and ran out of the barracks. The group of debauches looked at each other and chased after them with a smile. In the East Market Xie Ji blacksmith shop, shopkeeper Xie saw Cho Kuan leading a group of people and quickly came out to greet them. Lang Jun, do you need to make ironware today? Cho Kuan nodded and pointed at Li Wangyu. This is Hu Xian man. He needs to make some things. Shopkeeper Xie, let the blacksmith work hard. There can't be any delays. Shopkeeper Xia quickly went forward to greet the young man in front of him when he heard that the young man in front of him was Hu Xian man. When he found out the identity of these debauches, he became even more unwell. He couldn't even speak clearly. I can't walk downstairs. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for the neglect. Please wait for a moment. I'll call the blacksmith over immediately. After saying that, shopkeeper Xia turned around and ran into the shop. After a while, he came out with a middle-aged man. This is the best craftsman in my shop. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask him. I'm not bragging, but our Xie Ji blacksmith shop is one of the best blacksmiths in Chang'an City. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Li Wangyu nodded, but he didn't rush to say what he needed to make. Instead, he asked Ching Chumo to bring a horse over. Ching Chumo was confused by him, but he still followed his orders and brought the horse over. Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Xie to bring a brush, ink, and paper. He spread the paper on the ground and asked the debauches to help him make the horse's hooves stand on the paper and not move. He took the brush and sketched the outline of the horse's hooves. "Zio, what are you doing?" The debauches couldn't understand what he was trying to do. "Hee, don't worry. You'll know in a while." Li Wangyu took the paper with the outline of the horse's hooves. He compared the size of the horse's hooves and drew a U-shaped pattern. Then, he handed it to the strong blacksmith. "Please help me make this object. It doesn't need to be too thick, just about an inch thick. You need to make holes in these places on the iron plate." Li Wangyu pointed to the marked places on the drawing and explained. The middle-aged blacksmith frowned and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know what this strange little iron plate was for. However, he knew that these were all nobles, so he didn't dare to ask. He just nodded and replied in a low voice, "Please wait for a moment. There's a ready-made iron bar in the workshop. You just need to bend it and make holes." "That's good. You can make 4 pieces first." The middle-aged blacksmith nodded and went to the blacksmith shop behind to make. After about an hour, 4 pieces of steaming horse's hooves were sent to Li Wangyu. Chapter 335. Qing Chumo and the others grabbed the 4 pieces of horseshoes and looked at them for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what they were used for. "Ziyu, is this the horseshoes you were talking about? How do you use this?" Li Wangyu didn't answer, but asked, "Which one of you has a good stable boy? Let me borrow it, and you will know the use of this horseshoes." Duke Lu's residence was not far from the East Market. After a short discussion, they got on their horses again and headed towards Duke Lu's residence. As soon as he entered Duke Lu's residence, Li Wangyu regretted it. He actually forgot that the old hooligan, Qing Yaojin, also returned home after the polo tournament was cancelled. Miscalculation, it was really a miscalculation. He turned his head and glared at Qing Chumo. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" The 3 brothers of the Qing family had been with Li Wangyu for a long time now, so they also learned his movements. They shrugged their shoulders at Li Wangyu, meaning that it was none of their business. "Wahahaha, boy, quickly come and tell me clearly, what method do you have to prevent the horse's hooves from being worn down? If you can't do it, if you can't hold the tournament, I will beat you up." Qing Yaojin waved the folding fan Li Wangyu gave him. His attitude was very arrogant. Faced with the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu could only obediently admit defeat. "Uncle Qing, I came to your residence specifically to demonstrate to you. Why don't we go to the residence's stable now? Summon your manners stable boy, and I will teach him. How effective it is, Uncle Qing will know when you see it." Including Qing Chumo, the group of debauches looked at Li Wangyu with disdain. "You have the nerve to say such words? You came here specifically to demonstrate to Qing Yaojin. Are you sure?" Li Wangyu stared back at them. F***ck, do you dare to say no? All the debauches, "We don't dare." Qing Yaojin was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's answer and took the lead to the residence's stable. When they arrived at the stable, Li Wangyu asked the stableman to prepare the wooden frame that was usually used to cut the horse's hooves. He took out a fine horse from the stable and tied it to the wooden frame to prevent the horse's hooves from hurting anyone when the horse's hooves were being nailed. He asked the stableman to clean the horse's hooves and use a small knife to cut off the uneven parts of the horse's hooves. After the preparations were complete, he took out the horseshoes that he had made in the blacksmith's shop and had the stableman nail the horseshoes to the horse's hooves. Using an iron nail to nail this piece of iron to the horse's hooves. Regarding Li Wangyu's instruction, Ma Xiao of Duke Lu's mansion was stunned for a long time, not knowing whether he should follow it or not. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. He had already figured out what was going on. "Bastard, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you done as Hu Xiannan said?" Seeing the stableman standing there in a daze, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but curse. Only then did the stableman wake up from his dream. He hurriedly picked up the wooden hammer and nails and began to nail the horseshoes as Li Wangyu had instructed. The horseshoes were a layer of cuticles, similar to human nails, and did not feel any pain. Under everyone's gaze, the horse's hooves were nailed to the horseshoes. Li Wangyu had the stableman release the bound horse and was ready to test the effect of nailing the horseshoes. Qing Yaojin pulled away Qing Chumo, who was about to mount the horse, and directly jumped onto the horse's back. Duke Lu's mansion occupied a large area, and there was even a horse training field set up in the mansion. Qing Yaojin pulled the reins and urged the horseshoe-nailed horse to run towards the training field. Li Wangyu and the wastrels bitterly smiled. They could only slip away and chase after the horses, but the horseshoes nailed to the metal horseshoes made an unprecedented crisp knocking sound on the bluestone floor of the mansion. It was very pleasant to hear. Qing Yaojin's ears listened to this sound and became more and more excited. He rode the horse to the training field and began to gallop happily. This old bastard was so happy that he grabbed a long spear from the weapon rack next to the training field and began to practice a horse battle. Li Wangyu and the others were scared witless as they cowered in the corner of the training field. They could only helplessly watch the old hooligan behave atrociously. There were even several times when the old hooligan deliberately urged the horse to run in front of them. The shiny blade of the horse passed in front of everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly shrank his body behind Qing Chumo. "Brother Chumo, I'm sorry." Li Wangyu patted Qing Chumo's shoulder and said sympathetically. The other wastrels also looked at the three Qing brothers with sympathy. They were unlucky to have such a father. The three Qing brothers had tears in their eyes. As for their father, they also had to applaud with tears in their eyes. Finally, the old hooligan was satisfied. He rode the horse in front of everyone and dismounted. He personally checked the horse's hooves and then raised his head and laughed. "Boy, if you had such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you know that you almost made a mistake? If my Tang dynasty's army had these horseshoes earlier, how many more horses could we have produced every year?" He had made the horseshoes himself, but in the old hooligan's words, it was his fault. Li Wangyu was too lazy to argue. He obediently bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Only then did Qing Yaojin let him go. "This horseshoes really are useful. Why didn't this old man think that nailing a piece of iron to the horse's hooves could prevent them from wearing out? Even if the horseshoes wear out, I can just replace it with a new one. Good, this is really good. This won't do. This old man must go to the palace to see the emperor. This matter cannot be delayed." Li Wangyu quickly pulled Qing Yaojin back. "Uncle Qing, please wait. If you go to the palace, won't everyone know about it? Hee, this little nephew is still waiting for 3 days to play ball with Prefectural Duke Chongping." Qing Yaojin glared at him. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he laughed. "Wahahaha, you're right. Then let's talk about it in 3 days. However, this horseshoes of yours must be kept a secret. You must not let others know about it. Where did you get this horseshoes made from?" "Chang and East City's Xie blacksmith shop." Qing Yaojin nodded. "Mend, send someone to the East City's Xie blacksmith shop. Bring everyone to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks. Don't let a single person leave. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir." Qing Yaojin's personal guards immediately received the order and rushed out of the residence. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat profusely. What was this old hooligan trying to do? Wasn't he making a big fuss over a minor issue? Bringing everyone from the blacksmith shop to the barracks. Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Without waiting for him to persuade him, Qing Yaojin turned his head and continued to make arrangements. "Zio, Yu, Chimo, and the others will move to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks in the next 3 days. Send the horses His Majesty lent you there as well. For the next few days, don't leave the barracks. Practice well inside. Nanny. Even they were going to live in the barracks. What was this old hooligan trying to do? Li Wangyu was confused. He opened his mouth, wanting to object. However, Qing Yaojin didn't give him a chance to speak. He waved his hand and had someone send them to the Golden Guard of the left's barracks. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of sin had he committed? He could only send someone to Zhou village to deliver a message, saying that he would be staying in Chang and for a few days. His beautiful superiors didn't have to worry. The group of silk pants were also confused by Qing Yaojin's arrangements. They could only send someone back to their residence to say that they had been asked to stay by Lu Guogong. Chapter 336. Li Wangyu, Cho Kun, and the other playboys were sent to the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left by the old hooligan. As for the Xiaji blacksmith shop in the East City, the shopkeeper, the craftsman, and the workers were all sent to the barracks. Shopkeeper Xia was so scared that he was trembling. He didn't know what had happened to him. When he saw Li Wangyu and the others, he kept crying and begging Li Wangyu to be merciful and let him go. Li Wangyu could only comfort him and promise that he would be able to go home in 3 days. Only then did shopkeeper Xia and the others calm down. Qing Yaojin ordered them to move the tools from the blacksmith shop into the barracks. He ordered them to start making horseshoes immediately. Shopkeeper Xia and the others knew that it was because of the small piece of iron they made today. However, they didn't dare to complain. They could only bury themselves in forging and hope that they could go home as soon as possible. They didn't know that the small piece of iron they made could solve the problem that troubled the dynasties of China. It was really a divine tool. It could be said that the Xiaji blacksmith shop had opened a new era of cavalry. Of course, it didn't mean anything to shopkeeper Xia and the others who were in a mess. The group of playboys admired Li Wangyu to the extreme because of the horseshoes. Li Wangyu was the youngest in this small group. But now, no one disobeyed him. The group of playboys faintly followed Li Wangyu's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu's words were more effective than their father's words. They were forced into the barracks by Qing Yaojin, but they all felt that it was very fun. After laughing and playing for a while, they prepared to go to the polo field of the Golden Guards of the left to practice. Li Wangyu still didn't know how to hit the ball. Qing Yaojin and the others wanted to train him well since he would be playing in the game in 3 days. Even if he couldn't learn how to play polo, he should at least learn how to protect himself so that he wouldn't fall off the horse. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he had to set up the venue. This was the key to showing the effect of the horseshoe. Whether he could win the game with Zhang Liang depended on the layout of the venue. He hurriedly pulled Qing Yaojin aside and told him his thoughts. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, couldn't help but slap Li Wangyu heavily on the shoulder. The shock caused Li Wangyu's body to go numb. In the future, I will make my 3 foolish sons stay away from you so that they won't be fooled by you. Tell me the truth. Some time ago, people pasted those things on the gates of the markets in Chang and overnight. Was it you who did that? Hee, Uncle Qing, what are you saying? That night, I was at your house, drinking with Brother Chumo and the others. Li Wangyu of course would not admit it, and replied with a smile. Qing Yaojin nodded. I know. It seems that it was you who did it. It must be my 3 foolish sons and your gang of bad friends. Damn, this Qing Yaojin was really cunning. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, indicating that he was tired and didn't want to talk with this old bastard. Well, I will ask someone to prepare the things for you. But can you do it? Hitting the ball is not so simple. Be careful if you fall off the horse and your head bleeds. In my opinion, you are too impulsive. Although Zhang Liang doesn't have any *T ability, he is not someone you can compete with. Li Wangyu really wanted to raise his middle finger to this old hooligan. Damn, today on the wooden platform, who blocked my mouth with words, saying that a man's words should be nailed with a mouthful of saliva. Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't win the argument with this old hooligan. He turned around and went to find the playboys to practice. In the Tang dynasty's polo tournament, each side had 10 batters. Everyone discussed for a while. Apart from Li Wangyu who had to play, the other 9 people were the Qing brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, Niu Jingping, and Wei Shuyu. As for Du He and Du Go, they could only serve as substitutes and cheerleaders. These 9 people, including Wei Shuyu, were all good at playing polo. Niu Jingping, who had always been low-key, was even more outstanding. After all, he was Niu Jinda's son. Although one of his legs was lame, it didn't affect him from learning his father's archery skills. It was also because his legs were inconvenient that Niu Jingping became more and more passionate about polo. Because riding on horseback had nothing to do with his legs. Speaking of his father, Niu Jinda, he was also a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. However, he was too low-key and didn't have good luck. Even Zhang Liang, that kind of trash, later became a duke and was ranked among the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Niu Jinda, who came from Wagong village and joined Pai Lupi with Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others, was only conferred the title of Langyi County Duke. He was so low-key that even the old and new Tang book were not given to him. As for himself, he had made illustrious military achievements and was far from what trash like Zhang Liang could compare with. Therefore, sometimes, being too honest and dutiful was not good. Niu Jinda, Qin Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others had a deep relationship. Even Niu Jingping, Qin Chimo, and the others had a deep brotherly relationship. They were so close that they almost wore the same pants. The people of old Niu's family really lived up to their surname. Each of them was as low-key as old Niu. Niu Jingping usually didn't talk much among the playboys. However, today, after riding on horseback and holding his polo stick, he was like a different person. He was abnormally excited. Zio, watch brothers show you what hitting a ball is. Niu Jingping pulled the reins and the horse rushed out. Qing Chimo used all his strength to hit the ball in Niu Jingping's direction. However, Niu Jingping did not wait for the ball to hit the ground and directly hit the ball in the air. The ball was 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. The red polo ball was like a meteor. It flew straight to the goal and accurately drilled into the goal like a guided missile. Li Wangyu and the other playboys applauded and cheered. Niu Jingping's play was really wonderful. It was not inferior to the batters they saw in the Northern Imperial Army field today. In order to practice, Qing Yaojin even arranged opponents for the playboys. The left Imperial Guard's batters would practice with them. Li Wangyu temporarily stayed on the sidelines and watched. He planned to familiarize himself with the rules first. However, after watching the playboys practice for a while, he frowned. There seemed to be something wrong with the polo of the Tang dynasty. Looking at the scene of 20 people chasing the red polo ball in Noda's polo field, Li Wangyu hugged his elbow with one hand and supported his chin with the other. He started to think. Why did he feel that there was something wrong? At this time, on the field, Fang Yai had just intercepted the opponent's attack and hit the ball forward. The 20 horses turned their heads and chased the ball again. Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands, startling Cho Kun, who was next to him. That's right, that's it. I know. Li Wangyu didn't care about anything else. He quickly blew the copper whistle and stopped the game. Chapter 337. Although polo in the Tang dynasty was prosperous, in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was still very rough. In his opinion, including the playboys, whether it was horsemanship or batting skills, they could be called perfect. It was a personal skill that the stuntmen in the movies of later generations could not show. But these batsmen of the Tang dynasty mostly used cavalry formations when playing polo. Out of the 10 batters, other than one goalkeeper, the remaining 9 were in a cavalry triangular charging formation, with 3 men in a team cooperating with each other. There was no distinction between forwards, midfielders, and defenders on the field. As a result, the originally spacious polo field was not effectively used. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was wonderful and lively, but there were no skills or tactics in it. He was used to playing live football games in later generations, so he was familiar with football tactics like 3-4-3 and 4-4-2. Why couldn't it be the same in polo? Xianxia and the others were playing happily, but the game was stopped by the whistle. They looked depressed. "Zio, what's wrong? Why did you whistle?" Li Wangyu asked someone to bring him a pen and paper, and while writing and drawing on it, he replied, "Brothers, don't worry. I have some ideas to discuss with you. Zio, you also know batting tactics. Hey, wait for me to draw it for you. You'll know when you see it." Li Wangyu drew a diagram of the polo field on the paper, picked up a handful of stones from the ground, and put 2 of them on it. "Brothers, please look. These 2 stones represent 2 batsmen." He pointed to Niu Jingping and Xianxia. Brother Jingping and Brother Chumo have good skills and can be responsible for the offense. They are the first line of the team's offense, mainly wandering in this area. I call them the forwards. He used the pen to outline an area in front of the polo field. Brother Jingping and Brother Chumo will be in this area, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Niu Jingping and Xianxia looked at each other and laughed. Forwards are good. We are the vanguard officials, directly attacking the enemy. Got it. Zio, go on. Li Wangyu nodded and took out 3 more stones and placed them on the paper. These 3 stones represent Brother Yuqi and Brother Eai. The 3 of you are the middle army, and I am the middle. He is mainly active in the middle of the field and is responsible for connecting the forwards and defenders. He can attack and defend when he advances. Fong Yai and the Yuqi twins also nodded excitedly. Understood, Zio, you're arranging the troops. Li Wangyu chuckled and placed the last 3 stones on the paper. Brother Lingguo, Brother Shuyu, Brother Chuliang, and Brother Chubi, the 4 of you will be the rear guard on the field. I will be the rear guard, mainly responsible for defense and intercepting the opponent's attacks. The 4 of them nodded excitedly. Looking at the 9 stones that Li Wangyu had placed on the paper, they felt like they were in a battlefield. Cho Kun suddenly asked, Zio, what are you doing then? Me? Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly, don't tell me you expect me to charge and break through the enemy lines. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they all laughed loudly. Out of their absolute trust in Li Wangyu, the playboys didn't raise any objections. Instead, they listened to Li Wangyu's explanation with great interest. Li Wangyu picked up his pen again and circled around each position, explaining how they should run to attack, widen the field, and use the ball to control the players. He explained to the playboys for a long time. The playboys were all quite smart. After Li Wangyu's explanation, they all roughly understood their duties and running routes on the field. Zio, this formation of yours is quite interesting. Let's try it out. Xianxia couldn't wait. Li Wangyu nodded and was about to get on his horse when he suddenly thought of something. He called over an imperial soldier and asked him to bring him a helmet. Everyone didn't understand, and Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain. Damn, this group of barbarians. They didn't bring any protective equipment for such a dangerous sport. It was too much. With his soft skin and tender flesh, he didn't dare to imitate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tang army's armor was too thick and heavy, Li Wangyu would have wanted to fully equip himself and go play polo. After putting on the helmet and tightening the straps, Li Wangyu carefully climbed onto the horse and prepared to go on the field. The training match started again, and the left Golden Guard's batsman casually rode onto the field. In the eyes of this group of veterans, playing polo with Li Wangyu and the others was just playing with them. Although the playboys' skills were good, how could they compare to this group of old soldiers? With the cooperation of the three batsmen, it was very difficult for the playboys to compete. This was the cooperation of the cavalry in the army. On the battlefield, the cavalry charge was also the same. The cavalry formation that seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth actually consisted of 3 cavalrymen working together. One person was in charge of attacking, and the other 2 were in charge of protecting the left and right wings. This was similar to the 3-3 infantry tactic invented by the People's Liberation Army in the future. The 3 people formed a battle group and attacked or defended in a triangle formation. This tactic had both offense and defense, and the division of labor was clear. It could maximize the combat strength of the cavalry. However, although this tactic was powerful on the battlefield, it might not be suitable on the field. If the players were too concentrated on the field, it would leave too much space for the opponent to use. Originally, when playing polo in the Tang dynasty, everyone was like this, and it didn't matter. As the saying goes, noobs pecked at each other. However, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the football tactic from the future, and the original polo tactic immediately became outdated. When the playboys rode on the field and tried to stand according to Li Wangyu's instructions, it caused a burst of laughter from the imperial guards. Although they were just accompanying the playboys to train, it still attracted many left Golden Guard's imperial guards to watch from the sidelines. Many generals also ran to the sidelines to join in the fun. Seeing the playboys standing on their horses, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. "Young dukes, what are you playing at? Why aren't they forming a battle formation? If they fight by themselves, won't they be tortured to death? Hee, I'm afraid that the dukes are playing some tricks. Let's see, this formation definitely won't be able to block the attack. Are the dukes preparing to surrender? I bet that if the dukes use this formation, they will lose at least 5 balls. Does anyone want to bet with me? Scram to the side. Who's crazy enough to bet with you?" At the corner of the field, Qing Yao Jin was surrounded by a group of left Golden Guards as he watched the playboys train. Seeing the situation on the field, the group of generals couldn't help but discuss. "Great General, what are the little Gongzi and the others doing? They won't be able to win against the Duke of Chongqing's batting team. It's probably that Huxian guy's idea, right? Just now, I saw him call the dukes over. That's why it's like this. This is the first time I've seen someone stand like this. It's really an eye-opener. This Huxian guy really has some ideas." Qing Yao Jin waved the horsewhip in his hand. "Damn it, this group of bastards. If they make me lose face in front of the soldiers, I'll beat them to death." Without waiting for Qing Yao Jin to explode in rage, the referee blew the copper whistle and the match began. Chapter 338. Niu Jingping casually pushed the ball to Qing Chumo. The 3 batsmen of the left Golden Guards clamped their legs on their horses' bellies and urged their horses to rush over. Qing Chumo was not in a hurry as he used the stick in his hand to push the ball behind him before the 3 men could surround him. The polo field was 1,000 steps long and the distance in the first half was 500 steps, which was more than 700 meters. Their horses were all military horses and could reach a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. Even so, the horses needed nearly a minute to cross the field at full speed. In the movie One Goal to Fame, there was a classic line that went, "The football will always run faster than you, so we need to pass the ball." This sentence was even more appropriate to describe the polo field. Although the speed of the horses was much faster than the running speed of a human, the polo field was much wider. The red polo ball under the stick flew much faster than the football. Although the playboys were not adept at standing on the field and their horses were very immature, they perfectly utilized the width and length of the polo ball. The moment the match started, the laughter of the Imperial Army soldiers on the sidelines became softer and softer and was replaced by gasps. The generals beside Qing Yaojin were also shocked by the scene on the field. The 10 best batsmen of the left Golden Guards could not even touch the surface of the polo ball on the field. The batters in a group of 3 were busy chasing the polo ball in vain on the field. On the other hand, the debauches were having a very easy time fighting. Every time they were about to be caught or surrounded by their opponents, they would always be able to move the ball as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The first time the playboys attacked, the polo ball was passed 3 times and was sent to the front of Niu Xingping's horse. At this moment, there was only the goal and a batsman in front of him. The batsman was very anxious and urged his horse to rush towards Niu Xingping, desperately trying to stop him from shooting the ball. Niu Xingping raised his club high, but he didn't use any strength. Instead, he pushed the ball out before the Imperial Army batter arrived. The batsman of the Imperial Army turned his head in shock and looked in the direction of the ball. He saw Qing Chimo riding his horse in the direction of the ball. He bent down and easily pushed the ball with his stick. The ball rolled into the Imperial Army's goal without any obstruction. The referee at the side of the field immediately blew his copper whistle, accompanied by the sound of drums. An Imperial Army soldier ran to the back of the goal with a banner in his hand and stuck it into the ground, indicating that the silk pants had scored a point. Li Wangyu was alone in front of his own goal, looking into the distance. The polo field of the Tang dynasty was really too big. The opponent's goal, which was 1.5 kilometers away, made it quite strenuous for him to see. However, when the whistles and drums sounded, and the flag fluttered in the wind, he immediately understood that the debauches had broken through the opponent's goal. He couldn't help but clench his fists and wave them in the air a few times. Success! Using football tactics to play polo was really useful. Qing Yaojin was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Bastard, you can play polo like this?" The generals who had been making fun of the debauches also fell silent. They felt that their faces were burning. This was a slap in the face. Some of the thin-skinned generals couldn't help but shout at the Imperial Army batters on the field, scolding them and telling them to be more serious. The game started again. These Imperial Army batters no longer dared to underestimate the debauches. They were 120% focused. However, the result of the game was still one-sided. After only 2 hours of the game, the debauches were leading by a score of 7-3. The 3 goals that they had lost were almost all related to Li Wangyu. This guy's goalkeeping was really too weak. His level was so terrible that it was impossible to look at him directly. He wasn't even able to stop a seemingly harmless shot from the other party. Instead, he almost rolled off the back of his horse, causing the debauches to burst into laughter. In the second half of the game, the Imperial Army batters also tried to imitate the debauches' tactics. However, there was no one to teach them. They could only observe with their eyes. How much could they learn? In the end, they were like dogs instead of tigers. They became scattered sand and were unable to threaten Li Wangyu's goalkeeping. After the training match ended, the debauches were all smiles. They didn't think that they could win so easily. As for the Imperial Army soldiers of the Imperial Army, they were all silent. This blow was too great. The debauches rode on their horses and escorted Li Wangyu to the side of the field. While everyone was laughing and joking, they saw a group of people galloping over. "Bastard brat, if you don't teach the batters of the left Golden Guards that you used just now, don't even think about leaving this military camp." From afar, Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice could be heard shouting. It scared Li Wangyu so much that he shrank his neck back. This old hooligan couldn't see anything good in his eyes. The horseshoes were snatched away by him. He even wanted to snatch the tactics for playing polo. He was really going too far. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and glared. He opened his mouth and roared, "Yes. Uncle Qing, don't worry. I will do my best to teach them." Damn it, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. This was the Imperial Army of the Imperial Army. Facing the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu admitted that he wasn't a tough guy and couldn't say no. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace was unusually lively. As the saying goes, Taiji gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. There were many gossipers in Chang'an. The imperial tutor of the crown prince, Li Wangyu from Hu County, was in the imperial army's barracks 3 days ago. He had a conflict with the wife of the Duke of Changping's family, the Li clan, and beat up Zhang Liang's adopted son. Today, he was going to teach the saint how to protect the horseshoes and play polo with the Duke of Changping. These gossips had already spread to the ears of all the nobles and officials in Chang, and within 3 days. In this era where there was a serious lack of entertainment, even the nobles and officials in Chang were very bored. After hearing about the commotion in front of the martial virtue hall, who could still sit still? Therefore, all those who were qualified to enter the Taiji Palace to watch the ball game came. Because polo was popular in the Tang dynasty, there was also a polo field in front of the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace. However, the field was slightly smaller. It was about 800 meters long and 400 meters wide. It had to be said that the most distinctive feature of the prosperous Tang dynasty was the word big. The streets were 150 meters wide and the palace was tall. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there was such a big polo field in front of the martial virtue hall. The nobles and officials arrived at the martial virtue hall one after another. However, when they saw the polo field that was being used today, they all had the same thought. What the hell is going on in this polo field? Chapter 339. The Tang dynasty had strict requirements for a polo field used for batting. First, the field had to be flat and there could be no holes. Otherwise, the horses and batters would be injured. Secondly, grass could not grow on the field. The ground had to be compacted. But today, the field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues was filled with all kinds of broken weapons and arrowheads. Many of them were even rusty. This field could be used for batting. Was this not a garbage dump? Where did all these broken metals come from? The officials and nobles all had black faces full of question marks. Some of them were old and had blurred vision. They even walked closer to see what was going on. Someone waved his hand to summon a servant from the Hall of Martial Virtues and asked why the field had become like this. The servant looked left and right and helplessly replied in a low voice, replying to the noble, Lu Guogong, with the approval of the saint, specially used a carriage to transport these weapons and poured them on the field. Do you know why this is? This servant really does not know. Seeing that they could not get an answer from the servant, the nobles and officials began to discuss. What was Lu Guogong, Qingjijia trying to do? Was he afraid that the county boy would be at a disadvantage, so he purposely caused trouble and caused today's batting competition to be cancelled? This guess received the approval of many people. After all, based on the current situation, today's batting competition would definitely not be able to continue. The horses' hooves were weak. Who would dare to let these precious horses run on such a field? Although the broken weapons and arrowheads were rusty, their sharpness could still be seen. If they were stepped on by the horses, even a good horse would be crippled. Lu Guogong's move is quite ruthless. Even if that Chongping County Duke wants to avenge his wife today, I'm afraid he won't be able to. Isn't that so? Lu Guogong is indeed the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. His skin is really thick. He can even use such a method. Isn't he ashamed? Have you seen the goat-nosed Duke? Duke Wei's face was originally green today, but now that the batting competition is cancelled, he doesn't look so scary anymore. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the goat-nosed Duke hear you. It's a pity that today's batting competition won't be able to continue. I wonder if Chongping County Duke will be disappointed when he comes. I heard that day at the Beiyuan Gate, his adopted son was beaten very badly by a group of men from Huxian. He, what adopted son? I don't think Duke Chongping cares at all. I'm afraid it's his wife who cares. You still don't know, right? His wife and adopted son. The topic of discussion quickly changed from the strange situation at the polo field to the relationship between the Duke of Chongping's wife and the adopted son named Zhang Xinji. This level of digression was not much different from the forums of the future. Since ancient times, the gossipers were still the same. As expected, when Zhang Liang led a group of fake disciples into the square in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues and saw the baseball field, he immediately jumped up and cursed. Ho Junji was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a mighty duke like Qing Yaojin would do something like this. What was even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi actually acquiesced to Qing Yaojin's actions. It seemed that it would be impossible to make things difficult for Qing Yaojin today. He shook his head regretfully and turned to leave with Zhang Liang. However, he saw Qing Yaojin leading Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants over. Duke Zhang, Duke Ho, the baseball match is about to begin. Where are the two of you going? Zhang Liang angrily glared at Qing Yaojin. Duke Lu, you already know the answer. Why ask? The field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues has been ruined by you. How are we going to continue today? Wahahaha, who said we're not going to continue? Duke Zhang, are you afraid? Qing Yaojin laughed happily. You. Zhang Liang was so angry that he was speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? Qing Yaojin ignored him and strode to the front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He raised his voice and shouted at the officials and nobles standing on the steps. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to bet on today's baseball match? This duke will be the banker. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet? The Tang people love to gamble, and the officials and nobles were no exception. Qing Yaojin's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. Duke Lu, how do you want to bet? Please enlighten us. Wahahaha, simple. We'll bet on today's results. If the Duke of Chongping wins, the payout is 1-2. If the Duke of Huxian wins, the payout is 1-3. If it's a draw, the payout is 1-2. In addition, the Duke of Huxian wants to offer the saint a method to protect the horse's hooves. This is also a bet. If the Duke of Huxian's words are true, the payout is 1-1. If the method is not feasible, the payout is 2-1. No matter how much you bet, this duke will accept it. Is there anyone else who is interested? In today's match, can the ball continue to be played? Qing Yaojin laughed. Yes, why not? The Duke of Huxian will definitely go on stage. If the Duke of Chongping refuses to go on stage, then it means that the Duke of Chongping has admitted defeat. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Liang, wanting to see how he would react. Zhang Liang was angered half to death by Qing Yaojin's words. Seeing the situation, he could only grit his teeth and say, as long as the Duke of Huxian dares to go on stage, this old man will naturally accompany him to the end. Wahaha, look, isn't this settled? Today's match will definitely continue. How about it? Who wants to make a bet with this duke? Qing Yaojin's words aroused everyone's interest. However, someone asked, Duke of Lu, we know that the Duke of Chongping's fake sons are all good at batting. However, who are the Duke of Huxian's batters? This duke has 3 sons. The Duke of Zhang's eldest son, the Duke of Liang's second son, the Duke of Yi's 2 sons, the Duke of Qiao's eldest son, the Duke of Langyi's eldest son, and the Duke of Huxian himself. Qing Yaojin recited the name list of Li Wangyu's team members, but everyone shook their heads. A bunch of hedonistic sons of dukes and prefectures going to compete with the fake sons of Zhang Liang's household? Wasn't this a joke? Zhang Liang's fake sons were somewhat famous among the batters of Chang'an. Many of the nobles present had seen their matches. As for those hedonistic sons, they were not bad compared to the other sons of nobles. However, when compared to Zhang Liang's fake sons, they were nothing. In the words of the later generations, this was like a professional player against an amateur player. Did the result of this match need to be said? If a bunch of NBA players were to compete with amateurs, would anyone believe that the amateurs would win? The answer was naturally no. If you asked 100 people, they would all say that the NBA players would win. At this moment, the officials and nobles all had such thoughts. They all looked at Duke of Lu with strange expressions. Had water entered this old man's brain? Why would he make such a bet? If the Duke of Chongping won, the payout would be 2-1. That meant that the Duke of Lu's household would have to spend a lot of money today. Duke of Lu, you're not joking. Then I'll bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. Don't worry, when have I not kept my word? If there's a bet, there's no reason to lose. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it, Qing Yaojin replied casually. Duke of Lu, if that's the case, then I'll also bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. I'll bet 1,500 taels of gold, I'll bet 2,000 taels of gold. Chapter 340. The old scoundrel set up a bet there. Because there were too many people betting with him, Qing Yaojin even found an eunuch from the palace to record the bets with paper, ink, and brush. Almost all the officials and nobles were betting on the Duke of Chongping's victory. Only a few people placed their bets on Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He finally understood why the old scoundrel had locked them up in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the Left for 3 days. It was because he was worried that the news would be leaked and affect his opening bet. F***ck, this old scoundrel is too much. Li Wangyu strode over to Qing Yaojin's side. Righteously, he whispered into his ear, Uncle Qing, when we meet, split it in half. Otherwise, your nephew will shout. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened in anger. Li Wangyu didn't back down. In front of gold, the old scoundrel's threats were useless. Scram, brat. At most, I'll give you 20%. His Majesty still wants half. Qing Yaojin lowered his voice. It's a deal. Li Wangyu retreated to the side, satisfied. He chuckled as he watched the eunuch continuously record the bets placed by the officials and nobles. 20% it was. He wasn't greedy. 20% was still quite a bit of gold. It looked like he would make a small profit today. Just now, he did a rough calculation. There were already about 20,000 taels of gold on Zhang Liang. Moreover, there were still hundreds of officials placing their bets. Indeed, the ancients didn't lie. A horse wouldn't get fat without eating at night. A man wouldn't get rich without a windfall. The most shameless one was still Pai Lupi. Without a word, he had colluded with the old scoundrel to cheat money. No wonder Qing Yaojin could bring so many broken weapons and swagger around the polo field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He had painstakingly invented the horseshoe and had the wastrels practice with him. He even had to compete in order to get 20%. And Pai Lupi didn't do anything and actually wanted to take half of the gold. Truly shameless. Despise him. It didn't take long for the officials and nobles present to make a bet with Qing Yaojin. In the end, the total amount of gold that was bet on Duke Chongping was as high as 50,000 taels of gold. The aristocratic families, in particular, had placed heavy bets. 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 300,000 strings of copper coins. This was indeed a huge sum. If Qing Yaojin lost, he would have to pay 100,000 gold taels. Li Wangyu pondered without any malice. If the old hooligan really lost, Duke Lu's mansion would have to be his pants, right? He might even have to use Noda's public house to pay off his debt. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel good. Should I go easy on the old hooligan when I'm guarding the goal to give the old hooligan some excitement? However, he decided to forget about it. Of the 50,000 gold taels, 10,000 of them were from him. 60,000 strings of copper coins was not a small sum. However, Li Wangyu had forgotten that with his terrible horsemanship and batting skills, what difference would it make if he went easy on the opponent or not? In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the chamberlain loudly announced, "The sage has arrived." Everyone bowed. Pai Lupi appeared with the pregnant Empress Xiangsun, concubine Yang, and the other imperial concubines. After Pai Lupi spoke a bunch of nonsense, he gave Li Wangyu a meaningful look and prepared to announce the start of the batting match. Zhang Liang suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, why did the batting field become like this today? Why did High Duke Lu dump so many broken weapons on the battlefield?" He was still unwilling to compete with Li Wangyu on such a field. Even if he could win, he would have to be careful. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the horses would be injured. The horses weighed nearly a ton and ran at a speed of tens of kilometers. The force of impact was enormous. If the broken weapons on the field were to be touched by the horses, the force would be greater than a person slashing down with a knife. The horses would definitely be injured. Duke Changping's 30 fine horses had been painstakingly gathered from all over the world. Normally, he treasured them a lot. If a few of them were to be destroyed because of today's batting match, it would be too painful. Thus, he stepped forward and asked this question. Pai Lupi was very calm. He only nodded slightly at Qing Yao Jin, indicating for him to explain. The old hoodlum stepped forward. "Today is the day of the county's men. I am going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty. Naturally, the test will be strict. When cavalry is on the battlefield, can we ask the enemy to clean up the battlefield before charging? This old man's arrangement is to simulate the battlefield environment. Duke Zhang, do you have any questions?" Zhang Liang was speechless at Qing Yaojin's words. He could only cup his hands to show his approval. Li Wangyu and the silk pants all mounted their horses and headed towards the field. On the other side, Zhang Liang was also helpless. He could only instruct his fake sons to be more careful and slow down the horses to prevent them from getting injured. Previously, after seeing the situation on the field and confirming that they had to continue batting, Zhang Liang had already ordered people to put rattan shoes on the horses' hooves. Although it wasn't very useful, it was better than nothing. It would more or less provide some protection. However, the officials and nobles discovered that the horses that Li Wangyu and the silk pants were riding didn't have any protection on their hooves. Everyone widened their eyes and stared closely at the horses. However, the hooves of the horses were empty. They couldn't see anything. "Isn't the county's man going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty today? Why isn't there any difference? He didn't even put on his shoes. Isn't he afraid of injuring these fine horses?" Some sharp-eyed people recognized the markings on the horses that Li Wangyu and the others were riding. They couldn't help but shake their heads and bitterly smile. The horses that the county's man is riding are all imperial horses from the palace. TSK, your Majesty lent them the horses. If the imperial horses are injured, let's see how the county's man will explain himself to your Majesty. Are they really imperial horses? The county's man is too impulsive. He's riding on the field without any protection. Do you really believe that the county's man can come up with a method to protect the horse's hooves? Since ancient times, who has ever heard of a method to prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged? This is pure nonsense. I think Lu Guogong is going to spend a lot of money today. I think that county's man knows how to summon the wind and rain, scatter beans to form soldiers, and has an immortal method to protect the horse's hooves. These imperial horses are all rare fine horses. It would be a pity if they were ruined because of this. The officials discussed animatedly. On the side, Wei Zheng's face darkened again. He took large strides and walked in front of Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, how can you let that brat mess around like this? When did the county's man protect the horses? After this match, I'm afraid that the imperial horses will be ruined. Your Majesty, please immediately stop the county's man from messing around." Pai Lupi calmly replied, "How does Duke Wei know that the county's man didn't protect the horse's hooves? Isn't it obvious?" "I'm not blind," Wei Zheng said angrily. Duke Wei, don't be anxious. Just relax and watch. These imperial horses are mine. I'm not anxious, so why should Duke Wei be so anxious?" Pai Lupi's attitude angered the old man so much that he almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to stiffen his neck and continue to admonish him, he heard a series of rapid drumming from the side of the field. The match had already begun. Chapter 341. Just like in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left, when the officials and nobles saw the silk pants positions, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Pai Lupi, although Qing Yao Jin had already told him everything, including the mysterious horseshoes and Li Wangyou's new polo tactics, Pai Lupi knew everything. But after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but shake his head. In everyone's opinion, it was necessary for batters to form a 3-on-3 formation. If the three of them couldn't coordinate well, then they weren't good batters. But at this moment, on the polo field, the silk pants were spread out. In everyone's eyes, this tactic was completely undesirable and couldn't stop the Duke of Chongping's attack. Zhang Liang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This was simply giving him free money. Just now, when Qing Yao Jin was the banker, he had also bet 1,000 taels of gold on himself to win. It seemed that today, he would be able to help his wife vent her anger and earn a small fortune. Zhang Liang waved his hand and called for his fake sons to advance. In his imagination, this loose formation would be easily broken by his side and he would be able to send the ball into the opponent's goal without any hindrance. He only needed to carefully steer the horse and not step on the broken weapons on the ground. This actually slowed down Zhang Liang's advance, but in his eyes, it didn't matter. It was just a slight delay. Seeing the opponent's attack, the silk pants didn't panic in the slightest and slowly retreated on their horses. Under the protection of two fake sons, Zhang Liang dribbled the ball into the center of their territory. The silk pants scattered around the field suddenly sped up and charged at Zhang Liang. Originally, there was only one person in front of him, but in an instant, Zhang Liang was shocked to find that 5 or 6 fine horses had appeared in front of him, directly blocking him and his fake sons. This was the all-offense and all-defense tactic that the silk pants and Li Wangyu had been practicing in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left for the past few days. Li Wangyu had transferred the all-offense and all-defense tactic from the soccer field to the polo field and found that the results were surprisingly good. Total attack and defense was a tactic proposed by the Dutch in the later generations. It emphasized that there was no fixed position on the field other than the goalkeeper. When you needed to attack, you were the striker. When you needed to defend, you were the defender. The Dutch relied on this tactic to set off an orange whirlwind in the world of football. Full attack and full defense was only popular for a while, but it was soon eliminated. The biggest problem was the high technical requirements for the players, as well as the distribution of the players' physical fitness. But on the polo field, stamina was not a problem. A horse's endurance was far better than a human's, not to mention that they could change horses every 30 minutes, so there was no need to worry about the horse not being able to run. After the polo ball was intercepted by the playboys, the offense and defense switched. Zhang Liang was just about to call out to the dummies to snatch the ball back when he was surprised to find that the ball was gone. Looking around, he was shocked to find that the red polo ball had been sent flying far away, heading straight for his backfield. And in the direction where the polo ball was flying, there were already rich playboys waiting, Zhang Liang looked at the speed of the playboy's horses and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards, didn't they feel sorry for the horses that weren't their own? There were so many scrap metals on the field. If they were stepped on by the horses' hooves, the horses would be crippled. But they couldn't just stand by and watch the horses gallop. They could only curse and turn their horses around to chase after them. The playboys' horses were so fast that it was as if the weapons on the field didn't exist at all. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Old Wei Zheng was even angrier. He turned his head and loudly admonished Pai Lupi. His spittle was about to fly to Pai Lupi's face. "Your Majesty, these playboys are acting so recklessly. What if these precious horses are damaged? Hurry up and stop the ball. We can't let them continue to act like this." Pai Lupi waved his hand. "Don't be anxious, eunuch Wei. Continue watching. What else is there to see? Could it be that these horses were really cast on by Hu Xian's men? Horses can step on weapons without being damaged. That's ridiculous." Before Wei Jing could finish speaking, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. Although he wasn't young, he hadn't reached the point where his vision was blurry. Just now, he clearly saw Qing Yaojin's eldest son riding a horse galloping at full speed. One of the horse's hooves stepped on a shining blade. Wei Jing almost cried out in surprise, but he was shocked to find that the horse was completely fine. After stepping on the blade, the horse continued to maintain its previous speed and continued to gallop towards Duke Chumping's goal. How can this be?" the stubborn old man muttered, not daring to believe his eyes. Eunuch Wei, how is it? How effective is Hu Xian's method?" Pai Lupi laughed proudly. Wei Zheng was so excited that his beard stood up. "Your Majesty, is this really the method Hu Xian's man said to protect the horse's hooves? Is it really so miraculous? Would it be convenient to spread to the entire army? How much would it cost?" Pai Lupi twirled his beard and smiled proudly. "The cost is almost negligible. Moreover, this method is very simple. Eunuch Wei, do you know that Hu Xiannan only used an hour to forge the item to protect the horse's hooves 3 days ago at the eastern city's Xieji blacksmith shop?" "Xie's blacksmith shop? Nonsense. How could such an important weapon of the military be forged by the common people? Your Majesty, please immediately send the Imperial Army to the Eastern Market and take control of Xie's blacksmith shop. We can't let this method spread to the common people." If Li Wangyu heard Wei Zheng's words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of salt soda. In a feudal dynasty, there really was no human rights. This unyielding official actually had the same thoughts as that old hoodlum Qing Yaojin. Pai Lupi shook his head. "Duke Wei, Jijia already did this 3 days ago. The shopkeeper and craftsmen of Xie's blacksmith shop are all in the golden guards of the left camp. However, I am prepared to have Jijia release them today." Wei Jing anxiously said, "Your Majesty, you can't." Pai Lupi didn't wait for Wei Jing to spit and continued. "Duke Wei, this method of Hu Xian's man is too simple. Once it is used in the military, there will be no secrets. The common people will know at a glance. There is no meaning in keeping it a secret. Therefore, I naturally won't be a petty person and continue to detain the craftsman and shopkeeper of Xie's blacksmith shop." Wei Jing naturally couldn't not believe the words of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although he still didn't understand how Li Wangyu did it, he could only silently nod. "This official congratulates your Majesty." This official misunderstood Hu Xian's man. When the game is over, this official will apologize to him. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. "Duke Wei, there is no need to be like this. That kid doesn't deserve your praise. He is just a little clever. Don't let this kid be arrogant and complacent." Wei Jing also smiled. "Hu Xian's man is smart. It is also your majesty's discerning eyes that didn't bury his talent." When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but nod and laugh. For a moment, the emperor and his subjects were harmonious, and the atmosphere was harmonious. If Li Wangyu heard the conversation between the two, his eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Wei Zheng, who was famous in history for reprimanding Pai Lupi, actually knew how to flatter him. In fact, Wei Zheng's EQ wasn't low. Otherwise, how could he always anger Pai Lupi half to death, but still live well and hold a high position? He was also a smart person. While Pai Lupi and Wei Zheng were talking, the polo match in front of Wudo Hall had already been scored. Chapter 342. The wastrels were like cats playing with mice on the field, easily tearing apart the defense of the Chongqing Prefectural Dukes team. In their first attack, they sent the red ball into the goal. This change not only stunned Zhang Liang, but also the officials and nobles who had placed heavy bets on the side of the field. When the drum that signified the goal sounded, the sidelines were completely silent. There wasn't even any sound of cheering. After a while, Pai Lupi lightly clapped his hands. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others began to stomp their feet and cheer, breaking the strange silence on the sidelines. The following match was even more one-sided. It was even easier than the first match between the wastrels and the Imperial Army of the left. After all, the Imperial Army didn't have to worry about their horses being injured and used all their strength to gallop. As for Zhang Liang, it was as if he was dancing in shackles. His hands and feet were tied, and he didn't dare to use all his strength to gallop. Even though he was so careful, 2 of the horses that were wearing rattan shoes were accidentally injured. This made Zhang Liang's heart bleed and he was filled with regret. Looking at the 7 or 8 banners behind his own goal, he knew that he had completely lost today. Li Wangyu rode his horse back and forth in front of his own goal. It was truly too easy. He didn't even have a chance to spur his horse to gallop. After 2 hours of competition, everyone else was drenched in sweat. They had changed their horses several times, but only he was clean. He hadn't even changed his horse. As for the officials on the sidelines, they were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. This result, which was out of everyone's expectations, was simply inconceivable to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that the Chongqing Prefectural Duke, Zhang Liang, had also lost 1,000 taels of gold and lost a lot of face in front of everyone, perhaps everyone would have suspected that he had colluded with the wastrels to fake the match. Their own son had actually won against Zhang Liang, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone could see the joy on their faces. As for Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other martial generals, they didn't care about the feelings of the bystanders at all, shouting and wrangling over there, making the hundreds of officials who had lost a large sum of gold have the urge to beat people up. The old scoundrel was still holding the list of bets recorded by the chamberlain and proudly waved it at the officials. "Everyone, hurry up and send the gold to my residence. Don't make this duke look for you to collect the debt, wahahaha. F***ck, this bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet tall next year." Wei Zheng, on the other hand, did not care at all about who won or lost. Seeing Li Wangyu and the others leave the field, he immediately lifted his robe and trotted over. Without saying a word, he wanted to pry off the horse's hooves to see what was going on. The old man's action startled Li Wangyu and the other playboys. Wei Shuyu, however, felt sorry for her father. She quickly jumped off the horse's back and held onto her own horse so that the old man could check the horse's hooves. When Wei Jing saw the U-shaped piece of metal nailed to the horse's hoof, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's so simple that no one in all the dynasties could think of it. Wei Jing muttered to himself. He finally understood why Pai Lupi said that there was no value in keeping this a secret. This was indeed the case. This horseshoe was too simple. Once it was used on a large scale in the army, it would be impossible to keep a secret. Suddenly, as if he was possessed, he stepped forward and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm. Wuxian man, this is a great merit, comparable to the merit of opening up new territory. This old man will definitely ask His Majesty for a reward for you. I misunderstood you before. Please don't blame me, Wuxian man. The old man's action startled Li Wangyu. He thought that the old man was going to fight him to the death again. After hearing Wei Zhang's words clearly, Li Wangyu smiled and said, Wei Gong, what are you talking about? It's all my fault. I hope Wei Gong won't take offense. In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the officials who couldn't be bothered to watch the old hooligan Qing Yaojin show off also gathered around. They wanted to see what tricks Li Wangyu's horses had on their hooves. Everyone had seen the performance of both sides' horses on the field. Who would have thought that the Duke of Chongping, who was wearing rattan shoes and was so careful, would still injure two horses? On the other hand, the Wuxian man, who seemed to have no protective measures, not only did his horses come out unscathed, he also completely ignored the broken weapons. This made everyone curious. When they saw the horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves, everyone suddenly understood. With such a strange idea, the Duke of Chongping's loss was not unjust. The polo enthusiasts surrounded the silk pants and asked them about the tactics they had used. When they found out that the Wuxian man, the imperial tutor of the crown prince, had taught them, the officials couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Could this Wuxian man really be a literary star that descended from the heavens? It was said that Zhangsun Wuji had said that the world was divided into 10 portions, and Li Wangyu had 8 portions. From the looks of it, this was not a lie. These officials of the imperial court waved the folding fan Li Wangyu had given them the other day, exclaiming that this youth was not ordinary. Li Wangyu's limelight was now second to none. At this time, Zhang Liang's face was gloomy as he walked over with his horse. Wuxian man, you've won today's match. I concede defeat. Duke of Chongping, you let me win. Zhang Liang coldly snorted and threw the reins in his hands to Li Wangyu. He didn't want to waste any more words, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu was baffled. What was the meaning of this? Qing Chumo saw his confusion and laughed loudly. Ziyu, the family head of the losing side will give his horse to the other side. This is the rule. TSK, your luck is not bad. Duke of Chongping Xiao Yibai is a rare and famous horse. You really got lucky. The Xiao Yibai he spoke of was a white horse with a body as white as snow, without a single strand of other hair. Even the horse's mane was pure white. Compared to the white horse that Yang Quan had given to the Li family, Xiao Yibai was an extremely luxurious prince. The original white horse was a beggar wearing dirty white clothes. The two simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu immediately fell in love with this white horse. Under the sun, its coat was so white that it was dazzling. No wonder it was called Xiao Yibai. It was extremely fitting. So winning the match had this kind of benefit. Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to thank Zhang Liang. He really was a good person, giving him gold and a horse. He was too polite. Ziyu, how about I exchange 2 horses with you? Hee, I also really like this Xiao Yibai. Fang Yi shamelessly asked. In response to his words, Li Wangyu threw out the contempt of a king. Please leave in a mellow posture. What do you mean? Fang Yi stupidly asked. Du He's eyes turned, and he figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. Holding back his laughter, he said, I'm telling you to get lost. I'm going to kill you. While the silk pants were laughing and joking, in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, Pai Lupi was put in a difficult position because of Wei Zhang's words. Duke Wei, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. After all, he's only 16. Chapter 343. Naturally, Pai Lupi and Wei Zhang were talking about Li Wangyu. Facing Pai Lupi's hesitation, Wei Zhang said righteously, "Your Majesty, horses are the military equipment of the country. Without them, the country is in danger. Hu Xiannan has presented this horseshoe, his merit is no less than opening up new territory. With such a wonderful merit, how can we not reward him because he is young?" Pai Lupi hesitated. "Of course, I agree with Duke Wei's words. However, Zio has only been given a title for a month. If we give him another title, won't we be spoiling him?" It turned out that Wei Zhang was actually advising Li Heir, requesting Li Heir to reward him with a title of nobility based on the contribution of the horseshoes. Pai Lupi was hesitant about Wei Zhang's suggestion. It was not that he was unwilling to give up the title. In truth, with Li Wangyu's contributions, it was already unfair for him to only be given the title of founding county man. After the Ministry of Works experimented with four-wheeled carriages, they realized that using these carriages to transport grain was not only many times faster than before, but the cost was also reduced to 10% of the original. Just this item alone was enough to stabilize Longjiudo, who was originally in a precarious situation. Long Yu Dao faced a lot of military pressure, especially to defend against the Western Turks. The Tang dynasty had always wanted to send in a large number of troops. However, due to the lack of supplies, notice Long Yu Dao only had a few thousand men. From Chang'an City to the few important prefectures in Long Yu Dao, the distance was over 2,000 miles. Before Li Wangyu made the four-wheeled carriages, it would take 1 to 2 months for the cow carriages to transport grain from Chang'an to Longyu. Along the way, the people and horses ate, and in the end, less than 20% of the resources were left. After the Ministry of Works experimented with the four-wheeled carriages, they used 4 horses to pull the carriages from Chang'an City to Longyu Prefecture in just a short 20 days. In one trip, they managed to transport enough grain for a few thousand men for a year. This greatly reduced the military pressure on Longyu, and they even started to have the ability to infiltrate the West region countries. After obtaining sufficient supplies, there were even voices in the imperial court discussing whether or not to attack Gaochang. In short, the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage brought the Tang dynasty more than just a means of transportation. Now, the horseshoes developed by Li Wangyu were no less significant to the Tang dynasty than the four-wheeled carriage. Therefore, Wei Zhang directly asked Pai Lupi to give Li Wangyu another title. "Your Majesty, if Gan Luosher can be a prime minister, why can't Li Zio be conferred a noble title? If I don't reward a man for his merits, I'll fail him. Please reconsider, Your Majesty." Wei Zhang continued to persuade Pai Lupi. Although Empress Xianxia, who was beside Pai Lupi, never interfered in court politics, she couldn't help but say, "Erlang, I feel that Duke Wei's words are reasonable." Since even Empress Xianxia had spoken, Pai Lupi did not continue to argue. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded, "Maid Guanyin and Duke Wei are right. I've learned my lesson." The title of nobility in the Tang dynasty was bestowed by the emperor to the nobles and their meritorious officials. Li Erk made the decision on how to reward them, and there was no need to discuss it with the other officials. Li Heir asked the inner attendant to summon Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were at the side, and whispered a few words to them. However, when old Fang and old Du heard this, they couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu, who was still fooling around with the debauches. This young man was amazing. Looking at their own son beside him, old Fang and old Du, the 2 officials in the imperial court, felt a little depressed. Sure enough, the topic of other people's children was inescapable from ancient times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui did not express any doubts about Pai Lupi's instructions. They nodded and went to do their own work. After Li Wangyu finished playing with the playboys, he excitedly walked to Pai Lupi and was ready to talk to Pai Lupi about the polo field and the polo league. Before he opened his mouth, Fang Xianling, who was beside Pai Lupi, stood out with a roll of yellow silk in his hand. "There is a system. Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Fang Xuanling's words immediately silenced the noisy scene in front of the Hall of Wuda. Why issue an imperial edict at this time? Naturally, there were shrewd people among the officials. Thinking of the horseshoes, they immediately guessed the content of the imperial edict. It was most likely that this 16-year-old male from Hu County was going to be promoted again. Disciples, Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, has made meritorious contributions to the country. Meritorious son, the male founder of Hu County, is bestowed with 10,000 gold, 500 households in the fief, and 200 households in the fief. As this imperial edict was hurriedly written by Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui and stamped by Pai Lupi was issued, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. I've been promoted again. This was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so generous. His title from Hu County's male to Hu County's son seemed to sound a little better. The officials discussed animatedly, their expressions of envy overflowing from their words. However, no one stood out to oppose it. Even if the aristocratic families didn't get along with Li Wangyu, they also knew that given Li Wangyu's contribution to the horseshoes, it was already harsh to just give him the title of son of Hu County. Congratulations, son of Hu County, for your promotion to the imperial court is worthy of celebration. Congratulations, son of Hu County, congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations, son of Hu County. This old man has long seen that son of Hu County's bearing is extraordinary. You're definitely not a person who stays in the pond. Li Wangyu had been promoted to noble in front of everyone. Even the aristocratic families could only pinch their noses and go up to the court to congratulate him and say a few polite words. Li Wangyu could only smile and return the greetings, the muscles on his face almost cramping from smiling. In truth, being promoted to noble meant little to the current Li Wangyu. He didn't want to be an official, and he certainly didn't want to get involved in court politics. For him, the title of son of Hu County and son of Hu County was just a difference in title. Li Wangyu only needed a protective talisman, a noble status that could protect him and his beautiful superior. That was all. As a loser who had no ambition and only wanted to eat and die in the Tang dynasty, having a high noble title was actually a burden. However, others naturally didn't see it this way. The group of playboys were envious and clamored for Li Wangyu to treat them to a meal at Ping Kong Fang. This group of hooligans just wanted to drink wine with young ladies. Li Wangyu looked at them with disdain. Under the pressure of the crowd, he could only nod and agree. However, he didn't forget about building a polo field and holding a polo league. The cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty was too boring. It wasn't easy to find a sport that he liked. Naturally, he wanted to make it more lively and pass the time. Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's happiness and made his suggestion again. This time, Wei Jing didn't object. As long as the horses weren't injured or worn out from playing polo, the sheep nose was also interested in playing polo. Although Pai Lupi was also interested in the league that Li Wangyu proposed, he couldn't help but hesitate when he heard that a polo field with tens of thousands of seats would be built. Zio, the treasury of the Tang dynasty isn't rich yet. I'm afraid that building a polo field will cost a lot. The court won't be able to afford it. Chapter 344. Pai Lupi was not wrong. 3 days ago, when Li Wangyu proposed to build a large polo field so that tens of thousands of Chang and people could watch the game, he was tempted. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi summoned an official from the Ministry of Works and asked how much it would cost to build a polo field according to Li Wangyu's plan. However, the final price calculated by the official from the Ministry of Works gave him a huge shock. First, they needed to acquire land to install Li Wangyu's plan. Only the squares in the south of the city had enough space for such a large polo field. Moreover, to build such a large polo field, 1 square was not enough. They needed to merge 2 squares together. The official took a map of Chang and city and circled the 2 squares beside An Weimin, Shaoxing Square and An Square for Pai Lupi. Xiaoxing Lane was 661 meters long, while Daoist Lane was 955 meters long. Including Jingyao Men Street, which was 100 meters wide in the middle of the two lanes, the total length reached more than 1,700 meters. The two lanes were 477 meters wide from north to south. The area was enough to build 1,000 paces long polo field. Moreover, the two squares were close to the outer city wall. Merging them together would not affect the traffic on Jinjiaomen Street. It was very convenient. The cost of building houses in the Tang dynasty was not high, but the land in Chang and city was quite expensive. As the saying goes, every inch of land has the same price as gold. Even though Xiaoxing Square and Square were located at the south gate of Chang and city and were the cheapest places in Chang and city, they were still very expensive. In history, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, could not even afford a house in Chang and city because that house was priced at 2 million. 2 million was 2,000 strings of cash and 300 taels of gold. The house that Ma Zhou wanted to buy only took up 1/32 of the area of 1 square. In the end, it was Li Er who waved his brush and asked the Yamen to pay for Ma Zhou's house. Only then did Ma Zhou have his own house. Although the land in the south of Chang and city was much cheaper than the area where the officials lived in the north of the city. However, the official estimated that buying all the land in Xiaoxing Square and Square would cost 60 to 70,000 strings of cash, which was 60 million copper coins and 10,000 taels of gold. And this was only the price of purchasing the land. According to Li Wangyu's idea, a large amount of soil should be piled up on both sides of the polo field to form high stands. It was a simple elementary school math problem. A rectangle that was 1,500 meters long and 400 meters wide had a circumference of 3,800 meters. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-tall mound was astonishing in the eyes of the Tang. The official from the Ministry of Works calculated the cost and estimated that it would cost no less than 50 million yuan. It was another huge sum of money. In addition to the other facilities, the Ministry of Works official gave Pai Lupi a number that gave him a toothache. 120 million coins and 20,000 taels of gold. In fact, Pai Lupi could afford it. Just today, the old rogue Qing Yao Jin had won more than 40,000 taels of gold from the officials and nobles in Chang, and after deducting the compensation, Pai Lupi would take half of the 40,000 taels of gold, Qing Yao Jin would take 30%, and Li Wangyu would take 20%. The amount of gold that Pai Lupi took was enough to build this unprecedented polo field in the Tang dynasty. But Pai Lupi was reluctant to part with it. With so much gold, how much would he need to buy if he went to the western region to buy horses? He felt that it was not worth it to build a polo field for the people's entertainment. Zio, building the polo field you mentioned would require at least 20,000 taels of gold. With such a large sum of money, the national treasury would be stretched. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and Eunuch Wei. Pai Lupi spread out his hands, indicating that he had no money. Li Er's evasive words, if it were others, they would probably believe it. But Li Wangyu knew that half of the money that Qing Yao Jin won would be given to Pai Lupi. This fellow was stingy and stingy. Li Wangyu purposely pointed his mouth in Qing Yao Jin's direction, indicating that he knew about the division of the spoils. Your Majesty, please think of another way. Pai Lupi ignored his hint and pretended that he did not see it. He clenched his teeth and said, Zio, I can't cook without rice. I really don't know what to do. Damn, this fellow was born in the year of the Pai Xiu, only taking in and not taking out. With Pai Lupi acting so shamelessly, Li Wangyu could not do anything about it. Did this fellow not understand that if there was output, there must be input? 3 days ago, he thought of building a polo field on a whim. But in the past few days, Li Wangyu had carefully thought about it and felt that it was very promising. The tickets for the polo field, the on-site advertisements, and the surrounding shops were all money. And for a long time in the future, it would be impossible for a second polo field of this scale to appear in Chang'an City. Was there a need to worry about not being able to make a profit? The Tang dynasty was lacking in entertainment, and polo was popular but rarely seen. Was there a need to worry that the stadium would not be full for every game? Seeing that Pai Lupi was unwilling to pay, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and leaned over to Pai Lupi and whispered, "Uncle, can I borrow some money from you?" "Borrow money? How much do you want to borrow?" "I don't have 20,000 taels of gold to lend you." Pai Lupi heard this and looked at Li Wangyu very warily. Li Wangyu laughed. "Not much, just 10,000 taels of gold." "No. Uncle, I'll pay you according to the interest rate of the official money." "How about that?" "No, I don't have money." "You really don't want to lend?" "No." Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful and shook his head. "If you don't want to lend, then forget it. I'll ask the officials later and see if I can borrow 10,000 taels of gold. By the way, I can also talk to them about Lu Guogong being the banker and setting up the gambling." "Come back, you bastard. Be careful or I'll beat you." "Okay, when Lu Guogong receives the gold, I'll ask him to give you 10,000 taels of gold." "Don't talk nonsense." Pai Lupi was anxious when he heard this. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty had colluded with the founding Lu Guogong to set up a gambling scheme to cheat the officials of their gold. If this matter was spread out, he, Pai Lupi, would still have face. "Hey, uncle, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped one." Li Wangyu quickly patted his chest and promised. Get out, get out. Don't let me see you again today." "You bastard, you're pissing me off." Pai Lupi turned around and left. He didn't want to say another word to Li Wangyu. Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang both covered their mouths and chuckled. They followed Pai Lupi and left. After Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu was very proud. He didn't have the slightest bit of unhappiness when the fops asked him to treat them at Ping Kong Fong. It was all thanks to this group of lovable fops who forced him to watch the polo match at the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. As a result, watching the polo match not only raised his title by one level, but also earned him a huge polo field in Chang'an City. Of course, he was most satisfied with the horse, Zhao Yibai. Li Wangyu loved the horse so much that he couldn't put it down. He was also extremely grateful to Zhang Liang, the boy who gave him money. A good person. The Tang dynasty needs such a good person. But as the saying goes, a handsome person can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Li Wangyu's complacent mood didn't last for long. Chapter 345. The morals of the officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty were still above average. At the very least, no one was as shameless as the old hooligan Qing Yao Jin and reneged on the bet. In less than 2 days, each family sent people to deliver gold to Duke Lu's mansion to clear the gambling debts. This time, Qing Yao Jin didn't cause any trouble for Li Wangyu and happily sent 20,000 taels of gold to him. 1 tael of gold in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 30 grams in modern times. 20,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 600 kilograms. It wasn't too heavy and a 4-wheeled carriage could easily carry it away. However, such a large amount of gold was sent to Dingzhou village's barren residence. Oh, it was now the Viscount residence. The old housekeeper Li Heng was quite frightened. The old man had never seen so much gold. Even though it was locked in the residence's treasury, he was still so worried that he couldn't sleep well. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior also felt that it wasn't appropriate for the family to save so much money. However, there were no banks in the Tang dynasty. Every family saved their money in their own residence. Even though he was distressed, he didn't have any good ideas to solve this problem. He did have the intention to hire more troops to guard the house, but the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village was too small. The people in the house were already cramped and there was no place for them to stay. He could only wait for half a year for the manor to be completed. Only then could he expand his family's power. Fortunately, Dingzhou village had always been safe and sound. Moreover, it was famous outside. Ordinary thieves didn't dare to cause trouble in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble when he went out. His beautiful superior was speechless. Among the entire Dingzhou village in Lihot, she and Li Wangyu were the calmest when it came to his promotion. However, the beautiful superior was in favor of Li Wangyu wanting to build a polo field. It wasn't that she liked playing polo. It was just that she knew better than Li Wangyu what such a large stadium meant. Li Wangyu had never been to Europe or America. Huaxia's large stadiums weren't profitable. Most of them were operating at a loss. However, when his beautiful boss studied in the United States, she had a good understanding of the operation of European and American sports stadiums. As long as the number of guests was guaranteed, profits were inevitable. Her view was the same as Li Wangyu's. In the Great Tang, in this era where sports stadiums had yet to appear, building a polo field that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators in a city with a population of 1 million was an extremely lucrative prospect. As for how to operate the polo field in the future, the beautiful boss also gave a lot of suggestions, which made Li Wangyu, who had been confused before, suddenly see the light. For the next few days, Dingzhou village was unusually lively. Just like when Li Wangyu had just been knighted, all the officials and nobles in Chang'an sent gifts to congratulate him. As for those who were familiar with Li Wangyu, they would visit him in person. The Lihot was filled with guests every day, and banquets were held from morning to night. The two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more excited for their junior division commander. The two of them even specially asked for leave from their respective yamen and went to Dingzhou village to help Li Wangyu receive the guests. It was also thanks to the help of these two disciples. Otherwise, Li Wangyu suspected that he would be the first nobleman in the Tang dynasty to die of exhaustion because of a knighthood promotion. The villagers were even more honored that their lord had been promoted, and they all came to congratulate him. For this reason, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu buy pigs and kill sheep, and hold a banquet in the village to make the village lively again. After a few days, he finally sent away all the people who came to congratulate him. Li Wangyu quickly asked Niu Yong to escort 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works to buy land. Li Wangyu accepted all the suggestions that the Ministry of Works officials gave to Pai Lupi. He looked at the map of Chang'an city and personally went to Zhaoxing Square and An Square to investigate. He felt that these two squares were the most suitable for building a polo field. Hu Xianxia personally sent 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works, which even alerted the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. In Chang'an city, there was nothing that could be kept a secret. The news that Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field had already spread to all the officials. Regarding this, the officials all had different opinions. Some mocked Hu Xianxi's youthful nature and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spending 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field for fun was truly extravagant and extravagant. Some sat and watched, feeling that if this polo field could really be built, it would be one of the sights of Chang'an city. There were also polo enthusiasts who supported Li Wangyu's plan to build a polo field of this scale. In short, this matter stirred up a wave of spring water in Chang'an city. In the various yamens, all the officials were discussing this matter, especially the Ministry of Works. There were all sorts of discussions. Many people did not believe this matter. This was truly throwing away a lot of gold. A 16-year-old viscount was willing to spend so much gold and silver to build a polo field. Wasn't this burning money? Even Pai Lupi could not see the commercial value of the polo field, let alone these officials. It was under such circumstances that when Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers into the Ministry of Works and escorted the gold, the entire Ministry of Works was in an uproar. Duan Luan personally came out to welcome him. Hu Xianxia, are you really going to build a polo field? This is 20,000 taels of gold. After Li Wangyu greeted Duanluan, he smiled and replied, Minister Duan, your nephew has already sent the gold, so how can it be fake? These 10,000 taels of gold are used to redeem the land in Zhaoxing Square and Dun Square. Minister Duan, please help your nephew with this matter. Duanluan, the Minister of Works, was related to Li Wangyu by marriage. He was the son of the Sui dynasty's Minister of War, Duan Wenjin. After rebelling against the Sui dynasty, he joined the Tang dynasty and married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Gaomi. Princess Gaomi was Pai Lupi's sister, so Duanluan was Pai Lupi's brother-in-law. It made sense for Li Wangyu to call himself a nephew. If the polo field was to be built successfully, the Ministry of Works would have to cooperate. Not only did they need to redeem the land, but they also needed to recruit workers to build the polo field. Since ancient times, there had been too many shenanigans involved in construction projects. Li Wangyu did not wish for the gold that he had painstakingly dug out from Li Er's mouth to be embezzled by others. Hu Xianxia is indeed a young hero. You are really generous. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. As long as you have enough money, the polo field will be completed in at most a year. Duanluan twirled his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again, Thank you, Minister Duan. When the polo field is completed, your nephew will invite Minister Duan to watch the football match. Haha, that's great. I am also looking forward to it. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. After Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the officials of the Ministry of Works, he left in satisfaction. However, to Li Wangyu's surprise, the Ministry of Works had only begun to redeem the land for a few days when something happened that caused him trouble. He never expected that the Tang dynasty would also have nail households. Chapter 346. Zhaoxing Square and Dawn Square were located outside of Chang'an City. Most of the square was farmland, and there were not many people living there. Farming in the city was a habit of Chinese cities. For a huge city like Chang'an, even if it was surrounded by the enemy, they would not lack food for a short period of time. As for Hu Xianxia wanting to buy their land, the people in these two squares did not have much of an opinion. After all, Hu Xianxia had paid the copper coins according to the market price, which was enough for them to buy land from other squares. The matter of the Ministry of Works helping Li Wangyu to buy land went smoothly. However, there were exceptions to everything. The Ministry of Works officials met with a family in Dawn Square who refused. Even if the Ministry of Works officials offered a 20% premium, this family would not sell their land. When the news reached Li Wangyu, it made him slightly shocked. The Tang dynasty actually had people who refused to sell their land. Not to mention the fact that he had given enough money to buy the land, just his face as the founding Viscount and the Ministry of Works officials were not enough to make this family lower their head. This was something worth pondering. In Chang'an City, the south of the city was mostly where normal people lived. It was the poorest region in Chang'an City, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the slums. The walls here were even made of yellow dirt, and they were only half a person tall. They were really old and broken. For a family living in such a place to be able to go against the Ministry of Works and not sell their land, Li Wangyu could not help but find it weird. Seeing that the matter of buying land had been delayed, Li Wangyu was a little anxious, so he brought Niu Wu to Chang'an to personally ask the Ministry of Works. Minister Duan, who is it that is not willing to sell their land? What is their background? After Pai Lupi greeted Duanluan, he went straight to the point. Duanluan sighed and said, Hu Xianxia, do you have a grudge with the Ministry of Civil Affairs? His words stunned Li Wangyu, and he did not know what was going on. The Ministry of Civil Affairs, which later became the Ministry of Revenue, was in charge of finance and civil affairs, including land, marriage, money, tribute, and so on. It was divided into the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Gold, and the Ministry of Grain. The Li Langzhong that Duanluan mentioned was the Li Langzhong of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He was the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, a secondary grade 5 official. Li Wangyu didn't know any Dr. Li, and he didn't think that he had any enmity with this person. In Noda's Ministry of Civil Affairs, he only knew Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs. He shook his head. Minister Duan, I don't know any Dr. Li. Is this related to him? Duan Luan couldn't help but be a little surprised. You don't know Dr. Li. Then why did he refuse to sell the land? That piece of land in and Square is the courtyard that this Dr. Li purchased. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Why would a fifth-rank official of the imperial court go to the slums to buy a courtyard? However, this was not the time to investigate this matter. He hurriedly asked, Minister Duan, did this Dr. Li say why he was unwilling to sell the land? I haven't offended this person. Duan Luan shook his head. Then it's troublesome. Dr. Li is adamant that he doesn't want to sell the land. The Ministry of Works can't do anything about it. We can't force him to sell the land. Li Wangyu frowned. Sure enough, demolition was a troublesome matter no matter when. Now, a lot of land in Zhaoxing Square and Square had been bought. If he couldn't deal with this Dr. Li, then the construction of the polo field couldn't continue. After thanking Duan Luan, Li Wangyu got up and left. He planned to find someone to ask about this Dr. Li's background and why he wanted to go against him. For information, he just needed to find the foppish playboys. This group of top foppish playboys of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do every day and wandered around Chang'an. In Chang'an, there weren't many things that they didn't know. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, the foppish playboys knew all about the background of this Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. But after knowing his background, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was indeed not acquainted with Li Wangyu. But he had a younger sister who was married to the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Dr. Li was the elder brother of the Li clan, Zhang Liang's brother-in-law, and Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. This made Li Wangyu so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Did he have to be so arrogant? You're a fifth-rank official and your mansion is in the north of the city. Why did you go to the south of the city to buy land and build a villa? Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that Dr. Li had bought that land in and Square because he had been tricked. The elder brother of the Li clan was called Li Ru. He was a very devout Daoist monk. He was good friends with the abbot of the Taiqing Palace in Chang'an. One time, he asked the abbot about feng shui. The abbot said that his lucky star was in the south, so he should live in the south of the city. Li Ru believed this without a doubt, so he bought that land in and Square and built a villa there. Every rest day, Li Ru would go to his villa in and Square and stay there for a day. In fact, if not for the conflict between Li Wangyu and the Li clan, Li Ru would have sold the land to Li Wangyu for the sake of the Ministry of Works. After all, there were many squares in the south of the city. With Li Ru's status as a minister, he could have built a villa there. But that day, Li Ru was also in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He watched as his brother-in-law sullenly lost the polo match. Not only did he fail to avenge his younger sister, he also lost his Xiao Yibai. And because of this, he lost 500 taels of gold to Qing Yao Jin. This made him even more jealous of Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to buy his villa to build a polo field, how could Li Ru let him have his way and sell the land to him? After figuring out what was going on, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Was he really that unlucky? If he had known, he would have bought 2 other squares and it would not have been so troublesome. It was too late to say anything now. He could only think of a way to solve this problem. He knew that he had a grudge with Zhang Liang and the Li clan. If he rashly went to buy the land, he would only be suffering. He could only think of a way to find someone to help him. The first person that Li Wangyu thought of was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou. As Li Ru's immediate superior, Li Wangyu believed that Li Ru would definitely give Dai Zhou face. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou had met a few times and could be considered acquaintances. He brought gifts and a greeting card and personally went to Dai Zhou's residence to ask Dai Zhou to help him. As long as Li Ru was willing to sell the land to him, the price was negotiable. To this, Dai Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. In his eyes, it was just a small matter. But no matter if it was Dai Zhou or Li Wangyu, they did not think that Li Ru would not give any face to his immediate superior. No matter how Dai Zhou tried to persuade him, Dr. Li would not sell the land. Dai Zhou, who had lost face, could not do anything. He could only send someone to tell Li Wangyu that there was nothing he could do. He wanted Li Wangyu to find another way. Seeing that Dr. Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was so difficult to deal with, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. For such a small matter, he could not go find Pai Lupi, right? And after Dai Zhou said that the project had failed, Li Wangyu even suspected that Dr. Li would not give face to Pai Lupi. After all, even if it was Pai Lupi, he could not force his subordinate to sell the land. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at his wit's end. The land that Zhaoxing Square and Square had bought was also put on hold. Li Wangyu was still trying to think of a way to deal with this stubborn person. He did not expect that because of the construction of the polo field, he would be impeached by the imperial censor in the court. Chapter 347. The aristocratic families, led by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, did not let go of their conflict with Li Wangyu just because he had been promoted. However, Li Wangyu was not in the imperial court and was just an idle noble. It was difficult for them to take advantage of Li Wangyu. However, Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field in Chang'an, which provided a target for the aristocratic families to attack him. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi, they were just about to sit down and begin the discussion when an imperial censor stood up and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "I am impeaching the founder of Hu County. He is arrogant and extravagant. He is greedy for pleasure and wants to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field just for the pleasure of hitting balls. He is truly extravagant." "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "do not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Do not worry about poverty, but about insecurity. The founder of Hu County should not be allowed to indulge in his extravagant ways. He is an extravagant person who wastes his wealth and brings harm to himself." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but frown. Everything was going well, so why was Li Wangyu being impeached? He did not care about the censor's impeachment. If Li Wangyu was willing to spend money to build a polo field, why should he care about them? Naturally, he could not casually say this, so he continued to listen to the censor. "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "there is only so much wealth in heaven and earth. Frugality is a virtue. Prohibition of extravagance is a good government. However, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a polo field. He also forcefully bought land from the people, causing public resentment. I ask your Majesty to punish the founder of Hu County and ban the construction of a polo field." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but curse the censor for looking for trouble. "If you say that Li Wangyu is extravagant, why don't you go and see what kind of life those aristocratic families are living?" In the hall, the people close to Li Wangyu all had unhappy expressions. They all felt that the censor's impeachment was a waste of time and was looking for trouble. As an imperial censor, Ma Zhou naturally had to speak for his teacher. He immediately stood up and retorted. "Your Majesty, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a baseball field. But it was not for his own selfish desires. It was built for the people of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, "Oh. What do you mean?" Ma Zhou bowed. "Your Majesty, the baseball field built by Wuxia County can accommodate tens of thousands of citizens at the same time. The people of the Tang dynasty like to play ball, but they usually don't have the chance to see it. If the baseball field is built, the tens of thousands of people in Chang and can have fun with His Majesty. This is a wonderful thing. How can it be called arrogant and extravagant? He glanced at the censor from an aristocratic family and said in a clear voice, Mr. Huxian spent a lot of money to benefit the people of Chang'an. What he did was to help the people of Chang'an. He should be rewarded by His Majesty. Ma Zhou paused and continued, as for the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County, the people complained. Let me ask you, what kind of people did they complain about? Why didn't I hear any complaints from the people of Zhaoxing and Dehan, but they were very satisfied with the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County? This. The censor was a little speechless. He couldn't say that Minister Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs complained, could he? For a moment, he was speechless. Hearing Ma Zhou's words, all the officials in the hall nodded and agreed with Ma Zhou. After all, they couldn't see the commercial value of the baseball field. Even in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wangyu had too much money to burn. That was why he used his own money to build such a huge baseball field. It was not an exaggeration to say that such an act was selfless and helped the people of Chang'an. Even many officials secretly cursed Li Wangyu for being a spendthrift. Of all the things he could do, he used 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field. He really had nothing better to do. After the censor was rebuked by Ma Zhou, he couldn't help but look at the heads of the aristocratic families. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, Your Majesty, a few months ago, Mr. Huxian County owed the Yamen of Huxian County a huge sum of 2 million taels of gold. How could he take out 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? There must be something fishy about this matter. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to investigate this matter and see if there was any corruption. In the Tang dynasty, there was no crime of having a huge sum of money of unknown origin. The censor's words were purely groundless accusations, and he was trying to frame Li Wangyu. However, the censor's words almost made Pai Lupi break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't tell the officials that Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold were won by him and Qing Yaojin from the officials in a bet. After that, they split the spoils with Li Wangyu, right? Just as Pai Lupi was thinking about how to answer, the old scoundrel Qing Yaojin stood up and pointed at the censor, scolding him. Bastard, Mr. Huxian County's 20,000 taels of gold was given to him by me. What, do you have a problem with that? Given. Qing Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall speechless. Old man, can't you be a little more reliable? That was 20,000 taels of gold, not 200 copper coins. Qing Yaojin, you said you gave it to Mr. Huxian County. Don't you feel guilty? Why don't you give it to me? However, since Qing Yaojin said so, what could they do? Are you going to bite this old man? Why did Lu Guogong give Mr. Huxian County so much gold? The censor still wanted to argue. Qing Yaojin's spit was all over his face. None of your business. The censor's face turned red from Qing Yaojin's scolding, and he didn't know how to answer. After Qing Yaojin's pestering, Pai Lupi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue arguing about this matter, so he said, Mr. Huxian County is willing to build a baseball field for the people. It is a good story. We are happy to see it happen. Don't mention this matter again. Once Li Er opened his mouth, it could be considered as setting the tone. Although the aristocratic families were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Li Ru snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't sell the land of Daoist Square to Li Wangyu. The aristocratic families didn't manage to overthrow Li Wangyu in the court, but they used the same old trick again. They began to spread rumors in the streets to slander Li Wangyu. It was originally just nonsense, but they didn't expect that the rumors targeting Li Wangyu would be so fierce, causing the people of Chang and who didn't know the truth to talk about it. De Lang, have you heard? Xiaoxing and Daoist Square in the south of the city are going to be flattened to build a baseball field. I heard that Mr. Wuxia County is going to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build this baseball field. TSK, 20,000 taels of gold. How much money is that? These damn dignitaries, they have so much money, but they don't know how to share some with us. I thought that the county was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so extravagant. Bah, how can these dignitaries be good people? They should all be beheaded. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? I heard that the talents of Xiaoxing and Daoist Square are pitiful. They were directly driven out by Mr. Wuxia County and became beggars. Their good homes are gone just like that. This county is so young, but he's so rich and heartless. He really deserves to die. Because of the people's hatred of the rich, rumors like this fermented through the mouths of the people, and it caused the anger of the people in Chang'an. Li Wangyu's name was stinking in the streets for a while. In this regard, Li Wangyu, who was thinking hard about how to buy land from Li Ru in Dingzhou village, knew nothing about it. Chapter 348. In fact, how much money Li Wangyu spent had nothing to do with the people. But in the eyes of the illiterate people of the Tang dynasty, being rich was a sin in itself. As the saying went, I'm right when I'm poor, but you're not benevolent when you're rich. Most people had this idea about the rich merchants and aristocratic families. This was also one of the reasons why the rebels of the past dynasties could always attract enough response as long as they shouted the slogan, equal status, equal wealth. Of course, the people couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the prosperous Tang dynasty, under such a feudal system, all kinds of injustice could be found everywhere. It was quite normal for the people to hate the rich and powerful. However, Li Wangyu had suffered an unexpected calamity. After a wave of rumors spread by the aristocratic families, coupled with the common people's innate hatred for the rich and powerful, Li Wangyu had been tricked just like that. Now in Chang'an, people were either discussing how much money the county official had to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field, or cursing the rich and unbenevolent rich and powerful. For this reason, Li Wangyu sneezed a lot at home these days, thinking that he had caught a cold. On this day, Li Wangyu was still worrying about Li Ru in the mansion when he saw the old butler Li Hing hurriedly leading the old village chief in. Old village chief, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Wangyu saw the old man's nervous look and couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Jia Xiaolang, a lot of beggars suddenly came to the village today, a large group. Old Mi has asked the village's young men to stop them at the entrance of the village. Do you want to drive them away? Beggars were beggars. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Has there been a disaster recently? Since the government ordered to eliminate the locusts, the big locusts plague of Zhengguan 2 years ago had almost been eliminated. Although this year's grain reduction was certain, there shouldn't be people fleeing and begging, right? And even if they wanted to flee, shouldn't it be in July or August, when there was a shortage of food? It was only the end of April and the beginning of May. How could there be groups of beggars? The old villager shook his head and said, they don't look like refugees. They look more like beggars in Chang'an. They speak with the accent of Chang'an. Li Wangyu asked curiously, beggars in Chang'an? Why would these people come to my Dingzhou village to beg for food? Dingzhou village was located in Chang'an, 100 miles away from Chang'an city. Although it had only been half an hour on horseback, it was obvious that these beggars did not come here on horseback. It would take a day to walk 50 kilometers on foot. What attracted these beggars from Chang'an city to Dingzhou village? Even the old villager was confused. He had lived his whole life, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Let's go. Let's go to the village entrance and see what's going on. Li Wangyu simply stood up and beckoned the old villager to walk towards the village entrance. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw that it was already crowded with people. There was indeed a group of beggars dressed in rags outside the village. They were clamoring to enter the village, and there were no less than 100 of them. At the entrance of the village, there was a group of old soldiers leading the village's young and strong men. They held weapons and stared at the beggars covetously, not allowing them to move forward. Although the houses in Dingzhou village were still dilapidated, there were many copper coins hidden in each house. The old villager naturally did not want to let so many beggars into the village, fearing that they would cause trouble. The villagers also came to watch the commotion. The women and children pointed at the beggars outside the village and laughed from time to time. Niu Yong and Niu Wu saw so many beggars and were afraid of trouble, so they stopped Li Wangyu from going forward. The two of them held weapons and squeezed to the front of the village's young and strong men. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Dingzhou village?" Niu Yong asked loudly. "Sirs, we have no one to depend on and are very pitiful. We have specially come to ask for help from the founder of Hu County. Please take pity on us and help us. We want to see Hu County and ask for your help. Please have mercy on us. Please take pity on us and help us." The group of beggars clamored and shouted all kinds of things. Some even sang a beggar's song. There are only 12 hours in a day, and there are only 2 or 3 rooms. Each room only asks for 1 coin. Heaven, heaven, heaven is so pitiful. This group of beggars was so noisy that it gave the Niu brothers a headache. They wanted to give them some clothes and food to send them away. "How can beggars like you meet our Langjun? I'll get someone to prepare some clothes and food for you. Leave quickly. You all have hands and feet. What can't you do? Why must you beg for food?" "Sirs, we don't want clothes or food. Please give us some gold. We will leave immediately and won't bother you." "What?" The beggar's words stunned Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the young and strong men of Dingzhou village. They don't want clothes or food, but they want gold. Where did this group of lunatics come from? Yes, that's right. Hu County has so much gold that he doesn't have anywhere to spend it. It's spread throughout Chang, and that Hu County throws away his gold casually like he's throwing away his worn-out shoes. If that's the case, why don't you give it to us? Yes, everyone in Chang'an says so. Hu County has so much gold that he can't fit it in his house. If he has mountains of gold and silver, please take pity on us. Just a little bit from the nobleman's fingers will save us. I'm not greedy. Just give me a piece of gold leaf." The beggar's words almost made the villagers laugh. Even Li Wangyu, who was behind the crowd, shook his head with a wry smile. Which bastard spread this rumor? He had mountains of gold and silver in his house. He really didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know that a rumor was fiercer than a tiger. Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold had been exaggerated beyond belief by countless people in Chang'an. In addition, some people added fuel to the fire. Now Li Wangyu had become the richest man in the Tang dynasty. It was said that all the utensils in Hu County's house were made of gold. Even the trees in his yard were made of gold, from the trunks to the leaves. Some people even said with certainty that they had seen with their own eyes that Hu County's stones in his house were made of gold. He just threw them on the ground casually and didn't even bother to look at them. And so on. The people of the Tang dynasty tried their best to imagine how rich Li Wangyu was with their own imagination. For such rumors, people with a little brain would naturally laugh it off and not take it seriously. But the beggars in Chang'an believed it. Attracted by the Li family's endless gold, this group of beggars formed a group and walked for a whole day before they came to Dingzhou village. They just wanted to ask Li Wangyu to give them some gold. The beggars' words naturally made the villagers of Dingzhou village laugh. They looked at the beggars with a little sympathy before, but now they looked at them as if they were crazy. Beggars didn't want clothes, food, and copper coins. They actually asked for gold. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. You want to go to heaven. Why don't you just go to Taiji Palace and ask the sage to give you the throne? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He didn't want to bother with this group of crazy people. He wanted Niu Yong and Niu Wu to drive them away. While they were making a fuss, they saw more than a dozen strong horses galloping toward the village outside the village. Chapter 349. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others tightened their grip on their weapons when they saw the approaching horses. When they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County. Behind him were Fong Chun and a group of bailiffs. This group of beggars came from Chang'an. If they wanted to reach Dingzhou village, they naturally had to pass through Hu County. At first, Yang Zhui didn't think much of it, but when his bailiffs came to report that the beggars had gone to Dingzhou village, he began to feel nervous. He hurriedly led County Magistrate Fong Chun and the bailiffs over. "Zio, are you okay?" "Ming House, it's nothing. It's just a group of strange beggars. Thank you for making a trip here. I'll get the bailiffs to disperse them. These bastards only know how to enjoy life and hate work. They're really despicable for stirring up trouble." Seeing that nothing major had happened, Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, it would be terrible. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ever since Li Wangyu was conferred a title, the two of them were still close. He even wanted to call Li Wangyu County Magistrate Man or County Magistrate Son, but Li Wangyu stopped him and said that the two of them should address each other the same way. However, no matter what, Li Wangyu was now a noble of the Tang dynasty and the county magistrate who founded the country. If something really happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility as a county magistrate. After Yang Quan finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered Fong Chun to lead a group of bailiffs to disperse the beggars. However, the beggars were not afraid of the bailiffs. Not only did they refuse to leave, they also cursed, "Why are you chasing us away? What law have we broken? We want to see County Magistrate's son and ask for his mercy. Give us gold. County Magistrate's son has so much gold that he can't use it all. Why won't he give it to us? Yes, we want gold. We can just pick some gold leaves and some gold stones. Don't waste your breath on these county magistrates. Let's rush into the village. That county magistrate has countless gold for us to use. Yes, yes, charge in and get the gold." The yamen runners wanted to drive this group of beggars away, but they saw that the beggars suddenly became agitated. They actually wanted to break through the blockade of the young and strong villagers and rush into the village. Seeing that this group of beggars was about to cause trouble, the bailiffs did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly pulled out their knives and chains from their waists and threw them at the beggars. The youths of Dingzhou village were also nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands. All the beggars who wanted to attack the village were all beaten to the ground. More than 100 beggars, in front of Dingzhou village's group of strong and powerful youths, as well as the county yamen runners. Naturally they did not have an easy time. It didn't take long for them to be knocked to the ground. Many of the remaining beggars wanted to run away, but they were all chased back by the bailiffs and tied together with ropes. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was still confused about the farce in front of him. What the hell was going on? What on earth happened in Ming House? Why did a large group of beggars from Chang'an City come to our Dingzhou village to cause trouble? Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan. Yang Quan had a strange look on his face. "Zio, don't you know?" "What do I know?" Li Wangyu was even more puzzled. Yang Quan hesitated for a moment and told him what happened in Chang'an City. When Li Wangyu heard all the rumors about him in Chang'an City, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What the hell was this? He was planning to build a polo field. Who did he offend? How could it be said that the trees and stones in his house were all made of gold? Damn it, why didn't they say that even the shit he took was made of gold? What was more infuriating was that he, a man of ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, a man from the 21st century, was actually rumored to be a typical example of a rich man being heartless. It was really unbearable. Who the hell was this person who was disgusting him? Li Wangyu began to flip through the little black book in his heart again, preparing to find out what kind of enemies he had. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no one else who could and would do this except for those shameless aristocratic families. He had forgotten that his method of pasting big characters and small posters to the aristocratic families did not seem to be any better than the aristocratic family spreading rumors. While Li Wangyu was sulking and cursing the aristocratic families in his heart, Yang Quan had already asked the county magistrate, Fang Chen, to tie up all the beggars with ropes and string them into a string, intending to escort them back to the county office. However, his county office could not hold so many people. Most likely, they would be brought back to the county office to be beaten and then driven out. Yang Quan was worried that these beggars would come back to cause trouble again, so he called the old village chief over and gave him a few instructions. He told him to be more careful and not let the rascals disturb the village and the county magistrate. In response, the old village chief nodded repeatedly. The old man was also worried. Now that the village had suddenly become rich, it would not be good if there were rascals spying on them. After consulting with Li Wangyu, the old village chief ordered the old soldiers to lead the group of young men to start setting up fences at the village entrance. He also arranged for people to start patrolling the village day and night. While Yang Quan and the old village chief were busy, Li Wangyu angrily returned to the mansion. He found his beautiful superior and poured out his grievances. When the beautiful superior heard the unreliable rumors in Chang and city, she could not help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Li Wangyu angrily glared at her. What kind of person was she? Not only did she not comfort his hurt heart, she was even gloating at his misfortune. She really deserved a spanking. He unconsciously looked at the beautiful superior. Because she was kneeling on the wooden couch, her dress was stretched to the point that it looked like a tempting peach. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Where are your eyes looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. The beautiful superior naturally noticed Li Wangyu's gaze and could not help but blush. She twisted her body, stretched out two slender fingers, and waved them in front of Li Wangyu's eyes like scissors. No, nothing. Li Wangyu hurriedly averted his gaze, not wanting to think about those annoying things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, why should he think about those bullshit rumors? Who would like to spread those nonsense? Would he lose a piece of flesh? Looking at the beautiful superior's soul-stirring face, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a fire in his heart. Changqing, you see, since we came to the Tang dynasty, we haven't gone out together. Why don't we go sightseeing in Chang and city today? Humph, are you asking me to go out? Su Changqing proudly raised her white slender neck, with a sly smile on her stunning face. Li Wangyu could not help but swallow his saliva again. Yes, little girl, how about accompanying me to have fun today? Sorry, I don't date children. After the beautiful superior finished speaking word by word, she giggled and ran back to her room before Li Wangyu could react. When Li Wangyu figured out the meaning of her words, he was so angry that he almost pulled out a 40-meter-long broadsword and chased after her. Damn, I was teased again. You are a child. Changqing, you tell me clearly, who is a child? Li Wangyu turned around and chased out. After a while, Li Wangyu and the beautiful superior rode straight to Chang and city. The beautiful woman rode a snow-white horse, which made Li Wangyu feel a bit of resentment. Without a doubt, the horse that Zhang Liang had lost to him, Xiao Yibai, had been taken by his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu, who could not be Prince Charming, could only pinch his nose and ride the date red horse to accompany the beautiful woman. This was really the first time the two of them had a real date. Chapter 350. There were not many scenic spots in Chang and during Jingguan's reign that were suitable for transmigrators. At least the big Wild Goose Pagoda and Little Wild Goose Pagoda had not been built yet. The terracotta soldiers and horses were still lying quietly on the ground, accompanying Qin Shi Huang. In the Tang dynasty, there were no cinemas, bars, KTV, or nightclubs. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that Xujiang Pool was the most worthwhile place to visit. There was a poem that said, "The brocade hall is always embroidered with curtains during the day." The pink beauty coaxed him with wine, and the young man in green followed. The jade staff gently knocked the flower petals, and the golden whip was like a willow branch. Riding 3 to 5 horses, they traveled leisurely along Xujiang Pool. This Xujiang Pool was very suitable for traveling with the pink beauty. It just so happened that his beautiful superior had not been to Xujiang Pool before. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, she was also interested. The two of them leisurely rode their horses and chatted softly in front of the pool. They were relaxed and comfortable. The only thing that made Li Wangyu dissatisfied was the big light bulb following behind them. Niu Wu insisted on following them and protecting them. Li Wangyu could not persuade him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only tell Niu Wu to stay away from them while his beautiful superior snickered. Only then could he and Su Chongqing have some space to talk privately. After strolling until noon, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior felt hungry and prepared to find a place to eat in Chang'an. Xujiang Pool was too far away from Shi City. Li Wangyu did not want to cross the city to eat in those restaurants. Suddenly, he remembered the famous Xiao soup pancake in Chang'an. The soup pancake in the Tang dynasty was also known as wonton in the future. Yang Xiong of the Western Han dynasties, Fang Yan, mentioned that pancake is called wonton. Wonton was a kind of pancake. When it was cooked with soup, it was called soup pancake. Li Wangyu had eaten this Chang and Zhao's soup pancake once out of admiration. Zhao's wonton pancake was delicious but not greasy. The seasoned soup was mellow but not bland, giving a long aftertaste. Li Wangyu ate it with great satisfaction. Listening to Li Wangyu's introduction, the greedy worm in the belly of the beautiful boss was also aroused, and she nodded repeatedly. The Zhao's soup pancakes were not opened in the East and West markets, but in Zhaogui Square, not far from Xujiang Pool, outside Chongji Temple. The old couple led their son and daughter-in-law to run a restaurant in the square. The business was quite good. When Li Wangyu arrived with his beautiful boss, the restaurant was almost full of diners. The waiter was shopkeeper Zhao's son. He saw that the three of them were all riding horses, especially the beautiful boss's shining night white. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. He knew that the three of them were nobles. In the Tang dynasty, such a majestic horse was comparable to the supercars of the modern era in the eyes of the public. It attracted the attention of the passers-by, and the diners in the restaurant also whispered to each other. Shopkeeper Zhao's son didn't dare to be negligent. He attentively helped them tie up their horses and invited them to an empty table to sit down. "Give us 3 bowls of soup pancakes." "Oh, 4 bowls." Li Wangyu thought of Niu Wu's appetite and quickly added. "Okay, 4 bowls of soup pancakes. Please wait a moment." Shopkeeper Zhao's son hurriedly responded and went to the kitchen to inform his father. The restaurant of the Xiao family was not big, and the diners sat very close to each other. When Li Wangyu and the others waited for the dishes to be delivered, they could clearly hear the diners' conversation. The beautiful boss's shining night white attracted a lot of envious voices. People who loved horses in the Tang dynasty could be found everywhere. Many diners commented on the majestic white horse clearly and logically. They were very envious, and Li Wangyu felt a little complacent in his heart. "Wan Sanlang, look at this white horse. How much is it worth?" "Hee, that's a big deal. In the West Market, it only costs 10 strings of copper coins to pull a horse, but in the army, it costs 50 strings of copper coins to pull a horse. I think this white horse is even more expensive. You can't buy it for less than 100 strings of copper coins. The diner called Wan Sanlang's voice was not low, and all the diners in the restaurant could not help but gasp. Hiss, so expensive. Wan Sanlang, are you trying to fool us? Hey, what's there to fool you? I've been working in the cattle and horse market in the West Market for so many years. How can I not know this? Wan Sanlang's words made the diners look at Li Wangyu and the others differently. At this time, Li Wangyu and the others' wontons had been delivered. They just pretended not to hear and buried themselves in the food. Everyone's discussion soon shifted from the precious shining yabai to the rumor of 20,000 taels of gold for the construction of a polo field in Chang'an. Li Wangyu could not help but frown when he heard that. Actually, compared to the famous founder of Hu County, what does this horse count for? I'm afraid you don't know. I have an elder brother who works in that county's residence. TSK, I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but in the residence of this county's founder, even the chestnut used for the toilet is made of gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems. Just those gems, any one of them can be exchanged for several horses like this. The man's words caused everyone in the restaurant to gasp again. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, almost choked to death because of his words. Bragging really doesn't pay tax. Also, your elder brother works in my house. This bragging really makes it seem as if it's true. Li Wangyu felt that if he was not talking about himself, he might have believed it. Damn, so what Yang Quan said was true. This rumor is getting more and more exaggerated. If it continues to spread, Li Wangyu will probably become the god of wealth who can turn stone into gold. The beautiful boss naturally heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he glared at her. Niu Wu's mouth was wide open. He thought that he was hallucinating. He was about to stand up and refute, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant became livelier because of the bragging man's words. That's why that county spent so much money to build a baseball field for him to play in. It was a small matter. It's just a pity that the people of Zhaoxing and Daoist were chased out of their houses in the middle of the night in order to make room for that county. A perfectly good home was gone just like that. I heard about this matter. That county had countless gold in his house, but he was still so stingy. Not only did he not give them the money to buy the land, but he also let the people in his house kidnap women. TSK, the people of those two houses are in trouble. Their homes are gone, and even their slightly beautiful daughters were taken to the county's founder's house to be ravaged day and night. Isn't that right? Fortunately, my house is in Anlu House, which is just across Anhuiman Street from that Daoist house. These days, the cries of the people of Daoist House can be heard through the walls of the house. It's too pitiful. That county really doesn't know shame and acts like a beast. He's so extravagant and lascivious. I thought that someone who could write such a strange book as The Three Kingdoms must be a great scholar. I didn't expect him to be so unbearable. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful boss's face also turned cold. Her mischievous expression was gone. Niu Wu's clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged in anger. It's fine to say that I'm rich and heartless, but to even talk about raping women and ravaging them day and night? This is simply forcing me to feed *T into my mouth. Damn it. Chapter 351. The sound of Li Wangyu slamming the table was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu angrily asked, "Everyone, aren't you afraid of being punished by the authorities for making up such rumors?" However, his words only caused the restaurant to be silent for a few seconds before being mocked by everyone. Bah, why can't we talk about what that county magistrate did? Only county magistrates are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't allowed to light lamps. This Lord Xiao Lang must be from a wealthy family. That's why he's so protective of that county magistrate, right? They're all jackals of the same tribe. So what if he's rich? Just because he's riding a good horse, he dares to shout and shout. If it were any other day, these diners wouldn't have dared to curse at someone riding a horse like Yabai. However, today, everyone in the restaurant was condemning that county magistrate. It was as if they were of one mind and the law couldn't punish the majority. Thus, even though they knew that Li Wangyu's group of 3 had extraordinary identities, they still attacked them. The beautiful woman's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Everyone, why are you insulting my innocence without any evidence? When has that county magistrate ever kidnapped a woman or occupied someone's land?" It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Her words caused everyone in the restaurant to laugh. "Ha, young lady, why aren't you properly taking care of your husband and children in your residence? Why are you spouting nonsense? We all saw what that county magistrate did with our own eyes. How is he insulting your innocence? His appearance isn't bad, but I didn't expect him to have the heart of a poisonous scorpion. How much gold did that county magistrate give you for you to protect such a beast like him? I'm afraid this young lady isn't this young man's mistress, is she? Or perhaps she's a girl from Peace Square." Li Wangyu had already been enraged by these rumors in the marketplace. At this time, when he heard them humiliating his beautiful superior, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly picked up the bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it at the person who said that his beautiful superior was the miss from Peace Square. The Zhao's soup pancakes used the best chicken soup as the base. It tasted delicious, but the temperature of the chicken soup was also quite high. The bowl of soup splashed onto the head of the person who had spoken just now. The scalding soup made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly launch an attack, the customers in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. All of them suddenly stood up and rushed toward Li Wangyu and the other 2. For a moment, the Xiao family's small eatery was in a mess. When Niu Wu saw that his Lang Jun had made a move, he didn't hesitate. He waved his big fist and smashed it toward the surrounding diners. With his martial arts, it couldn't be easier for him to deal with these ordinary people. With just 2 or 3 punches, he knocked down several people. However, as the saying goes, the Tang people revered martial arts while the Song people revered literature. Although these diners were all common people, they didn't fear Niu Wu's fist at all. Instead, after he knocked down a few people, the others became even more fierce and surrounded him. After Li Wangyu threw the bowl of soup, he also felt a bit of regret. In this eatery, there were more than 10 diners, but Niu Wu was only one person. With his small body, he couldn't help much. If by any chance he got into a fight and hurt his beautiful superior, then it would be too late for regrets. Seeing that all the diners had surrounded him, Li Wangyu quickly pulled his beautiful superior behind him. He reached out and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table again and smashed it toward the diners. The eatery was in chaos. The Xiao family's shopkeeper and his son hurriedly shrank behind the counter and repeatedly called for everyone to stop. But at this time, how could everyone stop? Niu Wu naturally had a lot of skills. If he really hardened his heart and pulled out the weapon at his waist, then these diners would probably all be lying on the ground. But it was only a verbal disagreement and a fight, so Niu Wu naturally couldn't hurt people. And with his bare hands, although he was brave and fierce, he might not be able to deal with the siege of more than 10 people. Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu was being besieged and that there were several people on his side surrounding him again. He quickly picked up the bowl of soup on the table and made a gesture to throw it out again. His action scared the diners who were surrounding him. They immediately dodged, afraid that the hot soup would be poured on them. The person who was poured a bowl of hot soup by Li Wangyu just now was still rolling on the ground and howling in grief. After using the hot soup to force the diners away, Li Wangyu didn't waste any words. He threw down the bowl of soup, pulled his beautiful superior, and turned to run. He didn't forget to call out, "Niu Wu, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Lang Jun, you guys get on the horse first." Niu Wu blocked the entrance of the restaurant by himself. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Li Wangyu untied the reins. He didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He stretched out his hand to hold his beautiful superior's perky buttocks and pushed her onto the horse. Then he also turned over and got on the horse. He pulled the reins of Niu Wu's horse and shouted at Niu Wu, let's go. Niu Wu kicked the person in front of him to the ground and turned around to run. He turned over and landed on the horse's back. The three of them didn't care about the ban on horses in Chang and city. They whipped their horses and ran away. The group of diners squeezed out of the restaurant. Looking at the horses that were far away, they couldn't catch up. They could only jump and curse. Li Wangyu urged the horse to run straight out of Zhaoguofang. Then he laughed and pulled the reins. The conflict just now had let him vent his anger. He was in a good mood. Niu Wu, send 10 copper coins to Zhao's soup pancake shop as compensation. Today, the Zhao's soup pancake shop had suffered an unexpected disaster. Because of the fight between Li Wangyu and the others, the shop was smashed into a mess. Li Wangyu was naturally not an unreasonable person. Although today's incident was caused by the diner's obscenities, it had nothing to do with Zhao's soup pancake shop. He naturally had to compensate. Niu Wu grinned and nodded with a smile. The beautiful female boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu in a flirtatious manner and rebuked, "Look, why are you building a polo field all of a sudden? Now you've made yourself a pest that everyone in Chang and city hates. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." Of course, she didn't really blame Li Wangyu. She just complained out of concern. Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly. He didn't know that it would cause such a big trouble. Have the people of Chang and city gone mad? There are people who believe such ridiculous words, and all of them speak as if it's true. The beautiful superior also sighed. Everyone has the idea of getting rich quickly, but it's difficult to realize. You've been so high profile and spent so much money to build a polo field. Besides, some people added fuel to the fire. Naturally, their envy turned into jealousy. Li Wangyu was furious. He obviously wanted to add some cultural entertainment for the people of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. The matter of buying land had not been solved. Now his reputation in Chang and city was so bad because of the rumors. Li Wangyu really regretted it. If he had known it, he would not have built a polo field. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he couldn't find a way to solve this matter, he really didn't need to come to Chang and city in the future. More than 1 million people in Chang and city could drown him with their saliva. Li Wangyu looked up and sighed. So what if I'm rich? Who did I offend? Chapter 352. Li Wangyu was indeed very annoyed. He had clearly done a good thing, but was misunderstood and even abused by the other party. It was hard for him not to get angry. Just like that monkey's son, he was clearly fighting a monster, but was misunderstood by Tang Sanzang, who not only chanted the golden hoop spell, but also drove the monkey away. It was really sullen. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back and fought in the Zhao's soup pancake shop today. After being disturbed like this, he and the beautiful boss no longer had the interest to continue dating and play. They were also too lazy to find another restaurant to eat, so the three of them directly rode back to Dingzhou village. Back in the backyard, Li Wangyu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he opened his arms to the beautiful boss. "Poor, weak and helpless me, please give me a loving hug." "Bah, stinky hooligan, stay away from me." The beautiful boss saw through his sinister intentions at a glance and pushed him away with a very disgusted expression. Li Wangyu's heartbroken look made the beautiful boss unable to help but laugh. Well, seeing how pitiful you are, this miss will reward you with a hug. The beautiful boss said that she was disgusted with Li Wangyu, but still went forward to give him a gentle hug. This was the first time that a beautiful boss had taken the initiative to hug him, so Li Wangyu was instantly revived on the spot as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around the beautiful boss's slender waist, but this demoness had already pushed him away with a giggle. Hey, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Stingy, I'm not leaving you out. What did you say? Say it again. The beautiful boss put 2 fingers on Li Wangyu's waist. No, nothing. Hee, I said don't let me see you again, otherwise, I'll fall in love with you every time I see you. Li Wangyu's desire to live was very strong, so he immediately began to show off his vulgar words of love. The beautiful boss made a disgusted and vomiting expression. Ugh, too disgusting. You can save these vulgar words of love for Aphrodite. Amidst the laughter and banter between the 2 lovers, Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved a lot. For Li Wangyu's depression, the beautiful boss could understand. She comforted him, Wangyu, don't worry. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. It was better to just let it be. Anyway, people are forgetful. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. Although the beautiful boss's words were reasonable, Li Wangyu still felt aggrieved. Sigh, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Alright, stop sighing. You can't really distribute gold to the people of Chang'an, can you? His beautiful boss didn't mean it, but Li Wangyu suddenly felt a trace of inspiration. Changqing, what did you just say? What? You can't give gold to the people of Chang'an. Before the beautiful boss could finish her words, she saw Li Wangyu fiercely hugging her and kissing her pretty face with lightning speed. Wahahaha, I have an idea. Yes, it's to give them gold. Hee, I'll see who in Chang'an will say bad things about me. They will have to worship me as the god of wealth. Li Wangyu laughed out loud. His beautiful boss's words just now reminded him, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He thought of a way that was not a way, but could perfectly resolve the current situation. Wasn't it just that the people of Chang'an were jealous of his wealth? How big of a deal was it? If he gave them a chance to become rich, would he still be afraid of the people talking bad about him? He was laughing, but he didn't notice that the beautiful boss's cheeks had turned red, and her eyes were about to kill someone. Li Wangyu. The beautiful boss, who was suddenly attacked by Li Wangyu, was embarrassed and angry. She went berserk. It was only then that Li Wangyu realized what he had just done. He hurriedly ran away. With great difficulty, he managed to escape the pursuit of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu giggled as he touched his lips. The feeling was quite good. After smirking for a while, he began to seriously think about the idea he had just come up with, which was to issue lottery tickets. Li Wangyu bought lottery tickets a lot in the future. However, it was obvious that he didn't have much luck. On the day he transmigrated, the highest winning amount was only 5 yuan. However, there was a reason why this thing could be popular all over the world. Lottery tickets with gambling properties could satisfy people's curiosity and adventurous mentality. Although the winning rate was very low, under the temptation of a huge prize and a small investment, it still stimulated people to buy it tirelessly. As a veteran lottery fan, Li Wangyu knew a lot about lottery tickets. This thing could be traced back to ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, which was Rome a few hundred years before the Tang dynasty. The earliest modern lottery tickets were issued in Florence in the 15th century. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, if Li Wangyu wanted to issue lottery tickets, there wouldn't be any problems. At least, there wouldn't be any technical problems. The only thing he needed to consider was the anti-counterfeiting function of the lottery tickets. He thought hard for a long time and felt that he could only learn from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The anti-counterfeiting method of banknotes should be able to prevent people from forging lottery tickets. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Moreover, there were huge profits to be made by issuing lottery tickets. If Pai Lupi knew how much money he could make, he would be crazy with joy. Not to mention how much profit the lottery made in the future would make. Li Wangyu knew that in the 15th century, Spain first issued lottery tickets to collect a huge amount of money. The annual income was about 5 million yuan, which was one of the country's huge sources of income. In the 15th century, 5 million pesetas was an astronomical figure in Spain. With the richness of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that the profit he could make through lottery tickets would also be a huge number. Li Wangyu didn't dare to hold such a huge amount of wealth in his hands. That would cost him his life. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought about it and decided to report the lottery to Pai Lupi. He wasn't greedy. It would be enough if he could get a share of the profits. Li Wangyu also thought that if lottery tickets were to be found in the Tang dynasty, it would probably be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Maybe he could also solve the little problem of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. After the beautiful boss stopped chasing him, Li Wangyu immediately told her his idea. The beautiful boss gave him a thumbs up. Wangyu, the lottery is really a good idea. I'm afraid that once it's issued, it will cause a sensation in Chang'an. Of course. Don't they all want gold? I think the grand prize will be 200 taels of gold, which is worth 1,200 strings of copper. Each lottery ticket is worth 2 coins. I'm not afraid that the people of Chang'an won't go crazy. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply took a pen and paper and discussed the specific details of the lottery with the beautiful boss, listing them one by one on the paper. From how the lottery tickets were printed, how the prize money was distributed, how the lottery was drawn, and so on, the two wrote in detail based on their knowledge of lottery tickets in the future. Li Wangyu planned to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow morning to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. He wanted Chang'an to go crazy for the lottery. Chapter 353. In Chang'an City, in the Legislative Hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was carefully reading Li Wangyu's proposal regarding the issuance of lottery tickets. Li Wangyu sat beside the table proudly, sipping on the fragrant tea. Ever since Pai Lupi tasted the Medicine King tea, personally made by Sun Simiao at the Li family, he became interested in this method of drinking tea. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to pick fresh tea leaves and process them according to the old Daoist method. The tea leaves he obtained were very delicious and he liked them very much. Most of the tea in the palace was brewed using this method of brewing tea. Whatever was good at the top, the subordinates would be even better. Pai Lupi's fondness for tea leaves was copied by many officials. Now in Chang'an City, this method of brewing tea leaves directly was gradually becoming popular. However, the tea leaves that had not been stir-fried did not have a strong aroma. Moreover, the tea leaves had a pungent smell. Li Wangyu leisurely drank his tea while thinking about these trivial matters. He wondered when he should make the stir-fried tea leaves. After presenting this proposal to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu waited to see the shocked expression on Pai Lupi's face. Wahahaha, I am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. Li Wangyu was very proud. However, Pai Lupi on the throne frowned more and more. Not only did he not show the shock and joy that Li Wangyu imagined, but he also looked confused and puzzled. Zio, I'm afraid this lottery ticket of yours is not appropriate. I know that you have been wronged recently, but you don't have to be so prodigal as to give away the gold, right? Not to mention, you can't let the imperial court issue lottery tickets. What? Li Wangyu thought that he was hallucinating. What was Pai Lupi saying? Lottery tickets were a way to accumulate wealth, and he actually said that they were prodigal. Uncle, how is this prodigal? Lottery tickets make a lot of money. Do you think I'm stupid? 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, guess 7 numbers, and win 200 taels of gold if you guess correctly. Aren't you just giving away gold? Pai Lupi shook his head. In the past few days, he had already heard all the rumors about Li Wangyu in Cheng and through the 100 Cavalry Department. However, Pai Lupi couldn't do anything about the aristocratic family's incitement of the people's hearts and spreading rumors. There was no way he could go and issue a report to the imperial palace to help Li Wangyu explain and clarify that there wasn't that much gold in Hu County's house, and that Li Wangyu didn't bully the market, kidnap women, or take over other people's fields. That would be too ridiculous. After reading Li Wangyu's suggestion of issuing lottery tickets, Li Er only thought that his nephew had been wronged and couldn't think straight. Thus, he gave away the gold that he had worked so hard to obtain. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by Pai Lupi's answer. Damn, this illiterate person didn't even pass elementary school math, right? Pai Lupi can't even understand such simple probability. The lottery plan that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss came up with was basically a copy of the 2 colored balls of the future. However, the 6 red balls didn't have numbers from 1 to 33, but from 1 to 20, and the blue balls had numbers from 1 to 16. A simple mathematical formula could calculate the probability of winning the grand prize. 20 times 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 16 times. The answer was 620160. A 1 in 620,000 chance of winning. Although this was much higher than the 2 colored balls of the welfare lottery, which had a 1 in 17 million chance of winning, the population of the Tang dynasty was much smaller after all. If the rules of the lucky lottery were completely copied, Li Wangyu was worried that no one would really win the prize. If 1 million people in Cheng and bought a lottery ticket, they would earn 2 million. Even if someone won the first prize, they wouldn't lose money. Moreover, it didn't mean that if 1 million people bought the lottery ticket, they would definitely win the prize. This was a matter of probability. If the lottery ticket was a loss, the lottery agencies in the future all over the world would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and felt that this matter couldn't be explained to Pai Lupi, who was illiterate. Uncle, about this matter, let's ask Minister Dai to come. He will definitely understand what is going on. In Li Wangyu's opinion, Dai Zhou's mathematics level was still not bad. He should be able to explain it to him clearly. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu doubtfully, but still ordered the chamberlain to summon Dai Zhou. The 6 government offices were all in the imperial city, so they weren't far from each other. Dai Zhou was quickly led into the hall by the chamberlain. After greeting Pai Lupi handed Li Wangyu's proposal for the lottery ticket to him and asked Dai Zhou to look into it and see if it was feasible. To Li Wangyu's surprise, Dai Zhou, who was considered a top mathematician in the Tang dynasty, actually shook his head after looking at his lottery ticket proposal. That's not appropriate. Xianxia, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but your lottery ticket is too risky. If many people win, wouldn't you have to pay out a lot of gold at once? Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, couldn't see through such a lucrative lottery ticket. He opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't know how to respond. The reaction of the ruler and his subject was truly beyond his expectations. For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to think. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince the ruler and his subject. Since they didn't want the money that was sent to them, they couldn't blame him. Li Wangyu planned to issue his own lottery ticket. Once Pai Lupi saw the benefits of the lottery ticket, he would naturally return to his old ways. When the time came, it would be fine for him to hand over the lottery ticket, but when the time came, he would have to ask for more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He looked at Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou with a look of superiority. Your Majesty, since you and Minister Dai both feel that this lottery ticket is not feasible, then forget it. Your nephew will issue it himself. Your Majesty, please allow it. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, but his smile was like that of a fox that was about to steal an old hen. Ziyu, why do you have to do this? The common people are ignorant. There is no need to pay too much attention to the rumors. Your family's adults are no longer alive. As your uncle, I can't watch you act recklessly and be a hedonistic prodigal son. This matter cannot be allowed. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi still believed that Li Wangyu had become muddle-headed from anger. That was why he thought of issuing a lottery ticket. Winning 200 taels of gold for 2 copper coins was, in his opinion, giving away money. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi didn't allow it and couldn't help but become anxious. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune and wash his reputation clean. How could he let Pai Lupi ruin it like this? Uncle, it's not what you think. This matter really has a lot of potential. Just believe in your nephew. When have you ever seen your nephew do a losing business? Ziyu, there's no need to say more. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi's resolute attitude almost caused Li Wangyu's nose to become crooked from anger. This fellow was blocking someone's path to wealth, yet he still acted as if he was doing it for his own good. Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. As expected, the truth was in the hands of a few people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to let it go like this. His eyes spun for a long time and he thought of a way that wasn't really a way. Chapter 354. Li Wangyu naturally would not give up on the idea of issuing lottery tickets. Since Pai Lupi refused to budge, he had to find another way. Pai Lupi had his own plan, but he had his own. After being rejected by Pai Lupi, the next day Li Wangyu unexpectedly changed out of his usual self. He wore the official robes of a county official and came to Chang and to attend the court session. Those who were familiar with Li Wangyu all asked curiously, why did he come to court today? The 2 disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were also confused. They had long known about their little division master's lazy personality. He was definitely not the kind of person who would visit a temple for no reason. Today, he came to attend the court session for the first time, but they did not know why. Qing Yaojin was even more curious when he saw that Li Wangyu was holding a wooden box in his hands. Young man, what are you holding in your arms? Greetings to Uncle Qing, this is just a small toy. Hee, a small toy. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to the old hooligan, but avoided answering his question. Qing Yaojin glared at him and was about to flip out. Fortunately, Yu Shernan came to his rescue. No matter how shameless the old hooligan was, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Shernan. Not to mention, the old man was old enough to be Qing Yaojin's father. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yu Shernan. Qing Yaojin could only glare at Li Wangyu and go to chat with Qin Qiong. Yu Shernan did not care about why Li Wangyu came to court today. He was more concerned about whether Li Wangyu was troubled by the recent rumors. He pulled Li Wangyu aside and consoled him for a while. This made Li Wangyu feel very touched. This old man was really too cute. He was very much like his grandfather who had passed away in his previous life. The imperial censor called for everyone to meet the emperor. After they received their sword, which was purely for decoration, Li Wangyu insisted on bringing the wooden box into the great hall. Seeing Li Wangyu's insistence, the censor had no choice but to allow him to open the box and inspect it. After confirming that there were no sharp blades, he allowed him to bring it into the main hall. However, the censor was also confused about what was in Li Wangyu's wooden box. He had no idea what this county magistrate was trying to do. All the officials were seated in the main hall. Li Er sat on the throne, but when he saw Li Wangyu in the crowd, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this brat come to court today? Could it be because of the lottery he mentioned yesterday? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. He made up his mind that no matter what Li Wangyu said today, he would not agree to the lottery. This was simply nonsense, a wastrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had nothing better to do today and was here to listen to the court affairs. For more than 2 hours, Chang Chao didn't utter a single word. He sat obediently in his seat, as if he was listening with great interest. This made Pai Lupi suspicious, but since Li Wangyu wasn't causing any trouble, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing that the morning's court discussion was over, the eunuch was about to announce the end of court when Li Wangyu stood up. Your Majesty, this subject sees that Your Majesty and all the other officials are having a hard time discussing state affairs. This brat has a game here that would like to amuse Your Majesty and all the other officials. I hope that Your Majesty will agree. The officials in the hall were stunned, and they all looked curiously at Li Wangyu. They couldn't understand what this county magistrate was up to. Pai Lupi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw the wooden box in Li Wangyu's hands, he couldn't help but feel curious. Pai Lupi thought to himself, I'll see what this brat wants to do. In any case, no matter what he says, that lottery ticket won't be able to get me to agree. Zio, let's hear it. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone, I have 20 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20 written on them, and 16 basketballs with the numbers 1 to 16 written on them. As Li Wangyu spoke, he opened the wooden box in his hands and showed it to Pai Lupi and the other officials. 2 colored balls. This was the game that Li Wangyu was going to play with Pai Lupi and the other officials. These ping-pong-sized wooden balls were all made yesterday after he was rejected by Pai Lupi. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he found Carpenter Lu and asked him to make them for him. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were truly amazing. Although there weren't any modern machines, there were already handmade spindle beds, which worked on the same principle as the beads made by modern machines. Carpenter Lu easily used the spindle bed to help Li Wangyu process 36 ping-pong-sized wooden beads. Then, he painted the red and blue balls with wood paint, and wrote the numbers on them. The Tang dynasty version of the 2 colored balls was ready. Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't convince Pai Lupi with numbers, then he would let him experience it for himself. He would let him know that he wasn't crazy and didn't want to use his family's gold to squander. After showing everyone the 2 colored balls in the wooden box, he took out a stack of small pieces of paper that he had prepared and asked the chamberlain to distribute them to the officials in the hall. Your Majesty, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to play with me? As long as you give me 2 copper coins, you can write a set of numbers on these pieces of paper. 6 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20, and 1 blue ball with the numbers 1 to 20. Li Wangyu then handed the wooden box to the chamberlain. Later, I will ask Your Majesty to randomly pick 6 red balls and 1 blue ball from the wooden box. If you correctly guess all the numbers of the 7 balls that Your Majesty picks, I will pay you 1,000 taels of gold. I don't know if anyone is interested in playing with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the officials in the hall couldn't help but be in an uproar. Giving Hu Xianzi 2 copper coins and correctly guessing 7 numbers would be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. This was very interesting. There were about 400 to 500 people who could enter the Taiji Palace and participate in the daily court meetings. They were all officials of Chang and city who were 5th rank and above, as well as those low-rank imperial censors. 1,000 taels of gold naturally didn't attract the big shots of the imperial court, but it didn't stop them from thinking that this game was very interesting. But for those ordinary officials, 1,000 taels of gold wasn't a small amount. The salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty wasn't high. It could even be said that it was very low. Compared to the Song dynasty, the salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty was no different from that of a migrant worker. They were both first-rank officials. During the Xinguan period, the monthly salary was only 68,000 copper coins, but in the Song dynasty, it was as high as 120,000 copper coins, in addition to 150 don of grain and other benefits. Other than the officials who were born in aristocratic families or those who had business acumen, ordinary officials of the Tang dynasty were really poor. In history, when Ma Zhou was an imperial censor, he wanted to buy a house worth 2 million taels of gold, but he couldn't afford it. As for 1,000 taels of gold, that was 6 million taels of gold. It was equivalent to 800 months of salary for a first-rank official of the imperial court. Li Wangyou's words couldn't help but cause the majority of the officials in the hall to become restless. Hu Xianxia, you're not joking, are you? You're really giving you 2 copper coins. If you correctly guess the number that His Majesty will draw, you'll get 1,000 taels of gold. Ha, it's even interesting. Hu Xianxia, this old man will give you 10 copper coins. Can you write down 5 sets of numbers? I'll bet 20 copper coins. Write down 10 sets of numbers. Li Wangyu repeatedly confirmed that his words were correct and asked Pai Lupi to testify for him. Moreover, there was no limit to how much the officials could bet. They could bet as much as they wanted. For a moment, the hall of the Taiji Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 355. When Li Wangyu proposed this game of 2-colored balls, even Pai Lupi, who had always opposed his lottery, became interested. He waved his hand to summon an eunuch and had him give him a piece of paper so that he could place a bet. The officials in the hall began to open their pouches. The smallest was 2 copper coins, while the largest was 100 copper coins. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben chuckled at their junior division commander. They threw out their copper coins and began to place their bets. As the officials placed their bets, they also began to discuss Li Wangyou's actions. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold. Had this county son gone mad? If many people guessed the number today, wouldn't he have to pay out tens of thousands of taels of gold? In the eyes of the gambling addicts of the Tang, such an unfair game was simply madness. Just what does County Son Hu Xin mean by this? Does the officials know? Perhaps there's too much gold and the residents can't fit it all in. The rumors on the street say that County Son Hu Xin's daughters are all gold. It seems like they're true. Someone used the rumors to ridicule Li Wangyu, though none of the officials took them seriously. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold. I've never heard of such a thing. I think that County Son Hu Xin will lose miserably today. With so many people here, is he afraid that no one will guess the 7 numbers correctly? If many people really do guess correctly, will County Son Hu Xin be able to take out so much gold? What's there to worry about? Isn't there a sage as a witness? Are you afraid that County Son Hu Xin will renege on his debt? Besides, County Son Hu Xin is preparing 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium. Is he afraid that he won't have enough money? I'm afraid that after today, all the gold that County Son Hu Xin is preparing to use to build a baseball stadium will change owners. This old man still can't see through this County Son's intentions. It's truly strange. Cui Gong, why do you care what he's planning? In any case, it's fine as long as he has the gold. Perhaps County Son Hu Xin has gone mad, Some of the officials ridiculed and some made fun of him, but this did not stop them from placing their bets. Even the eunuchs in the hall who were distributing paper and collecting copper coins couldn't help but ask Li Wangyu if they could also place their bets. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. He laughed as he watched the officials place their bets. He was in a good mood. He didn't believe that in this hall, there would only be 400 to 500 people who would be able to win the prize. If there was really someone with heaven-defying luck who had a 1 in 620,000 chance of winning the prize, then he would accept it. Actually, if Li Wangyu had suggested this method of playing, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he encountered the future lottery players. This was because the probability of winning was 1 in 620,000. In other words, if someone bought all the numbers, they would only need 620,000 bets. With this conversion, he would only need a little over 1.2 million copper coins to win the 1,000 taels of gold. One must know that 1,000 taels of gold was worth 6 million copper coins. Therefore, when Li Wangyu issued the lottery, the special prize was only 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200,000 copper coins. If someone really did that, they would lose a lot of copper coins. Naturally, he was not afraid that someone would do that. Today, in order to attract the attention of the officials, Li Wangyu deliberately increased the prize by 1,000 taels of gold. He was betting that the mathematics students of the Tang dynasty would not be able to calculate the probability of winning the prize. It didn't take long for the eunuch to help Li Wangyu collect all the copper coins that the officials had placed their bets on. These officials more or less had some copper coins scattered on them. After counting, there were actually more than 30,000 copper coins, which made up 30 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu smiled and asked the eunuch to help him put away the copper coins. He held the box of 2 colored balls and walked to the front of the imperial stairs, asking Pai Lupi to personally open the prize. Pai Lupi did not refuse. Under the eager gazes of the officials, he reached into the wooden box and casually pulled out the first red wooden ball. Li Wangyu reached out and took it. He glanced at the number on it and shouted, "Number 17. After shouting twice, he handed the wooden ball to the eunuch and asked him to show it to the officials to show it to them to show fairness. After the number was read out, the officials were busy looking at the small pieces of paper in their hands. Some people found that the number they had bet on was 17. They were so excited that their eyebrows danced. They were very happy, as if the 1,000 taels of gold already belonged to them. Those who did not guess the number were depressed and helplessly threw away the pieces of paper in their hands. Today, Li Wangyu only wanted to show Pai Lupi how the lottery worked, so he did not set up the first prize, second prize, and so on. Anyone who guessed the wrong number would be invalidated. When the first red ball was drawn, half of the officials in the hall had already thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, they did not guess the number 17. Pai Lupi continued to draw the red balls from the wooden box. Li Wangyu on the side constantly called out the numbers. Number 5. Number 19, number 11. Before Pai Lupi could draw the blue ball from the wooden box, he was shocked to find that the officials in the hall had all thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, none of the 6 red ball numbers were correct. The officials who had just laughed at Li Wangyu were now silent. The people who were originally full of confidence and wanted to win the 1,000 taels of gold from him were now shocked to find that in the end, it was Li Wangyu who won the 30,000 taels of gold from them. Everyone could not help but feel that they had been tricked, but they did not know where the problem was. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Was this the lottery that Li Wangyu spoke of? He seemed to be able to taste something from it. He gestured to the eunuch, indicating that the court was dismissed. He then pointed at Li Wangyu, indicating that he should follow him. The eunuch called for the court to be dismissed. After the officials bowed to Pai Lupi, they discussed the game of 2 colored balls, and walked out of the hall. Li Wangyu hurriedly followed Pai Lupi in the imperial palanquin, all the way to the legislative hall. "Zio, was that the lottery that you spoke of?" Pai Lupi finally became interested. As soon as he returned to the legislative hall, he could not wait to ask. "Uncle, that's right. This is how the lottery is played. Using a small price to win a huge prize, in order to attract the people to buy it. The money to buy the lottery may seem small, but when sand accumulates, it will make a tower. This insignificant amount of money will accumulate into a terrifying amount of wealth." Pai Lupi nodded thoughtfully. He also saw that just now in the hall, there were 400 to 500 people, and Li Wangyu had collected 30,000 taels of gold. What if the lottery was bought by the millions of people in Chang'an? What if it was bought by the millions of people in Guangzhong Road? Seeing that Pai Lupi was tempted, Li Wangyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He analyzed and calculated the possible income from the lottery for him. This time, Pai Lupi finally listened. Zio, are you really confident? Uncle, I can guarantee with my head that this lottery is absolutely feasible. In that case, I approve. Uncle is wise. Li Wangyu was overjoyed and hurriedly flattered him. Uncle is wise and virtuous. You follow the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Long live Uncle. After Pai Lupi heard his flattery, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death. Cough, cough. Zio, get out of here. Chapter 356. 10 days later, the rumors about Li Wangyu, the founder of Wuxia County, in Chang'an City decreased significantly. No matter how bored the people of the Tang dynasty were, they wouldn't gossip about one person for so long. But when it came to Li Wangyu, most of them looked at him with disdain. But on this day, Li Wangyu became the hot topic of discussion among the people of Chang'an City. The morning drums sounded in Chang'an City, and the doors of the 108 workshops opened. The people of Chang'an City, who were busy making a living, were preparing to go out to work, but they were surprised to find that a notice had been posted on the doors of the workshops. Some people immediately thought of the erotic notice from not long ago and thought that there would be something interesting to watch, so they all gathered around. When the literate people read the notice out loud and found that it wasn't what they were looking for, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. But when they heard the news written on the notice, the commoners were in an uproar again. Brother Wen, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? What kind of double-colored lottery is this? You can really win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins. Which Wuxian son did this? TSK, does he really have so much gold at home that he doesn't know where to spend it? If you really win, you'll get 200 taels of gold. That's more than 1,000,000 taels of gold. How much money is this? Daolong, quickly take a look at the notice and see if it's true. What's with the double-colored lottery? Lang Jun, please explain it to everyone. If you guess 7 numbers correctly, you can get 200 taels of gold. This isn't a joke, right? This notice is stamped with the official seal. How can it be fake? Is Wuxian's son really the god of fortune? Isn't he just rushing to give away money? Similar scenes appeared in almost all of the 108 workshops in Chang'an City. Even in the wealthy district, in the north of the city, this notice caused quite a stir. When the officials who were rushing to the court noticed this notice, they immediately thought of the game that Wuxian's son had played with them in the Taiji Palace 10 days ago. So this was called a lottery. Many officials who were short of money were actually somewhat happy. He originally thought that he had missed the opportunity to make a fortune, but he never expected that Wuxian's son would make the lottery public and make such a big fuss. Although the prize money had changed from 1,000 taels of gold to 200 taels of gold, it was still attractive enough. After all, one only needed to spend 2 copper coins to have the chance to win 1,200,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be willing? Many officials also noticed that the way the lottery was played this time was different from the way it was played in the main hall. Not only did they have to guess all 7 sets of numbers correctly to win the prize, but there were also small prizes such as second and third prizes. The first prize was to guess all the numbers correctly and win 200 taels of gold. The second prize was 50 taels of gold for guessing 6 red balls. The third prize was to guess any 5 red ball numbers, or 4 red balls plus a basketball number. The prize was 5 taels of gold, and so on until the 6th prize was 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu had almost completely copied the rules of the Wuxia double-colored welfare lottery. However, this simple and easy-to-understand lottery rules caused an uproar in Tang and city. In order to promote the double-colored lottery, he didn't just put up notices in front of the gates. The four-wheeled carriage company's carriage once again played the role of a promotional vehicle. It drove all over Tang and city and threw out a large number of advertisements. Now that there was engraving printing, it was simple to print these advertisements. The most exaggerated thing was that after Li Wangyu convinced Pai Lupi, especially after he made some calculations, Pai Lupi finally understood the huge benefits contained in the lottery. The monarch of the Tang dynasty could no longer sit still. With Pai Lupi's tacit approval, large advertising banners were hung above several important city gates in Tang and city for the first time. Make a fortune. The double-colored lottery will help you. Buy the lottery and win the big prize. Gain both fame and fortune. Winning 1,000,000 taels of gold is not a dream. Luck is in 2 copper coins. 1 lottery ticket, 1 chance, 1 big prize, 1 lifetime of benefits. Buy more, buy less, buy as much as you want. Early, late, and early, you must win. These advertising slogans that Li Wangyu directly plagiarized from the lucky lottery advertisements of the later generations stimulated the people of the Tang dynasty as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all looking forward to the unfamiliar lottery ticket. It was as if they really only needed to spend 2 copper coins to get the 200 taels of gold. Under the instructions of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Civil Affairs cooperated with Li Wangyu to operate the double-colored lottery ticket. In Tang and city, 6 lottery sales points were set up in Pingkong Square, Bujing Square, Changshu Square, and Xianyang Square, where the 2 counties of Tang and city were located. More than 20 scribes from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were responsible for these 6 sales points. There were also government runners from the 2 counties of Tang and city to maintain order. Both Tang and County Magistrate Cui Zhua and Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Deheng had some understanding of the lottery. During the daily court session, these 2 mayors of the capital of the Tang dynasty were also in the court. They also used their wallets to buy a few numbers. Although they did not win, they were quite interested in the lottery. Now, with Pai Lupi's edict and the instructions of Minister Dai of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they naturally did their best to cooperate and transferred the government runners from the counties to help maintain order. There was no computer network in the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be done manually, including filling in the lottery tickets and statistics. For this reason, Minister Dai Zhou directly transferred more than 100 scribes from the various government offices of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fill in the lottery tickets at these sales points. Dai Zhou thought that he was well prepared, but he underestimated the attraction of the lottery to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins. This huge stimulation of wealth made the people of Tang and city all jealous after they understood what the lottery was. They did not even go to work. They hurried back home to take out their money bags and rushed to the nearest sales point to buy the lottery tickets. Some believers of Buddhism and Taoism first ran to the temple and Taoist temple to burn incense and pray that they would win the lottery. Some people even asked the Taoist masters to help them calculate the numbers they would win. The Taoist masters who did the divination were stunned for a while. Some people murmured and grabbed a handful of copper coins to calculate which 7 numbers they should buy. Some people who liked to gamble even took out their counting chips and started to calculate. The 6 sales points in Tang and city were instantly crowded by the surging tide of people. Even the yamen runners from the 2 counties of Tang, and who were in charge of maintaining order today, were pushed out of sight by the crowd. Under the stimulation of the gold, the red-eyed people of Tang and had no time to care about the yamen runners. The lottery tickets were originally scheduled to be sold at the auspicious time calculated by the Directorate of Heaven. Because there were too many people, the officials in charge of selling the lottery tickets were worried that something would happen. They did not even have time to light up the sticks and hurriedly announced the start of the sale. Seeing the government runners in front of the lottery shops disperse, the people holding the money bags in their hands immediately rushed into the shops. The Tang dynasty's two-colored lottery tickets were officially on sale. Chapter 357. The first lottery ticket of the Tang dynasty was handwritten by a scribe from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed to the people who bought the lottery ticket. When the Chong and citizen took the lottery ticket excitedly, he was shocked to find that the lottery ticket in his hand was actually colored. Those who had studied high school history knew that there was a question in the history exam that asked when the earliest color printing technology in China appeared. A. Sui and Tang dynasties. B. Tang and Song dynasties. C. Song and Yuan dynasties. D. Late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. According to the principle of choosing C if you don't know how to do the question, C was the correct answer during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Therefore, although engraving printing appeared during the Xinguan period, color printing technology would only appear 300 or 400 years later. The three paintings of the Buddhist Sutra from the Song and Liao dynasties were found in the Sakya Pagoda of the Buddhist Palace Temple in Xianxia County. Historians also recognize them as the earliest color printing in China. There was no doubt that the color printing technology of the lottery ticket was invented by Li Wangyu. In fact, the principle of color printing was not complicated. Like engraving printing, the window paper would break with a poke. According to the needs, red, blue, and black engraving plates would be engraved. A piece of paper would be engraved 3 times, and the colors would be engraved on a piece of paper. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to create this color overprint technology was to prevent counterfeiting. Because the lottery ticket needed to be printed in large quantities, Li Wangyu even invented copper plate printing. This was not difficult. He just had to change the wood used for the engraving plates into copper coins. The advantage of using copper plate printing was that the copper plate had a long lifespan, and the patterns that needed to be printed could be carved very carefully. The printed lines were bright, and the fine patterns could be reproduced. With Pai Lupi's instructions, the best craftsmen and the supervisor were all convinced. In just a few days, this set of complicated copper plate engraving printing technology was created. The printed lottery ticket was the size of a palm, but there were complicated and fine-colored patterns on it. These patterns were not randomly drawn. When Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the drawing, he deliberately designed a secret code to hide it. Of course, this was also to prevent counterfeiting. The same was true for the Qing dynasty banknotes. They used complicated patterns and red and blue color printing to prevent counterfeiting. Another anti-counterfeiting technology for lottery tickets was the anti-counterfeiting seal, which was also something that Li Wangyu learned from the Qing dynasty. They specially hired skilled craftsmen to carve the seal using the microcarving technique and stamp it on the lottery ticket. It was not a big seal, but it was actually engraved with 300 to 400 words of preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Moreover, it was deliberately engraved with a few wrong words as an anti-counterfeiting mark. There were even words printed on the lottery ticket: counterfeiters will be executed. First report will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. It serves as a warning to those who attempt to take risks. There were color overprints, copperplate printing, dark lines, and anti-counterfeiting seals. If the lottery could be forged, Li Wangyu could only accept it. These lottery tickets were filled in by the scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs using tiny Chinese characters. A lottery ticket could contain up to 10 sets of numbers. As for the income from the lottery tickets, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would record it and record it. The imperial censorate would send an imperial censor to supervise it. In order to prevent the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs from cheating, Pai Lupi even sent people from the 100 Cavalry Department. The 6 lottery sales points in Chang and City were all supervised by people from the 100 Cavalry Department. Every blank lottery ticket was strictly recorded. The Ministry of Civil Affairs even had special personnel to record the lottery numbers sold so that people could check it after they won the first prize. It could be said that with the experience of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss in the future, the Tang dynasty's unprecedented lottery was not chaotic at all. Everything was in order. The only thing that needed to be criticized was the need to manually fill in the lottery numbers. Even though there were more than 20 scribes at each lottery sales point, it was still inadequate in the face of the flood of people in Chang and city. Filling in the lottery numbers manually could not be sloppy. Even if the scribes were tired to the point that their wrists were sore and their foreheads were covered with layers of sweat, the crowd outside the lottery sales points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Even the 100-meter wide streets outside the East and West markets and Ping Kong Fong were blocked by the crowd. It was as if all the people in Chang and city had crowded here today. When Pai Lupi was still in the court, he was informed by the chamberlain that the lottery sales were booming. This made Pai Lupi feel incredible. He did not care that the court was still in session and directly announced the adjournment of the court. After that, he changed into casual clothes and went out of the palace with a few guards. Pai Lupi was still worried if he did not see the lottery sales with his own eyes. Li Wangyu naturally came to Chang and city early today. He led Niu Wu to inspect the 6 lottery sales points and was ready to make up for the loopholes. Behind him, Qing Chumo and a group of foppish people were still complaining that Li Wangyu did not ask them to join in such a fun thing. It was not good enough. Fang Yai also shamelessly asked Li Wangyu what the winning numbers were. He also wanted to buy a lottery ticket. Regarding Fang Yai's shameless words, the foppish people actually followed suit and clamored for Li Wangyu to give them the winning numbers of the first prize. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes and give them the middle finger. This group of bastards was really infuriating. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the foppish people who were bored. After looking at the 6 lottery sales points, he was also a little anxious. He did not expect that the people of Chang and city would be so enthusiastic about the lottery. The more than 100 scribes prepared by the Ministry of Civil Affairs were just a drop in the bucket. The attraction of 200 taels of gold was not small. Li Wangyu wondered if the people of Chang and city had all come to buy lottery tickets after seeing the notices and advertisements. Li Wangyu hurriedly rode his horse to the imperial city. He was going to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to discuss with Dai Zhou and see if he could transfer more scribes to the 6 lottery sales points to help. The group had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate when they coincidentally met Pai Lupi, who was out on patrol. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. "Zio, you came at the right time. I was just about to go to the 6 markets to take a look. How is the situation now?" "Uncle, there are too many people." Li Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Little nephew and Minister Dai both underestimated the enthusiasm of the people to buy lottery tickets. Now the 6 markets are packed with people who want to buy lottery tickets. The scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are simply too busy. Little nephew is going to find Minister Dai to see if he can transfer more people to help. Are there really that many people buying lottery tickets? It is indeed so. Little nephew estimates that there are already no less than 70 to 80,000 people gathered in the 6 markets, waiting to buy lottery tickets. When Pai Lupi heard that there were so many people gathered, he was also a little nervous. He waved his hand to summon the eunuch beside him and gave him an order. Order the imperial guards to immediately send imperial guards to the 6 markets to maintain order. Then have Minister Dai mobilize scribes to the 6 markets to help sell lottery tickets. Zio, come with me to take a look. The last sentence was directed to Li Wangyu. The uncle and nephew pair led Qing Chumo and his group of foppish people to the nearest peace square. Chapter 358. Pai Lupi's prompt decision to mobilize the imperial guards to maintain order was a very wise choice. Otherwise, the lottery sales in Chang and today would have caused a lot of trouble. The 6 markets selling lottery tickets were already overcrowded. Whether it was the yamen runners of Chang and or the marquis in the market, even if they shouted until their throats were broken, they could not stop the people from crowding forward. With so many people crowding here, if an accident happened, the crowd would panic and cause a large-scale stampede. The consequences would be unimaginable. If that really happened, Li Wangyu would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life and would feel guilty for the rest of his life. When the fully armed imperial guards of Golden entered the market to maintain order, the surging crowd in the 6 markets was finally contained. No matter how great the temptation of gold was, it could not resist the threat of the shining weapons of the imperial guards of Golden. The people of Tang, and who were anxious to buy lottery tickets, finally calmed down a little and did not force their way into the 6 markets. Even so, Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others, under the protection of the palace guards, spent a lot of effort before they finally squeezed into the lottery sales in Ping Kong Square. These lottery sales were all equipped with long wooden counters, behind which sat a row of clerks from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. All of them were extremely busy. In front of the lottery sales counter, it was so chaotic that one could not look straight at it. Even with the yamen runners, marquis, and imperial guards of Golden to maintain order, the front of the counter was still a mess. The people who were in a hurry to buy the lottery tickets almost pushed over the wooden counter, making Li Wangyu worried for a while. It seemed that the people of the Tang dynasty urgently needed to spread the awareness of queuing. However, when he thought about the time when Li Wangyu transmigrated to the future, the country was still vigorously promoting the concept of queuing and cultivating the awareness of queuing. Li Wangyu felt relieved. It seemed unrealistic to expect the Tang people of 1,300 years ago to have the awareness of queuing. Understanding was one thing, but with such chaos, it was easy to cause trouble and affect the efficiency of buying lottery tickets. Pai Lupi also frowned. Zio, with so many people, it's easy to cause trouble. Should I let the imperial guards of Golden disperse the crowd? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. This lottery ticket was something new. Now, the commoners were only here because they were stimulated by the gold. If the Golden guards were to disperse the citizens, it would affect the lottery sales. However, Pai Lupi's worries were not without reason. With so many people crowding around, it was indeed inappropriate. He had to think of a way to satisfy both parties. Looking at the crowd in front of the counter, Li Wangyu suddenly patted his head in annoyance. How could he forget about the line railing and the 1-meter line? He hurriedly waved his hand to summon the imperial guards and ordered them to immediately transport a batch of bamboo. Then, he ordered them to find a group of carpenters from the works supervisor to come here. Pai Lupi didn't understand, but he didn't stop him. It didn't take long for the bamboo and the craftsmen to arrive. Under Li Wangyu's orders, the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain cleared out all of the commoners in the lottery shop and allowed the craftsmen to enter. Li Wangyu took a pen and paper and drew a simple diagram. Then, he ordered the craftsmen to use bamboo to make a path for the queue. The path for the queue was very simple. They just had to saw the bamboo into bamboo poles of suitable length and tie them up with hemp rope. For the craftsmen, this was a simple matter. Li Wangyu only had to explain a little to them to understand. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, there were more than 20 bamboo paths in the lottery shop. At this time, Dai Zhou also rushed over with a group of scribes. After he received Pai Lupi's orders, he urgently mobilized more than 100 scribes from the various departments of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and sent them to 6 lottery shops to provide support. After a period of bustle, the lottery shops were once again opened. With the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Insignia maintaining order at the scene and the bamboo queues separating the commoners, the chaotic situation from before didn't appear again. In addition, with the help of the new scribes, the speed of the lottery sales increased by a lot. Seeing that this method was effective, Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered the craftsmen to go to the other 5 shops and modify them according to this method to ensure that the lottery sales would proceed smoothly. Seeing the commoners excitedly holding up the lottery tickets they just bought and squeezing out of the crowd, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Zio, is this the right thing to do? I'm a little uncertain. Look at them, each and every one of them is holding on to hope. The probability of winning is 1 in 10,000. Isn't this cheating them? However, Li Wangyu didn't see it this way. He shook his head and said, "Uncle, as long as this lottery is done properly, it should be a good thing for the country and the people. 2 copper coins isn't a burden to the commoners. However, little drops make a mickle. When this money is gathered together, it can fill the national treasury. It can also allow the imperial court to have more than enough power to protect the commoners. This is a great merit." The protection he was talking about was the measures to protect the commoners and allow them to reproduce. In other words, it was the welfare system of the Tang dynasty. The rights of Zhou, recorded, to protect the commoners in 6 ways. The first is to be kind to the young, the second is to provide for the elderly, the third is to shake up the poor, the fourth is to compensate the poor, the fifth is to relieve the sick, and the sixth is to live in peace and prosperity. This was the 6 policies of protection. Kind to the young was to raise children, old age was to support the elderly, shake up the poor, and relieve the poor were to help the poor, relieve the sick was to protect public health, and live in peace and prosperity was to stabilize the rich. What Li Wangyu said was not wrong. Just like the welfare lottery of the later generations, in his advice to Pai Lupi, he also divided the sales of the lottery into several parts. 40% would be the lottery's bonus, 30% would be collected into the national treasury, 20% would be used to protect the commoners, and the remaining 10% would be split 60-40 between the palace and the Li family. Although Li Wangyu had been busy for half a day and it seemed that he had only obtained 4% of the shares, this was still a lottery ticket. In the future, if the results of the pilot test in Chang'an were good, it would be pushed to Guanzhong Road and even the entire Tang dynasty. Under the rough calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even 4% of the lottery's earnings was still a suffocatingly large number. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi ponder for a while before nodding his head. "Zio, what you said is very true. You are experienced in scheming for the country. If this matter is really successful, I will definitely give you a reward and increase your nobility." "Ah! Increase my nobility again." If Pai Lupi said this to anyone else, they would probably go crazy with joy. However, Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly declined. "Uncle, this is what I should do. Please don't mention the matter of increasing my nobility again. I am already very satisfied as a founding viscount. I am still young, and I am afraid that the court officials will criticize me if I am given a nobility title. Please don't mention this matter again." Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi snort coldly. "Humph, Zio, you have contributed greatly to the country. What can others say? If anyone has an opinion, let them come and speak to me." Pai Lupi's domineering words made Li Wangyu smile bitterly. He wasn't being pretentious, but it was really too troublesome to increase his nobility title. For the nobles of the Tang dynasty, being able to be increased by Pai Lupi was not only equal to glory and wealth, but also a kind of honor. As for Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, they still didn't really consider themselves as Tangs. It had been 3 months since they transmigrated, and for them, the prosperous Tang dynasty was still like a dream or a game. It was so unreal. In Li Wangyu's view, whether it was founding viscount or founding viscount, they were just protective talismans. Now, based on his closeness with Pai Lupi, these nobility titles didn't have much meaning. However, since Pai Lupi said so, Li Wangyu couldn't embarrass him. He could only vaguely say, "Hee, this nephew thanks uncle." How many lottery tickets will be sold today? Chapter 359. Li Wangyu's words were just to change the topic, but it also aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He roughly estimated the number of people who came to Pingkong Fong to buy the lottery today and said with uncertainty, "I estimate that there will be at least 80,000 to 90,000 people buying the lottery today. After today, I'm afraid there will be more than 1,000,000 yuan." Li Wangyu, however, chuckled. "Uncle, I think there might be 1.5 million. Oh. Ziyu, you have such confidence." "I have confidence in uncle. It was uncle's literary and martial arts skills that built the prosperous Tang dynasty. Now that the chaos is over at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people are recuperating and living in peace and contentment. That's why they have the spare money to buy the lottery. Speaking of which, this is all uncle's credit. Li Wangyu's flattery was quite on point. Pai Lupi was very pleased and couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. On the other hand, Qing Chimo and the other debauches secretly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing their admiration for him. The Tang dynasty naturally didn't have a thumbs-up gesture, but Li Wangyu had this habit. After interacting with him for a long time, the playboys naturally learned it. Even when Li Wangyu gave them the middle finger, this group of playboys was naturally not stupid. They already knew that they were fooled by Li Wangyu's sign language for elder brother. It was hard to learn, but they only learned for a minute. Now that the playboys knew the true meaning of the middle finger, they all enjoyed it. Li Wangyu regretted teaching this group of scoundrels. Pai Lupi didn't plan to deal with court affairs today. He led Li Wangyu and his group to all 6 lottery sales points. He even took out 20 copper coins and personally queued up to buy 10 lottery tickets. On that day, after the drums were beaten and the people dispersed, Li Er even pulled Li Wangyu and asked him to wait with him for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate the sales amount. When the final lottery sales amount was released, Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 2,400,000. Not only was Pai Lupi surprised by this number, Li Wangyu also did not expect it. Daoist's face was also wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Master Huxian wasn't lying. This lottery ticket is truly amazing. That's 2,400,000 coins in a day. I can't imagine how much you can sell in 10 days. If the lottery is successful, I congratulate Your Majesty. The reason why Daoist said it would take 10 days was because Li Wangyu's lottery drawing plan was to draw the lottery 3 times a month, once every 10 days. If he could reach today's sales in 10 days, that would be 24 million yuan. According to the lottery money distribution plan, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could take 30% of the lottery money from the treasury, which was 2 million yuan. 200,000 strings of cash a year, and this was only the initial stage. As the lottery was pushed to Guangzhou Road, there would be tens of millions of people, and its ability to amass wealth would be even more astonishing. Even 200,000 strings of cash was a shocking number. During the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, the central government's revenue was only about 34 million strings of cash. Of this, the revenue from corn was 25 million stones, cloth was 25 million bolts, and money was only 2 million strings of cash. In other words, even during the peak of the Tang dynasty, the country's revenue was only 2 million strings of cash. And this money had almost no surplus. The 1.4 million strings of cash was the monthly salary of the court officials and the prefectures, as well as the expenses for materials and horses. The 600,000 strings of cash needed to be added to the military and military rations. When there was a lack of copper coins, the Great Tang would often use silk as currency. This was a common problem throughout the dynasties, and it was also one of the reasons why the Song dynasty gave birth to paper money. During the early years of Xinguan, the annual income of the Tang dynasty was only about 1 million strings of cash. If they could really earn 200,000 strings of cash through the lottery, it would be truly shocking. This was why Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was smiling so brightly. Haha, Zio is indeed a talent, and he is one of my trusted aides. Once the effects of the lottery show, I will give Zio a title. Pai Lupi laughed and once again brought up the matter of giving Li Wangyu a title. If the lottery sales could continue to be so good, Pai Lupi would indeed give Li Wangyu a title. To not reward someone for their contributions was not the way of a ruler. When Dai Zhou heard this, he was secretly shocked. This Hu Xianxia was only 16 this year, and he had already been given 2 titles in just a month. Now that the saint wanted to give him more titles, this favor was truly in the emperor's heart, and no one could compare to it. However, when Daizhou thought about it, he felt that it made sense. Hu Xianxia had given him water wheels, four-wheeled carriages, mirage mud, horseshoes, and many other things. All of them were good tools for the country and people, and their importance was no less than that of opening up new territory. Thinking about it like this, Daizhou even felt that Pai Lupi was being too stingy. Just the title of Hu Xianxia was not enough to reward Li Wangyu for his contributions. When Li Wangyu learned that the lottery had sold for 2.4 million on the first day, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Based on his 4% share, he could earn 30,000 strings of cash a year. This was a shocking amount of wealth, and Li Heng would probably have a headache. He had too much gold and copper coins at home, and he had nowhere to store them. It seemed that he really needed to urge the Ministry of Works to take out some more copper coins to reward the craftsmen and see if he could speed up the construction of his manor. Not to mention how excited Pai Lupi and the others were. As the lottery went on sale, the first thing that people in Chang'an would say when they saw each other was, "Have you bought it?" If anyone had not bought a lottery ticket, their neighbors would immediately enthusiastically explain to them what the lottery was, how to play it, how to choose the numbers, and when to draw the prizes. Even the illiterate commoners could almost memorize everything about the lottery, including how to play it, how to draw the prizes, and when to draw them. Those who didn't care about the lottery were treated like heretics and were treated with disdain. The attraction of gold was so great that it made the commoners of Chang'an feel as if they had been possessed. No one mentioned the rumors about Li Wangyu in the past. The government's notice clearly stated that the lottery ticket had been created by Hu Xianxia. The fickle commoners of Chang'an no longer said that the founder of Hu Xianxia was heartless and took advantage of the commoners. Instead, they saw him as the god of wealth. Some people even secretly worshiped Li Wangyu as the god of wealth in their homes. They burned incense and kowtow to Li Wangyu every day, hoping that Li Wangyu would bless them with the lottery and give them 200 taels of gold. Every day, the lottery sales in the 6 markets were filled with people. As the clerks of the Ministry of Civil Affairs became more familiar with the lottery sales process, more and more tickets were sold every day. Even the officials in the imperial court sent their families and servants to line up at the lottery sales to buy tickets. This palm-sized lottery ticket had suddenly become the most expensive paper in Luoyang, and everyone was scrambling for it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the first lottery of the Tang dynasty to be drawn. For a moment, the streets of Chang'an were empty. Everyone ran to Vermilion Bird Avenue and waited for the lottery to be drawn. Chapter 360. In order to make the people of Chang'an feel at ease, Li Wangyu decided to place the lottery on Vermilion Bird Avenue above the Vermilion Bird City Gate after obtaining Pai Lupi's approval. In order to allow everyone to directly witness the lottery, Li Wangyu had already ordered the craftsmen to build a giant lottery machine and placed it on top of the Vermilion Bird City's gate tower. It looked like the roller used by hamsters in the future, except that this roller was very large, about 3 meters in diameter. Standing on the city gate, the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue could see it at a glance. The roller used for the lottery was made of thick iron wire and hollow, so the situation inside could be seen clearly. As for the balls used for the lottery, Li Wangyu asked the craftsmen to replace them with kuja balls and paint them with numbers. In the Tang dynasty, kuja balls were filled with air using animal bladders and wrapped in 8 pieces of leather. The balls were light and round. Li Wangyu asked the craftsmen to prepare 30 red balls and 16 blue balls for today's lottery. The time of the lottery was already announced to the public, and it was even held at the palace gate for the first time. On this day, the people of Chang'an all walked out of their houses and went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to see the lottery. Notice Vermilion Bird Avenue was full of people, and there were still people coming from all over Chang'an. A rough estimate showed that there were no less than 100,000 people here to see the lottery today. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue stretched from the Golden Light Gate Avenue south of the Vermilion Bird Gate to 4 to 5 streets, 7 to 8 miles long, and it was packed with people. In fact, in an era without live television, no matter how big the lottery machine on the Vermilion Bird City Gate was, people 2 miles away would not be able to see it clearly. Even so, the people of Chang'an enjoyed it. Even if they could not see the scene on the Vermilion Bird City Gate, they were still whispering to each other, enthusiastically discussing whether they could win the lottery. Such a turbulent crowd made the Imperial Guards in charge of the safety of the Vermilion Bird Avenue clench their weapons and be on full alert, afraid that an accident would happen. At 9 in the morning, after the court session ended, Pai Lupi also went up the Vermilion Bird City Gate Tower. Today was the day of the lottery, and he was going to personally draw the lottery. When they saw the yellow-robed Pai Lupi appear, the hundreds of officials who had been waiting at the city gate all bowed in greeting. And the more than 100,000 people of Chang'an and on the Vermilion Bird Avenue also knew that His Majesty had appeared. They all knelt down and shouted, "Long live," 3 times. Pai Lupi had a bright smile on his face. He waved his hand, indicating that he was ready to draw a prize. Indeed, he could not help but feel happy. Within 10 days, the lottery in Chang'an City had sold nearly 30 million yuan. Pai Lupi couldn't wait to give the order to promote the lottery to the entire Guangzhou road. In the end, it was Li Wangyu and Daoist who managed to persuade the emperor, who had been blinded by the copious amount of copper coins. After all, the lottery was a new thing. It would be better for it to operate in Chang'an for a few more days before making further plans. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was an emperor who was willing to listen to advice. After a moment of impulse, he didn't mention this matter again. Seeing Pai Lupi give the order, the group of imperial guards on the Vermilion Bird Gate shouted in unison, "Draw the prize." Immediately, there was an earth-shattering cheer from below the Vermilion Bird Gate. The sound was so loud that the birds in the sky of Chang'an scattered in panic. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs held 30 red balls and threw them into the roller one by one. Pai Lupi rolled up the sleeves of his yellow robe and stepped forward to shake the handle of the roller. This roller was 3 meters in diameter and made of thick iron wire. Naturally, it was very heavy. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to let the imperial guards with strong bodies shake it. However, how could Li Er, who cared about his reputation, be willing to give his first chance to someone else? After rejecting the request for help, Pai Lupi's face turned red. He used all his strength and finally shook the huge roller. As the roller started to turn, the originally noisy crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue all held their breaths and stared at the roller that was spinning faster and faster. In the roller, the 30 red balls were constantly colliding and rolling. Seeing this, Li Wangyu quickly had someone remove a plate from the bottom of the roller, revealing a hole for the balls to come out. The 30 red balls were continuously turned by the roller that Pai Lupi was shaking. Finally, a red ball fell through the hole in the roller. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs immediately stepped forward and picked up the red ball. He raised it with both hands and showed it to the crowd below. At the same time, the imperial guards on the city gate shouted in unison, "Number 3, number 3." The shout of the first number was also transmitted to the rear by the imperial guards on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In a moment, the entire crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue heard it clearly. When the first number was shaken, the previously quiet Vermilion Bird Avenue once again exploded with a huge wave of sound. The people who were anxiously waiting with their hands on the lottery tickets that they had bought let out cheers and screams. Some let out dejected sighs. Number 29. Number 29. The numbers of the lottery tickets were shaken continuously. Below the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the numbers were revealed from time to time, causing a commotion. When the last number of the blue ball was shaken, the Vermilion Bird Avenue was filled with all kinds of cries and howls. "I've won! I've won! Second prize! Dao Zhu above, I've won. Ha 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 ha, 50 taels of gold. Congratulations, Daolong, you have to treat us. Today's Peace Square, I'll treat everyone. We're not going home until we're drunk. Haha, I've won too. Third prize, not bad. 5 taels of gold. What about the first prize? Did anyone win the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold. However, some people were crying tears of joy, some people were shouting, but no one admitted that they had won the grand prize. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu stood on the city gate and looked at the crowd below. Suddenly, they asked, Zio, will no one win the first prize? If no one wins, won't the people think that the lottery is a scam? When he said that, Li Wangyu also scratched his head. That day in the Taiji Palace, when he demonstrated the lottery with Pai Lupi, there were only 20 red balls, and the probability of winning was 1 in 600,000. However, when he returned to Dingzhou village, he was mercilessly laughed at by his beautiful boss. His beautiful boss just asked him to do a simple calculation. If there were 10 million lottery tickets, how many people would win the first prize? Li Wangyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he did the calculation. According to his original idea, if there were only 20 red ball numbers, he would have lost so much that he wouldn't even have his underwear left. He would really become a child of wealth. Therefore, when the lottery tickets were officially released, Li Wangyu changed the 20 red ball numbers into 30 red ball numbers from 1 to 30. As a result, the probability of winning the first prize changed from 1 in 640,000 to 1 in 9.5 million. He replied uncertainly, Uncle, it shouldn't be that bad, right? The lottery tickets sold a total of 14 million tickets, and the probability of winning is 1 in 9 million. Logically speaking, at least 1 or 2 people should have won the grand prize. What if no one wins the grand prize? Pai Lupi calculated in his heart and still felt that it was very likely that no one would win the prize. Li Wangyu chuckled, hee, Uncle, I've already asked Minister Dai to prepare a lottery ticket. The number is the number you just rolled. What if? Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi already understood what he meant and couldn't help but glare at him. This bastard was planning to cheat and get a fake first prize to fool the people. Chapter 361. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyu's actions. This was also a precaution. After all, this was the first time the lottery was held. Pai Lupi also planned to publicize it with great fanfare so that the lottery could continue to grow. If no one really won the grand prize, it would indeed cause the people to have a sense of distrust toward the lottery. Therefore, Li Wangyu's actions could not be considered cheating. It could only be considered false advertising. Li Wangyu set the rules for the lottery in the Tang dynasty. Just like in the future, within a month, the winner had to bring the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to receive the prize. After discussing with Dai Zhou, he decided to wait and see. If no one came to receive the prize in 5 days, then he would arrange for someone to bring the fake lottery ticket to receive the prize. When the time came, the palace would publicize it to ensure that the lottery sales would not be affected. Of course, it was best not to cheat. After all, a fake lottery ticket was a fake. It could be hidden for a while, but it could not be hidden forever. The second, third, fourth, and sixth prizes of the lottery ticket could be redeemed directly at the lottery sales in the 6 markets. Ever since Pai Lupi publicly announced the lottery at the Vermilion Bird City Gate, there had been an endless stream of people going to the 6 markets to redeem their prizes. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 people who won the second prize of 50 taels of gold. As for the other small prizes, there were even more. The people who received their prizes not only beamed with joy, but also turned and went straight to the lottery sales counter to continue to buy the next lottery ticket. These people who came to receive their prizes attracted the envy of the surrounding people. The people who were originally just watching could not help but walk into the lottery sales counter and spend a few copper coins to buy a few lottery tickets. However, after 2 or 3 days, there was still no first prize winner. It inevitably caused the people in Chang and who bought the lottery ticket to discuss it. There were those who doubted it, and there were those who suspected that the officials were cheating. The chain reaction was that in the days after the lottery was held, the lottery sales in the 6 markets showed varying degrees of decline. During the peak period, the lottery sales in the 6 markets could sell more than 2 million taels of gold. In the past 2 days, it had dropped to more than 1 million taels of gold. This made Dai Zhou very anxious. Let's not talk about how Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was so anxious that he couldn't immediately send the fake winner to receive the prize. On the east side of Shi City, in Yanshou Square, there was an uproar. Because Yanshou Fang was close to Shi City, most of the rich merchants lived here. The price of the house here was only lower than the Li Fang where the noble officials lived in the north of the city. Outside a residential building on the north side of the East Street, there were a lot of people who were banging on the door and shouting non-stop. "Open the door. Open the door quickly. Shopkeeper Ren, we know you're at home. Open the door quickly. You have to pay up today, or else I'll go to the Yamen of Chang and County to complain." "Yes. Shopkeeper Ren, we've already given you 3 days to collect the payment for the goods. Why are you hiding from us now? Come out and talk." This group of people was obviously here to collect debts. There were also a few people in mourning clothes gathered outside the house. They were also wailing and banging on the door. "Shopkeeper Ren, give me back my Daolang. My son died so miserably. Don't think that you'll be fine if you hide at home. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll go to the county yamen to report it. You with the surname Ren, come out and give me back my brother's life. My brother worked so hard for you and now he's lost his life in the sea of fire. How can you just give us 10 copper coins and send us away? Don't even think about it." The noise outside the door of the Ren family had already attracted the neighbors to come out and see what was going on. "Lady Lu, what's wrong with the Ren family? Why is it so noisy? Hey, isn't it because shopkeeper Ren has bad luck? His shop caught fire a few days ago and all the goods were burned. Now, the owner of the goods and the creditor are here to collect debts. Shopkeeper Ren is really unlucky. He's such a good person and has never been angry with anyone. He's also honest when doing business. How could he suffer from such an unexpected disaster? Shopkeeper Ren's craftsmanship in making saddles is passed down from his ancestors. Even the nobles in Chang and City would ask shopkeeper Ren to customize saddles. This business is also not small. Even if the shop was burned, it shouldn't be to the extent of being chased for debts, right?" A neighbor who knew the Ren family asked in confusion. Shopkeeper Ren, who was being chased for debts, ran a saddle shop in Chang and West City. He specialized in making saddles, reins, and other utensils. Because of his excellent craftsmanship, his business had always been good. A neighbor who knew about this explained, "I heard that a few days ago, a nobleman asked shopkeeper Ren to customize a set of saddles. He requested that it be made of good leather and wood and also inlaid with gold and jewels on the saddle. After shopkeeper Ren received the deposit, he spent a lot of capital to buy a batch of precious wood and leather. He also bought a lot of gold and jewels on credit. In the end, it was all burned. Now, the saddle can't be delivered and the gold and jewels on credit are also being chased by others." The neighbors shook their heads and sighed. They felt that shopkeeper Ren was really unlucky. Someone asked in confusion, "Who are those wearing mourning clothes?" "It's the family of the shop assistant." They felt that the money given by shopkeeper Ren was too little and came to make a fuss. Shopkeeper Ren was really wronged. The Marquis of West City said that the shop assistant who was on night duty accidentally knocked over the oil lamp. This caused the fire and the shop assistant was burned to death. It's already good that shopkeeper Ren didn't ask for compensation from his family. He even gave 10 strings of money for the fire, which can be considered as benevolent. But the shop assistant's family felt that the money was too little and came to him crying and demanding compensation. Bah, that family has no shame. They burned all of the boss's goods and still want compensation. They're really shameless. That's right, Sai, public morals are really degenerating day by day. Buddha above, I hope that shopkeeper Ren's family can safely survive this disaster. When the neighbors were discussing and banging on the door, the Ren residence was also closed with a gloomy atmosphere. Wife, bring Xiao Lang back to stay with your family for a few days. I have my own ways to deal with the family matters. Husband, what other ways do you have now? The family owes almost 500 strings of copper. Unless you sell this residence, how will you repay the debt? Madame Rin cried while wiping her tears. No, I can't sell this residence. This is my ancestral property, how can I sell it? How can I be an unfilial descendant and shame my ancestors? Then what other ways do you have? Those people outside are making a fuss every day. Even the shop assistant's family asked for 50 strings of copper. They're really shameless. All right, stop talking. The dead can't be brought back to life. Forget it. With my ancestral skills of making saddles and reins, how can I starve to death? Sigh, if there's no other way, I'll ask the master of Ximing Temple to borrow money for the kitchen. Shopkeeper Ren's words made his wife suddenly stand up and grab his robe tightly. Husband, you can't borrow money for the kitchen. Those monks eat people without spitting out the bones. Wife, what can I do if I don't borrow money for the kitchen? I've asked the county government of Chang and County. It's not that easy to borrow money. Sigh, you don't have to say anymore. I know what to do. Although the profits from the kitchen are high, as long as we get through this crisis and rebuild the store, I'll definitely be able to repay the kitchen. But... Chapter 362. The fragrant kitchen mentioned by the Ren couple was referring to the temple's loan. The fragrant kitchen was the temple's kitchen and had close contact with the people. Over time, the fragrant kitchen became the temple's name for loan sharks among the people. Even though the temple was lending money, the interest was not low at all. It was still okay to borrow for food, and the interest was 50%. However, if one borrowed for copper coins, the interest was 10% a month and 120% of the principal for a year. In other words, if one borrowed 100 strings of cash from the temple, they would have to return 10 strings of cash each month as interest, and return 100 strings of cash a year later. The 120% annual interest rate of the fragrant kitchen made many borrowers unable to repay and went bankrupt. Now that the Rin family owed 500 strings of cash, if they wanted to rebuild the saddle shop, they would need at least 100 to 200 strings of cash. In other words, if the Rin family wanted to get through this difficult time, they would need at least 700 strings of cash. The Rin family had several generations of experience in the saddle shop and also had some assets. In addition to real estate and shops, they also had a few thousand strings of cash. In the future, it was equivalent to a few million. Originally, even if the shop had a fire, it would not have been so serious that they would be forced to borrow for the fragrant kitchen. However, shopkeeper Ren, who had always been cautious, could not resist the persuasion of his friends and was attracted by the dozens of times profit. He invested most of his family's assets into his friend's caravan. He spent a lot of money to buy silk and entrusted his friend's caravan to transport to the western region. A bolt of silk from the Tang dynasty was worth 3,600 strings of cash. On the Silk Road, most of the trade was done through bartering. A bolt of silk was traded to various countries in the western regions, and could be exchanged for 2 stunning beauties, or a western region's precious horse. Regardless of whether it was a beautiful woman or a Western region horse, they could be sold for at least 50 strings of cash after being transported back to Chang'an. Under the stimulation of the dozens of times profit, shopkeeper Ren directly purchased more than 200 bolts of silk and entrusted them to his friend's caravan. If everything went well, these 200 bolts of silk could become more than 400 horses a year later. After deducting the profit and expenses from the caravan to his friend, the Ren family's profit would be no less than 20,000 strings of cash. Mark said in Das Kapital, with 50% profit, capital will take risks. With 100% profit, capital will dare to trample on all human laws. With 300% profit, capital will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Although shopkeeper Ren didn't dare to trample on the law, he still took a risk because of the high profits and invested all of his family's savings into it. His friend's caravan set off on time, but even if everything went smoothly, it would be at least a year before they returned. However, an unexpected fire forced shopkeeper Ren into a dead end. In the Ren family, Madame Ren was crying non-stop. She couldn't figure out how her family had become like this out of the blue. Shopkeeper Ren let out a long sigh. Sigh, we can't hide forever. This isn't a solution either. Today, I will go to Shiming Temple and pay off my debt first. Let's talk about other things later. Husband, is there really no other way? Shopkeeper Ren laughed bitterly. Could it be that copper coins can still fall from the sky? Sigh, it's all because your husband was greedy and invested all our savings into the caravan. Madame Ren wiped her tears and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly ran back to the backyard and took out a piece of paper. Husband, a few days ago, I also bought a lottery ticket from that county's son. If I win, won't I have money? It's 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren's face became even more bitter. Wife, you don't understand mathematics and don't understand the mystery of this lottery ticket. Your husband has roughly calculated before. Although I didn't calculate the probability of winning the lottery, I know that it's really a daydream to expect to win the lottery. I don't know about probability, but you can win the lottery as long as you guess 7 numbers, right? Who knows, maybe this concubine will win the lottery. Husband, I heard that a few days ago, the sage had already won the lottery at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Because something happened at home, I didn't go to see the winning number. Why don't you go and take a look? What if you really win the lottery? Wife, you're really turning to any doctor in a desperate situation. Don't mess around. Your husband won't talk to you anymore. I will go and send away the creditors outside and then go to Shiming Temple to borrow money. Shopkeeper Ren turned to leave, but Madame Ren stuffed the lottery ticket into his hand. Husband, go and take a look. What if you win the lottery? Shopkeeper Ren shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't persuade his wife, so he could only put the lottery ticket into his sleeve and turn to walk out of the door. As soon as he opened the door, the crowd outside the door surrounded Shopkeeper Ren and clamored for him to return the money. Shopkeeper Lin, Shopkeeper Ma, I will go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen now. Tomorrow, I will definitely return the debt tomorrow. Is that okay? We have been partners for many years. Can you give me face and extend the deadline for one day? Shopkeeper Ren repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. His words made the few shopkeepers around him hesitate for a moment. Shopkeeper Ren, it's not that we are forcing you, but we are also a small business and can't afford to default. Sigh, since you have said so, then tomorrow. We will come again tomorrow. You must not avoid us. Yes, please rest assured. I will go to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen today and will definitely pay the debt tomorrow. I have been running the saddle and rein shop in Chang'an for many years. When have you seen me not keeping my promise? Hearing Shopkeeper Ren's words, the shopkeepers who were anxious to collect the debt couldn't say anything more. They could only agree to come again tomorrow. As for the waiter's family, they began to cry and make a fuss again. Shopkeeper Ren had a headache. In the end, he could only promise to give them 30 strings of copper coins tomorrow to settle the matter. Only then did he send these people away. After the crowd dispersed, Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands to the surrounding neighbors and walked out of the shop. Sigh, if the Ren family borrows the fragrance of the kitchen, how will they live in the future? What a good family. They also take care of the neighbors in the shop. Isn't this something that can't be helped? Sigh, everyone, let's go back. I hope Shopkeeper Ren is a good man and can get through this difficulty. The neighbors shook their heads and returned to their homes. Since the Ren family owed so much money, the neighbors couldn't help even if they wanted to. Shopkeeper Ren walked out of the shop and let out a long sigh. He prepared to walk towards Eternal Peace Shop in the south. Shiming Monastery was an Eternal Peace shop. Just as he walked a few steps, he inadvertently saw a lottery advertisement banner hanging on the wall of the shop. 100 taels of gold is not a dream. The winning prize is 2 copper coins. Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly and unconsciously touched the lottery ticket in his sleeve. His footsteps paused for a moment and he hesitated for a moment. He then turned his footsteps and walked towards the west side of the shop wall. In front of the lottery shop in the west side of the market, it was no longer as crowded and lively as it was a few days ago. Even though there was still an endless stream of commoners going in and out, the number of people buying lottery tickets had decreased by a lot. Shopkeeper Ren stood in front of the lottery shop and didn't dare to take a step in for a long time. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't dare to look at the winning number of the lottery ticket. Just as he was hesitating, he heard the 2 people beside him talking softly. Ziyu, why don't we arrange for someone to go to the Ministry of Civil today? Elder Dai, let's wait for another 2 days. Maybe someone didn't see it. How is that possible? He's not an idiot. He doesn't even know if he won the lottery or not. Ziyu, don't lie to yourself. Is there anyone in Chang and who doesn't know the winning number of the lottery ticket? Is there anyone who doesn't know? The people who spoke were Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu. Today, the lottery ticket sales kept dropping and Dai Zhou was anxious. He pulled Li Wangyu to the lottery shop in the west side of the market to discuss with him if they should arrange for someone to receive the prize as soon as possible. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a voice beside him. 2 Langzhens, may I trouble you to ask what the winning number of the lottery ticket is? Chapter 363. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment. Just now, Dai Zhou was talking about the lottery numbers that everyone in Chang'an knew. Now, someone immediately asked about it. This made Dai Zhou a little angry. He wondered if this person was deliberately making him lose face as the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. When they saw that the person who asked the question was a middle-aged man dressed like a merchant, they couldn't help but be stunned. My 2 Langzhens, may I ask what the lottery numbers are? It was shopkeeper Ren who asked the question. He didn't dare to step into the lottery sales place. He happened to see a young man and an old man in front of him talking about the lottery numbers, so he couldn't help but ask. Dai Zhou saw that he didn't know the middle-aged merchant in front of him and knew that he had wronged him. The angry expression on his face eased. My Langjun, do you really not know the lottery numbers? Dai Zhou asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren cupped his hands and replied, yes. Something happened at home a few days ago, so I didn't have time to check. This lottery ticket was bought by my wife. I want to see if I've won. The lottery numbers were shaken out by the sage at the Vermilion Bird Gate 3 days ago. I remember very clearly that they are 3, 7, 11, 17, 20. Dai Zhou smiled and stroked his beard. He naturally didn't think that the middle-aged man in front of him could win the lottery. However, as the Minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he felt very close to the people who bought the lottery tickets. Naturally, he didn't refuse and reported the lottery numbers. Shopkeeper Ren didn't care at first, but when he heard the 3 sets of numbers, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. His wife was the one who bought the lottery ticket. She even used the birthday of his wife, and his eldest son. His birthday was on the 17th day of the 3rd lunar month. His wife's birthday was on the 20th day of the 7th lunar month. His son's birthday was on the 29th day of the 11th lunar month. For the last blue ball, his wife bought 3, which meant a family of 3, therefore, his wife only spent 2 coins on the lottery ticket in his sleeve. The numbers were 3, 7, 11, 17, 20, 29, and 3. Daoist continued to report the winning numbers. 20, 29, and the last blue ball was 3. Hee, how was it? Did you win a prize, Lang Jun? His words were like spring thunder, exploding in shopkeeper Ren's ears. Lang Jun, you didn't lie to me, did you? Is this really a winning number? Shopkeeper Ren couldn't even speak clearly as he was tongue-tied. Of course. This old man has nothing better to do, so why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, the lottery sales store will post the winning numbers. You'll know when you take a look. Daoist snorted with some dissatisfaction. Shopkeeper Ren didn't care about etiquette anymore. He lifted his robe and rushed into the lottery shop. Because he was running too fast, he even bumped into a commoner who had just bought a lottery ticket and was coming out. He almost tripped. He didn't care if he bumped into someone. Like a headless fly, he stumbled into the lottery sales shop. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou looked at each other. Suddenly, both of them had a guess. Grandpa Dai, this person, Zio, did he win the lottery? Both of them were stunned after they finished speaking. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Were the two of them so coincidental that they met the person who had won the lottery today? Let's go in and take a look. Daoist was anxious. He grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and ran toward the lottery sales store. At this time, in the lottery sales store, there was a piece of paper pasted on the wall. The winning numbers were written in large characters. Shopkeeper Ren ran to the bottom of the winning numbers and looked up at the numbers one by one. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat. His excitement was like a pot of boiling water in his chest that was about to overflow. I won, I won, I won. At this time, there was only this sentence in Shopkeeper Ren's heart. His hands trembled as he took out the lottery ticket from his sleeve. He carefully checked the numbers on it word by word. 3, 7, 11, 3. At this time, Shopkeeper Ren almost stepped into hell a second ago, but suddenly rose to heaven a second later. Under the great stimulation of worry and joy, just like when Fan Jin passed the Juju exam, he read it over and over again. Then he clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying, "Oh! I won! I won!" As he spoke, he fell backward. He clenched his teeth and fainted. His shout attracted the attention of everyone in the lottery sales store. Whether it was the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the people who came to buy the lottery ticket, they all heard his words. Just as they were wondering, they saw the person suddenly faint. Everyone was shocked. When Shopkeeper Ren fainted, he happened to fall into the eyes of Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu, who had just rushed in. The two of them were also shocked. They hurriedly called the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fetch water and quickly woke the middle-aged merchant. Daoist gently pried open the man's fingers and picked up the lottery ticket that he was holding tightly in his hand. "Oh, Zio, this person actually won. Ha, I was worried that no one would win, but I didn't expect to see such a scene." Daoist looked at the number of the lottery ticket and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Li Wangyu also took the lottery ticket and carefully checked the various anti-counterfeiting measures on the lottery ticket. He was sure that this was a real lottery ticket. It was the first prize-winning lottery ticket. Ha, Grandpa Dai, you see, I said that maybe people didn't know that they won the lottery. It's true, right? Dai Zhou shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. You were right. In the sales store, everyone was busy. Finally, shopkeeper Ren, who had fainted due to excessive excitement, woke up. His eyelids trembled a few times and he slowly woke up. What's wrong? Yes, I won. Where did my lottery ticket go? My lottery ticket. Seeing that he was about to get excited again, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and handed the lottery ticket back to him. Don't worry, your lottery ticket is here. Congratulations, you really won the lottery. The first prize is 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren hurriedly took the lottery ticket that he now regarded as a treasure. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. He turned his head to look at the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the sales store and asked, Excuse me, can I exchange this lottery ticket now? Where can I get the gold? Congratulations, you need to bring the public examination and the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to get the prize money. Ministry of Civil Affairs. Shopkeeper Ren was a little hesitant. The Ministry of Civil Affairs official was in the Imperial City. As a businessman, when had he ever entered the Imperial City? Li Wangyu suddenly said, Grandpa Dai, why don't you make an exception and give the prize money to this Lang Jun here? The people can also see it with their own eyes. What do you think, Grandpa Dai? Okay. Dai Zhou thought for a moment and understood Li Wangyu's meaning. He nodded and agreed. Chapter 364. The commotion at the lottery sales point had naturally been heard by the onlookers. When they heard that the middle-aged merchant who fainted actually won the first prize, everyone was in an uproar. All kinds of exclamations could be heard. He won, this person won the first prize. Buddha, is there really someone who won the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold. Damn it, it's the first prize. Why didn't I win the prize? It would be great if I won the prize. I must go to Shi City first and buy a huji to bring home. You wastrel, stop dreaming. TSK, this person is really lucky. More and more people heard that someone had won the grand prize and gathered around. This made shopkeeper Ren very nervous. He held his lottery ticket tightly in his hand, afraid that it would be snatched away. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hurriedly called the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards who were guarding the lottery shop to separate the crowd. Only then did shopkeeper Ren feel slightly relieved. There were even more people who had bought their lottery tickets and were about to leave. However, they turned back to the counter and took out copper coins from their money bags to buy their lottery tickets again. Obviously, they were stimulated by shopkeeper Ren winning the prize. Lang Jun, did you bring your lottery ticket for the public examination? When the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs saw that Dai Zhou nodded and agreed to immediately redeem the prize, he went forward and asked. Yes, I did bring it. Shopkeeper Ren nodded repeatedly and reached out to take out his ticket for the public examination. He was originally prepared to go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance accumulation kitchen. Naturally, he had to bring his identification. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs checked his ticket and asked someone to double-check his lottery ticket. Only then did he take out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and let shopkeeper Ren register and receive his prize. Duke Ren, do you want gold or copper coins? 200 taels of gold and 1,200 strings of copper coins. Can I have half gold and half copper coins? Shopkeeper Ren thought that it was inconvenient for him to have more than 500 strings of copper coins to pay for the compensation. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs smiled and nodded. No problem, Duke Ren, don't be impatient. I will immediately arrange for the treasury to send the gold and copper coins. Shopkeeper Ren gratefully bowed again and again. At this time, he remembered that he had not thanked Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou. He hurriedly walked in front of the two and bowed. I would like to thank both of you for your help just now. Please forgive me for offending you just now. Dai Zhou twirled his beard and said with a smile, It's all right. It's understandable that you're overjoyed when you hit the jackpot. But don't be so agitated in the future. It's not worth it to hurt your body. Shopkeeper Ren replied, Yes, you're right. I was too agitated just now. The main reason was that something had happened to his family, and he really needed this bonus. I won't hide it from the two of you. Just now I was prepared to go to Shiming Temple to cook. Fortunately, when I was leaving the workshop, I saw the cover of the lottery. That's why I came to Shi City to see if I could win the lottery. Oh. Judging from your attire, you must be a merchant, right? How did you end up in such a predicament? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren let out a long sigh and recounted his experience. At the end of his story, Shopkeeper Ren couldn't help but shed tears. Fortunately, the son of Wuxian created this lottery. Fortunately, my wife bought this lottery. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. When Dai Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at Li Wangyu. Zio, I didn't expect that your lottery would allow eunuch Ren's family to be saved from a hopeless situation. It's really a good story. Li Wangyu also didn't expect such a coincidence. It seemed like this really was fate. Dai Zhou's words stunned Shopkeeper Ren. He looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Langjun, are you the son of Wuxian? Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him. I am the son of Wuxian, Li Wangyu. He had just finished speaking when Shopkeeper Ren knelt down in front of him and kowtowed a few times. Li Wangyu was shocked. Eunuch Ren, what are you doing? Quickly get up and speak. Son of Wuxian, I thank you on behalf of my entire family. Thank you for creating this lottery ticket and saving me from disaster. Everyone in Chang'an City is now saying that you are the reincarnation of the god of fortune. It's true. Shopkeeper Ren's words stunned Li Wangyu. He didn't create this lottery ticket to become some god of fortune. His initial idea was very simple. He just wanted to divert the attention of the people by relying on the huge attraction of the lottery since he was at the cusp of the gossip in Chang'an. It was a very selfish idea, but Shopkeeper Ren was thanking him so profusely. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Shopkeeper Ren's shout was heard clearly by the surrounding commoners. When they saw that the young man in front of them was the legendary son of Wuxian, many of the people immediately kowtowed. It's son of Wuxian. Son of Wuxian, you really are the god of fortune. Please accept this bow from this slave. Son of Wuxian, please bless us to also win this lottery ticket. Thanks to son of Wuxian, I won the second prize. Son of Wuxian, I will kowtow to you. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless at the reactions of the surrounding people. *CK, have I become a clay statue in a temple? Why don't you just light some incense for me? He didn't know that many of the people who bought the lottery ticket had placed a memorial tablet with his name on it at home and burned incense and kowtowed to it every day. If Li Wangyu knew about this, he would probably want to kill someone. What are you saying, Shopkeeper Ren? Quickly get up. This lottery ticket was created only because of the wisdom of the saint and the support of Minister Dai. I am not some god of fortune, but this lottery ticket is indeed a good tool to benefit the country and the people. Li Wangyu helped Shopkeeper Ren up and gestured at the surrounding commoners to get them to stand up. Everyone, the saint and the imperial court set up this lottery ticket not only to make the winners wealthy, but also to fill the national treasury. Moreover, 20% of the money will be used to protect the people. Therefore, by buying the lottery ticket, not only can you enrich yourselves, but you can also be compassionate to the young, old, and poor. This is a matter of great merit. If you want to thank me, why don't you buy a few more lottery tickets? Buying lottery tickets is accumulating virtue. Li Wangyu's words made the surrounding people applaud and cheer. Shopkeeper Ren, who had just won a big prize, couldn't help but run to the counter and take out a lot of copper coins from his money bag to buy a few more lottery tickets. Not long after, the Ministry of Civil Affairs took the gold and copper coins from the treasury and were escorted by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. They were sent in a four-wheeled carriage to the Shi City lottery shop. 100 taels of gold wasn't conspicuous and was just a small bag. But 600 copper coins was a large pile that weighed 3 tons. Looking at the cart full of copper coins, the surrounding people gasped and gasped. Envy and jealousy filled the air. Flaunting wealth, this was simply blatant flaunting wealth. This cart of copper coins was no different from a cart full of RMB in the future. Many people had never seen such wealth in their lives. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou obtained shopkeeper Ren's consent and simply let the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards escort the coins. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs beat the gongs and drums and directly sent the copper coins to the Ren family in Longevity Extension Square. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many people and made the lottery a living advertisement in Chang'an City.